Welcome to closing day at the premier meet in the country as we say goodbye to the summer place to be. Chad Brown will try and close out an 8th Saratoga training title and 5th straight, but he has company. 14-time leading trainer Todd Pletcher hot on his heels. He's just one back, and Pletcher has a chance to sweep the 2-year-old grade 1s. Tommy Joe took the spin away. Can Ted Noffe do his part in the hopeful? Bob Baffert makes a rare hopeful appearance in search of his first ever win in the biggest race of the meet for 2-year-old males. Butane odds on at his debut at Del Mar. Now he ships east at the morning line favorite in his stakes debut. Great day to close things out at what's been an incredible summer here in upstate New York in Saratoga Springs. Thanks for being with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, champion handicapper Jonathan Kinchin. It has been sensational start to finish here, and we're going to close things out with a big one here in the hopeful.
And we're closing things out with one of the best runs of weather I can ever remember in Saratoga. Cool days, beautiful days, terrific racing, no doubt. The hopeful, the big race today, the Saranac, the other stake, and the Spendthrift hopeful. I don't know about you, Jonathan. I thought this race was wide open.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, there's a lot of horses in here that I think are very interesting. I mean, I think you could start with the Romeos, sold for $1.7 million.
You the underbidder? I'd heard a rumor of that.
Yeah. Putting a group together for you and I. But, you know, I mean,
I got 10.
You got all the star power in there. It should be a lot of fun.
I agree.
That's to come a little bit later on this afternoon. We are very close to kicking things off. 4 minutes away from the first on this Labor Day card. Amazing we've made it here, isn't it? We've been here for a while.
We have. I feel like we've been here for 3 months. You know, we made that little trip back to New York after the Belmont to come back here. But if you're going to spend 3 months somewhere, Saratoga's not a bad place.
Not at all. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Mandatory payout, pick 5 in the opener. Got a pick 6 carryover in the 6th Spendthrift Farm. Hopeful part of that sequence, as is a very difficult race to separate in that Saranac.
The entire pick 6 sequence is difficult. I'll be very interested to see what happens in it. And you're going to play. You have to find somewhere to lean, or else you're going to be putting a lot of money into it, Jonathan.
No, it's an insane sequence. But if you can find the winning combination, you should be rewarded.
You'll get out for the meet. I think there's a good chance.
Player right there. Get signed up with Naira Bets. Get that $200 deposit match. New customer bonus, spot 200. Code to use at sign up at NairaBets.com. I'm going to kick off this card. Closing day at Saratoga. 6 furlongs, maiden special weight. 2-year-olds, and one of the themes of this meet has been how strong our colleague Tom Amoss has been with his 2-year-olds. He's got one more here. Oscar's Hope at even money.
No question, this horse is the worst to beat. Lost to a very impressive winner, Golden Tornadoes. Owner Dean Reeves told me is pointing towards the Champagne, and I know Tom's horse looked good, but this horse looked good as well. And there are some interesting first-time starters. What's surprising to me, Jonathan, is neither Todd Pletcher horse is taking much money here, particularly Epic Quest, who worked very impressively and sold for over $1 million. And that'll bode even more strongly for Tom's horse. It's not just that they're betting Tom. They're not really betting anybody else except for Grunge for Miguel Clement.
Yeah, and the thing about it is we've seen it on a number of occasions this meet. Horses who show speed and fade in their debuts come back in their second starts and run much better. They obviously have the talent to show that speed early. They just maybe lacked a little bit of fitness or experience in their first race. Now the fitness thing is that box is checked with the race under their belt, and you mix that with a little bit of talent, you get a nice horse like this for here, I think.
I think he just ran to the wrong horse.
That's
79 Buyers won a lot of 2-year-old races in this meet.
There he is. JK is going to play a double to kick things off here.
It's my last bankroll play of the meet. I'm going to play a $125 double. 4 with 2-3 in the second race. Right now, the probables have the 4-2 paying $9 for $1, and the 4-3 paying $6 for $1.
Let's go to Acacia Clement with more on this opener.
And a fun way to kick off the closing day card, Greg. And just want to say it's been such a pleasure, as always, working with all of you all summer long. But as far as our colleague Tom's horse is concerned, I liked this guy first time out, as did the betting public. He took quite a bit of the money into the teeth of Golden Tornado, who was very impressive in there, Oscar's Hope, and he showed speed that day. He was really the only one to continue running on, even though second best. He's been so much more professional today, though, I have to say. Warmed up beautifully, framing himself up on the track. According to the DRF Clocker report, his most recent work was in company as well with My Noble Knight, who's an older horse who ran a 94 Beyer speed figure last time out, and he held his own in there. So I do think that he's formidable, given that he's the only one with experience in here. The 2 Grunge is trained by my husband Miguel. He worked 10 flat at the OBS April 2-year-old sale. A little bit late switching his leads in that workout, but then he leveled off really nicely, and he's been training really forwardly coming in. 2 works back, he broke from the gate in company with a Brad Cox trainee, I'm a Big Bad Wolf, who the other day ran a valiant third, flying late after a poor break. This one showed far better gate speed. Kendrick Carmouche was aboard that day, so he's gotten to know this horse. Plenty of pedigree, being the half-brother to multiple stakes winner, Grade 2 winner Divine Miss Gray, who was better going a bit longer, but he does look quick and should show some speed from the gate today. The number 5, Epic Quest, as Andy touched on, OBS Marchdale went 10 flat. Was asked a little bit early, but one thing I noticed, looked like he has a massive stride on him when he really started to get going. Pedigree is there, though. Half-brother to multiple stakes winner Street Loot, 10-time dirt sprint winner. Also a lot of Hope, who's a multiple stakes winner, so plenty in there. I watched his last workout from the gate, where he was way quicker out than an unraced workmate, Manny Franco, aboard, and he did finish well. I will say, physically, he looks like he wants more distance. And I agree, he is a bit cool on the board for that purchase price, so he's beautifully put together. The one winning method, he's one that I'd want to take the wait and see approach with. I thought that he could have kind of warmed up a bit stronger overall. Good looking, powerful. Looks like he could be quick, just in the face of some of the others in here. I thought they may have a touch of an edge. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. Down to 3-5 here on Oscar's Hope. Second time out for Tom Amoss, the only one with experience in the race and show talent.
He's getting bet. The only one really taking money, Jonathan, is Grunge. I'm taking a shot with Winning Method, the first-time star in the rail for Chad Brown and Vinny Viola, but obviously Tom's the worst to beat.
Here we go. Let's kick off this final card of the Saratoga summer season. Oscar's Hope, our colleague Tom Amoss, with this second-time starter. Odds on. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Post time for the first. Here's Oscar's Hope coming up. Scrutinator to the outside. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Epic Quest. Blast out of the gate. Scrutinator on the outside. Here's the Poly Factor moving up to take second. And Oscar's Hope is moving up in between horses, now taking that second spot. Rocky's Balboa is in the mix. And Winning Method moving through on the inside of Grunge is in a tad tight. The Poly Factor right next to him. Stream It and Scrutinator now trails. Epic Quest is the leader down the backstretch, pursued by the heavy favorite Oscar's Hope through a quarter in 22 3. Epic Quest the leader. Oscar's Hope 3/4 of a length back second. Then it's Winning Method on the rail in third. Grunge between rivals fourth. Rocky's Balboa asks for a bit more, fifth and on the outside. A gap of 5 to Stream It, then Scrutinator as the field turns for home. Epic Quest and Oscar's Hope. Epic Quest hugs the rail. Oscar's Hope right up alongside with 1 furlong to go and right on by. Oscar's Hope quickly puts away Epic Quest, opens up 2. Winning Method finishing with interest. Now trying to get into second late behind Oscar's Hope, who runs away with it. Oscar's Hope, another Tom Amoss winner. Photo for second. Epic Quest fended off Winning Method. Then it was Rocky's Balboa in fourth.
Oscar's Hope, impressive second time out. That odds on warranted. And Tom Amoss doesn't just have maybe the fastest 2-year-old in the country. He has maybe the deepest group of 2-year-olds in the country.
No train. I mean, Todd obviously with so many winners, but considering the number of starters, nobody really has had a better meet with 2-year-olds than Tom Amoss has. He's had a lot of runners. He's got one long shot left today to see if he can get 10 wins in the meet. But I got to tell you, 9 wins for Tom, unbelievably great meet. Congrats to him.
Yeah, I mean, this horse was impressive too, right? Ranged up to him, and just with a couple of shoulder taps, flicked away and just ran right away from these horses. And something tells me the horses behind him aren't bad horses. He just ran really well.
He did. Yeah, I'm the 5 held on well for second. It looked like the 1 was going to steamroll right by and maybe even make a run at the leader, but he couldn't even get by the number 5. But Tom gets the win, and there he is.
Loaded with 2-year-old talent. Big Dom, It's Our Time, who ran that sensational 17-plus length score at First Asking, beating the most highly hyped 2-year-old probably on the grounds in the process. And now Oscar's Hope at second time out with an impressive score.
At this point, Tom has an almost embarrassment of riches. He's going to have to figure out what to do with all these horses to get close to the Breeders' Cup. It's a good problem to have, however.
4-5-1-2, Jose Ortiz for Tom Amoss. Michael McLaughlin, son of Twirling Candy, graduates here, start number 2. And yeah, now he's got to see if he can separate all these 2-year-olds. He's got a few spots to pick out.
It's not bad to be a trainer and have that as your problem. Usually the problem is I got nobody for these races, and if I do, they're 30-1. Tom may have the favorites in a couple of big 2-year-old races going up. Good for him.
So odds-on favorite scores. Congrats to our colleague, Tom Amoss. Some talented 2-year-olds we're going to see later this afternoon as well. Grade 1 hopeful. Race 9 on the card, and yeah, very much unlike what we saw in the Spinaway, where there was a big standout in Tommy Joe. For Todd Pletcher, this race appears to be wide open.
You know, I feel in this race that Bob Baffert's horse will be a bigger favorite than he should be because it's Bob, and no horse can win, and he ran fine first time. But other than AI, I don't think there's a horse in this race that can't win.
Completely agree. I completely agree. Yeah, I mean, starting with Butane, I think, you know, I feel like they're trying to keep him separated. I feel like he's got a couple of other ones that might be better. Brant out on the West Coast, so why not bring Butane over here? You don't want to run those two together. I think we're getting the second best of the Zidane Baffert horses.
Which is not necessarily a bad thing, given how well Brant ran. I think he ran a buyer of around 100 or 101. It's hard to judge the race. They're all first-time stars. I think one came back and ran a similar race. Bob's horse, of course, finished second there as he dominates so much out there. It's interesting. I don't find it shocking he's never won a hopeful. What I find shocking is he's only shipped for it 3 times. You know, I would have guessed it would have been a much bigger number than that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess with them having their own version of the Futurity with a grade 1 out there, it's probably just mostly pointed there. And
he shipped Muth 2 years ago, I think, and scratched him.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if he shipped other times. But I'm just surprised because he's got a lot of good horses.
To just, stay put in California, dominate at Del Mar.
I don't even remember Mission Beach. I remember Maimonides, who was a heavily favored horse for Zayat Stables, and Too Much Bling, the Ohio bred.
Now, Butane, certainly talented as the board reflected in that debut. $1.15 million son of Tiz the Law, who probably will go off the favorite.
I agree, he will. And I don't have a problem with this horse being favored. I don't think you do either. I just think this race, man, you're supposed to find. I mean, look, I went completely crazy in here. Took a shot with a 2 Flying Hawaiian, who I'd love to get the morning line at 20-1. I don't know if I will. I don't know. Is this horse's last race really that much worse than anybody else in here?
Yeah, I thought he was interesting, and brother to a pretty good one from the barn too, who's been a very talented sprinter.
I thought this horse was really interesting in
Maximus
here to price.
Martius.
Yeah, full brother.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Opener in the books. Before we break, let's give you the prices from this first race. Oscar's Hope. Looking at this performance, now this second start getting this win, what do you think going forward for this horse?
Well, I think Tom has to figure something out, right? We already know he's got one for the Breeders' Futurity at Keeland, one for the Champagne. Listen, you hope they all stay sound, first of all. Obviously, that's always the concern for trainers, especially young horses coming in maiden races. Tom's going to decide, is Twirling Candy, not this time, damn, should go farther? Listen, it would be just an awful thing if he had to run 2 in one of those races, wouldn't it? What a terrible situation to be in.
You know what I mean? There's worse situations to be in.
Having none for any of them.
But, Tom's got a big enough operation that I'm sure he'll be able to kind of pick and choose, find some spots that fit the best for these. And
you want to get the Breeders' Cup if
absolutely.
you can.
Absolutely.
3-5 here, and not just winning, but winning convincingly with some 2-year-olds that reportedly have some talent as well, but nothing like experience. 4-5-1 in the opener.
Notice the prices are a little bit different there.
Ah, yes. Thank you, Jonathan.
Yeah, thank
Breakage.
you. Well done.
Breakage begins
Debuting today.
Breakage begins. We're paying to the penny, and that's a great thing, and glad to have that happen. And that's a takeout reducer. Let me just be clear. This horse would have paid $3.30 to win. So, you know, you got an extra 6 cents, and if you say and laugh at 6 cents, trust me, it will add up when the year is over.
Let's go to Acacia.
I'm very happy to be joined by winning trainer Tom Amos, the one and only. Tom, you've had just such a sensational summer, particularly with 2-year-olds, and another one here with Oscar's Hope. He finished nicely today.
He did. He did a lot of things well today, which happens often when you start your second time. He rated off the pace well. He accelerated when Jose asked him, and he was a pro today. I'm really proud of him, and I have to shout out to the owner, Mike McLaughlin, who's been a longtime owner of mine, and I know winning a race at Saratoga means a lot to him. So it's a good feeling.
Special thing to do, and he was the only horse in this race with experience, and it really showed he was really professional today.
He was. You know, when he started the first time, he drew the 1 hole, so our concern was maintaining position, and we went to the front, but I knew that wasn't what all he was about. He rated well today. It was exciting to watch. There are big things in his future.
You've had such a great summer, like I said, especially with 2-year-olds, but the whole barn, it seems. Can you reflect back a little bit on what this meet has meant to you and to your entire team?
Well, Saratoga is unique, and it's an everybody racetrack. It's not, you know, just for the rich and famous. So I love walking through the backyard where the picnic tables are and seeing all the fans. They know they're racing. This town is about racing. And I maybe get stopped 7 or 8 times. I go 10 miles north, south, east, or west. Nobody knows who I am. So it's kind of fun to do that for a month and a half.
Well, we love it, and we appreciate the access that you've given our team and all the viewers here this whole summer, too. Congratulations on another winner.
It's my pleasure.
Greg?
So happy for Tom, the meet he's had and the talent he has with his 2-year-olds in his barn.
Yeah, I mean, he's famous around here. Earlier today, I was walking around, and these ladies asked to take a picture with me, and then Tom walked by, and they left me high and dry.
That's how it works when you have a good 2-year-old. Several of them. Unreal what he's done at this meet. So happy for him and what he's been able to do here. And, you know, he's picked out these horses, too. It's got to feel even more gratifying.
No, I can't say enough about it. Obviously, we work with Tom, and we're all good friends with Tom. But, I mean, listen, for any trainer to come here, you come to Saratoga, you're going to embarrass yourself more often than not. And it's hard to bring the right horses. And you come with these 2-year-olds, you think they can run, but you also know you're going to run into some of the most expensive, well-bred horses in the country. And Tom has done as well, if not better than anybody, especially considering the number of starters.
Race 2, it is out of the Wilson chute at a mile. Maiden special weight here coming up. And 9-5 on a first-time starter. Chad Brown, time to win. He'll have Flavia and Pratt aboard. Trying to win in a debut against some experienced runners at a mile.
I have to Juju's maps, and so it's been working very well for the mile. I understand with Duration and Barb that both of them can win. I'm just a little tired of those 2 horses. They've had their share of chances, and that's why I took the first-time starter.
We'll talk more about it when we come back. We're going to take a break. Race 2, we'll start at early pick 4 on this Labor Day finale from Saratoga. We'll look at that drama in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. When we come back, a lot going on, including Flavia Pratt and Sierra Leone hopping a rider on the ground. Stay with us.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You can play along right there. And now we're bets. Get signed up, started. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And this is from Arad Ortiz Jr., who was dropped on Mind Frame in that Jockey Club Gold Cup yesterday. I want to thank everyone for all the calls and texts and well wishes. I plan on taking a few days off and return to riding Thursday at Kentucky Downs. The best news of all that we got yesterday. Ribs and wrist issues. And let's take a look here out of the gate.
Obviously, the stewards have spoken, and I don't think there's any disagreement with the stewards that Phileas Fogg caused this entire situation. It's one of those situations that happened, and you know, fortunately, Irad's okay. Fortunately, Mind Frame is okay, and after that, to me, that's all that matters.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's unfortunate, right? I mean, we look for these big races, and they're exciting for everyone involved, and when something like this happens, it's you know, you feel a little sort of empty, but all of my emptiness was filled when I felt and found out that Irad was okay. It's all that really mattered to me. Congratulations to the connections of Antiquarian. I honestly, if I'm being dead serious, I could care less if I see the race ever again. I'm just glad Irad's okay.
I'm with
and
you.
Here we go.
And Sierra Leone, we'll show you another angle of it as well. Flavien Prat trying to avoid an on-the-ground Arad Ortiz Jr. and hopping over him, and I believe in the process causing some of those issues that landed Arad in the hospital.
Obviously, and you know, Flavien extremely aware of that, to the point where he almost eased Sierra Leone after that. And Sierra Leone obviously ran a remarkable race considering that, but you see how much Flavien looking back and his concern, and it, you know, they're highly competitive, but nobody wants to see that happen. Even obviously the incident, you don't want that to happen, but that's, you know, why you need to be careful. But fortunately, Irad's going to be okay, and that's, to me, what matters.
There's inches there from a
disaster.
potentially different outcome.
So, yeah, in the end, tough. It's a race that had so much hype, had so much potential to see these two leaders of this older horse division. Unfortunate, and you know, after all that went on, in the end, Antiquarian winds up getting the victory in here. Let's talk about Antiquarian for a moment, not take away from his moment. And obviously, no question, Arad Ortiz Jr., the focus. Great news, he's going to be okay. He's going to be back riding soon. How good is this horse? Can he be a factor come Breeders' Cup Classic?
I don't know. I think the only horse that I could possibly take out of this race is Sierra Leone, who was almost pulled up and still almost won the race. But that doesn't take away from Antiquarian. He's improved a lot, and Todd's done a great job with this horse.
No, yeah. I mean, I thought he was going to run well yesterday, but I didn't think he was going to win. I thought he was going to, you know, I thought he could hit the board, run second or third or something like that. The problem I think with Antiquarian is that if I'm looking at it objectively, he's probably not as good as the 3-year-olds. Sovereignty, obviously. Journalism, I don't think he's probably better than journalism. And I still think that Mind Frame, Fierceness, Sierra Leone are all still ahead. Maybe even Highland Falls from a consistency standpoint. You know, he deserves to have that blanket over his shoulders, and he deserves to run in the Breeders' Cup Classic if that's what the Connections feel is with the direction they want to go. But I don't think he's winning the race.
Did you know at all the plan, Sierra Leone, this race and then Classic?
I assume those are the plans.
So, Mind Frame. Now he doesn't get a race in him. What's the plan? What do they have to go back to the drawing board and see if they can sneak one more in?
Question for Todd Pletcher. I don't know. It's a good question, a fair question.
Yeah, I mean, I would feel like they would probably feel like they need to get another start in there. But at the same time, you know, we've seen the success of training up to a race like the Breeders' Cup Classic. I mean, how much more fit would he be if he finished the race fully than he – they just train him up.
I'm not a trainer, but, you know, keep in mind, he won't have been in a competitive race scenario since late June if they do that. So, I mean, you can look at, I don't think they would come back in 2 weeks and look at Classic, but you could look at the Woodward coming up, maybe run there. Mindframe's a terrific horse, and it's unfortunate we never got a chance to sort of settle it on the racetrack with them. But once again, the most important thing is the horse, the rider, both okay.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Fans have enjoyed a tremendous summer here once again. We'll go through the top 10 moments of the meet when we come back in our Fox Sports 2 coverage.
1,600,000, 1,600,000, $1,600,000 bid today, $1,600,000 bid now, now 650, $1,650,000, $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today, $1,650,000 now, $1,600,000. Thank you.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Arcangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's ride.
And a Dare Manor will take the Clementel Hirsch. Olympiad gets the gold. It is Timberlake who's going to win.
Tap it twice! Tap it twice!
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. King of Gosford. Zel Cordovan will win the Sword Dancer.
Program trading and naval power. What a thriller photo! In Italian to win it.
Starlust. Domestic spending.
Ocean Road. Big M's.
Victoria Road.
It will be McCulloch.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Horses in the paddock for the second race. A very interesting maiden special weight, going a mile on the main track, and we'll start things off with the two first-time starters, kind of the new faces of this group, and it is a little bit appealing to look at the horses that have had the least amount of tries thus far. Starting off with the number 5, Time to Win, the first that is taking most of the money. This one debuting for Chad Brown, $650,000 Keeland September yearling purchase. The dam is the sister to Grade 1 winner Faust. I can't read my handwriting. Fault. And this one is the half to Grade 1 winner Juju's Map, who won the Alcibiades and then second in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly. So tons of pedigree on this horse. I watched the last workout where he was in company with an unraced 2-year-old and looked like he was just starting to get going late, especially on the gallop out. Now, he was incredibly green when he first came here into the paddock. He was screaming and hollering. Actually, both firsters have been quite vocal. He acted up getting the tack on, just a little bit tricky, which you typically don't see from this barn. But now that they've gotten the saddle on him, he has settled a lot. Really powerful looking son of Not This Time with Flavian Pratt aboard. A nice pedigree on the other first-time starter as well. The number 6, Voulez-Vous, has this one out of a mare who was a multiple stakes place and a good dirt sprinter, but she produced multiple graded stakes winner Envoûtante, who Kenny McPeak did train as well. This one a full brother to that talented filly. Also the 3/4 to stakes place Simply Enchanting. So tons of pedigree on this horse who does debut for Kenny in here. Very athletic looking son of Uncle Mo. I do wonder if, like his full sister, he may actually appreciate a bit further. Like I said, he too was a bit vocal and chatty, but not doing anything bad here in the paddock. The number 4, Only in America, first time on the NYRA circuit and off of a layoff since April, where he did lose the rider at the start last time. You watched the head on of that race at Gulfstream, and he went to his knees in a really significant stumble there. So given some time off since he's been training down at Monmouth, unfortunately could not watch any of his workouts coming in, and I have not seen him before, but he does look incredibly fit off the layoff. If anything, if nitpicking, I wish he was a little bit more bulked up in his hind end and on the top line, but he's handled himself beautifully. He has shown a little bit of talent in his first couple starts, including finishing second behind Burnham Square on debut.
And they're off in the Saratoga Derby Invitational. At the top of the stretch, looking for room now. In some traffic trouble, is hot as hell. Finding a seam now as they reach the 8th pole. Joella still there. Two Lake Lane, Tiberius Thunder, World Beater on the inside, Capitol Hill. Joella, here's World Beater coming fast, and Test Score on the outside. These two will decide it. World Beater and Junior Alvarado have won the Saratoga Invitational.
Top 10 moments of the meet. World beater winning that Saratoga Derby. First graded stakes win for young Riley Mott. And his jockey unable to make his flight to get here. Junior Alvarado helping deliver that graded stakes win.
Hard to imagine he would have gotten a better ride from anybody else on the planet.
Feels like Junior's going to get some nice Christmas cards from the Mott family this year.
He should be sending some nice Christmas cards to them as well, but he rode this horse as well as you could ride a horse.
Incredible moment, great win. That's number 10. We're gonna do this all through up until 6. Are we not gonna be on for the reveal of number 1?
There are so many things in life that have disappointed me so far, but this one could be right up there.
We'll just,
I'm gonna have to DVR the show then.
We'll just have the producers tell us in our ear right now. I just want to know who's number 1.
No, you gotta wait, you gotta watch.
Honestly, I don't. But I'm glad you do.
Here's our post-race race 2. Private Flight, first time on dirt, was in that Barb and Duration race. It stumbled a little bit.
He didn't run that badly that day. Would have to obviously improve, but it wasn't a bad performance.
Here's Duration, start number 8.
Yeah, look, I get it. He keeps on getting beat, but I will say this. He's not like odds on in every time he's beat. He's been 3-1, 3-1 a couple times.
And he was odds on because he was entered with strategic focus 3 back.
Here's Barb, who was just in front of Duration last start.
Yeah, we'll see how much he's in front of him today. How aggressive will they be up front?
Only in America was a distant second to the talented Burnham Square in the debut.
Yeah, but he ran well that day. The problem is his last 2 races, specifically 2 back, he didn't do much running.
Difficult to win. Going a mile first time out. Chad Brown will try and do that here with Time to Win.
Yeah, getting bet, working well, my choice.
Voulez-vous. Christopher Elliott, Ken McPeak, first-time starter.
Yeah, Kenny McPeak's been on fire this last weekend with first-time starters.
That's your field. Pick 4 starts here, and the favorite, a first-time starter, despite a few who've showed talent on the racetrack. And there is Time to Win in those colors of Spendthrift Farm. As we take a look at the jockey standings, so Arad out, rest of the meet. His brother behind him. Terrific meets from both these Ortiz brothers. Just sensational what they accomplished. And Jose got some more work to do this afternoon.
Yeah, they're great riders, and Jose's not going to catch his brother today. But they had a great rivalry this meet, and sort of sad to see it end this way. And Jose went to Kentucky Downs. I understand there's a lot of money there. I get it. And Irad not riding today, but it doesn't take away from how well they rode here this meet.
When you look at that list, it doesn't feel like there's too many riders that are that disappointed in where they finished.
I don't disagree.
Yeah, I would think that a lot. I would guess the one person I think that probably feels like they didn't have a lot of luck would be Manny Franco.
I agree.
He had a lot of seconds, a lot of thirds. But the rest, Dylan probably a little disappointed on the way that his meet went last year. But everybody else, even Junior, who didn't have a ton of wins, I don't think he's going to walk away from here disappointed.
Yeah, and you can only win on the horses that are good enough to win, no matter how well you rode. And I think we saw an exhibition of great riding here this summer, many in losing efforts. There's only going to be, depending on whether we run 10 or 37 races like yesterday, there can only be so many winners a day. And a lot of guys lost a lot of races while giving good rides.
And Kendrick Carmouche giving his patented big warm-up here to Only in America. Filling in here for Arad Ortiz Jr. or Todd Pletcher. He had a nice fill-in stakes win in, I believe, the P.G. Johnson final score.
Yeah, very nice effort. Very nice. That horse, she's interesting going forward.
There's Duration. So the stablemate to the favorite who will be debuting, this one with plenty, Jonathan, of experience.
Yeah, and look, I understand when you have these maidens that feel like they just want to keep losing, but if you look at this horse Duration, 13-1, 7-2, 5-2. It's this horse is not just like short price beaten all the time.
I think you'll see him be aggressive too from the inside post and try to dictate towards the front end. Obviously, Barb's pretty quick as well, but I think both of these horses will be forward.
Chad Brown, 1 up on Todd Pletcher. That is the big story going into this final day of the meet. It's going to be a race to the finish. Chad Brown with a lot more opportunities. this afternoon. He is in races, well, he's in the opener. He's obviously in this race, races 5, 7, 8, 10, and 11. Todd Pletcher, 2, 9, 10, and 11 left for him.
Yeah, you look through the horse today, Chad has more live horses. So don't forget, in order to beat him, Todd would have to win 2 more races than him. Some ways, the way meets they've had, maybe they deserve to be tied because they both had terrific meets. And Linda's had a good meet too, as is Miguel. But it'll come down to this. Chad, though, a big favorite with this 1-win lead.
We've got a horse trying the turf for the first time, Crudo, one of his runners later today.
I always kind of liked Crudo. I thought he had a shot in that race.
I did too. Yeah, Crudo. He's a full to a horse in Japan that want to stake on the grass. I mean,
he's got enough turf pedigree to handle it, and he's a pretty good dirt horse. I think he's a horse that's kind of under the radar. It was interesting to see what he does today.
Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, and this horse in this race, only in America, if you look back on First TV, so I said he's been down at Monmouth, but over the winter, he was actually the workmate of Crudo, and both seemed to be kind of promising early 3-year-olds at that time down in Florida. So curious as to what he can do. I liked the warm-up of Only in America, though, who moved really nicely out there. I also really liked the warm-up of the 2 Duration. This is probably one of the best times I've seen Duration appear before a race, and I've seen him quite a bit. Should be noted that Duration, Barb, and Private Flight all come out of that July 16th race, which was won by Tap Into This, who came back to win again yesterday in a pretty impressive performance, and a horse that is in very good form right now for Steve Asmussen. So certainly flattered the horses coming out of that race, and Duration, I think, actually appreciates the slight added distance from the 7/8 to the mile because he is a big solid horse despite being a son of Matoli and the sister to multiple Grade 1 winner Goodnight Olive. Like I said, warmed up really well out there, so I can certainly understand giving him another try. Number 3, Barb. I liked him last time. I was hoping he could wire the field in there. Maybe he just ran into a very good horse and one that's getting good at the time and Tap Into This, but he has plenty of early speed. And I will say that while he has been forward, which you like to see for horses that show early speed, he's more relaxed today than he was last time as well, which I think is to his benefit. Second time up here at Saratoga, he's got to stay here at the spa, training here locally, runs out of his stall today coming in. Probably something that did him well. He also looks a little bit stronger overall too. So the 2 horses that I think have actually really moved forward out of that last effort. Greg?
Thank you, Acacia. 9-5. Favoritism remains with the first-time starter. Tough task going a mile and facing several with experience, including Barb here, Mike Maker. I'll have Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard.
As Acacia alluded to, we saw Tap Into This run extremely impressively to win. That horse and the Mott horse yesterday just completely separated themselves from the field going a mile. And he had an absolutely perfect trip here, was best, but he had a dream trip, and I think it does flatter both of these horses, the effort he put in yesterday.
Yeah, you got to make you feel a little bit better about their 2 chances. And look, I just think that I forgive them both for the fact that they're still maidens. I think they both have run winning type races, have just been unfortunate not to win.
I don't disagree. They both have talent, but you cannot ignore the money the 5 is taking.
No,
for this horse to be 8-5, and I picked this horse, but for this horse to be 8-5 against 2 horses that are running buyers in the mid to high 80s, first time out, going a mile, this horse almost is supposed to win. You know what I mean?
That's
with
a heck
that
of a
kind
pedigree.
of money, you're supposed to win this race if you're getting bet like that, because you're betting and you know who you're running against. And these are not bad maidens. This is a good maiden race.
Yeah.
A lot of money. We'll see if this one can get it done here at a mile. Not quite as taxing with that dog leg left here. Straight 2 turns. But giving up a ton of experience. But overall, usually like to have talent more than experience.
And when there's smoke, there's fire, and this is extreme money. This horse is 3rd choice in the doubles, but betting the board like the race has already been run.
Frank Miramati with a call. Here's race 2. It's time to win. The first-time starter, the favorite.
One more. Voulez-vous? Voulez-vous backs away. Going in. All set. And they're off. And Barb is out very alertly. And it will be Barb and Time to Win doing battle from the start. They have pulled 3 lengths clear of Only in America. Private Flight along the inside is 4th, and then it's Duration 5th, 4 lengths off the lead. It's a big gap to Voulez-Vous. They swing on to the backstretch, and Barb is the target, leads it by 1.5 lengths. Time to Win is a clear-cut second, and then it's Only in America, 1.5 lengths off the pace in 3rd. Private Flight and Duration are side by side, and it's 10 more back to Voulez-Vous. 24-1 for Barb. Barb leads at 1/2 length under Ricardo Santana Jr. With Time to Win pressing the issue in second. Only in America continues a 3-wide journey through a half in 47-2 around the far turn. 2 more lengths Duration, Private Flight, Voulez-Vous. Approaching the quarter pole, and it's still Barb. Time to Win within a head. Those two are now on even terms. Time to Win makes his move and puts his head in front at the quarter pole. Only in America keeping pace with the top pair on the outside 3rd. They're coming to the furlong pole. Time to Win and Only in America go on. Barb softened up back to 3rd, coming to the 16th pole. Only in America has run by Time to Win. And it's Only in America and Kendrick Carmouche to win it, going away by 3 in the end. Time to Win 2nd. Duration finished 3rd.
Kendrick Carmouche, Todd Pletcher, Only in America off since April. 9-1, and that would be number 31 for Todd Pletcher, equaling Chad Brown.
It's a massive improvement over his previous races. He stalked the pace. It was quick. Time to Win did run his race, but this horse was just better than he was. He did bump him going by. In all likelihood, maybe we can get the head on of it. One of those things, though, probably did not cost a placing, but there could be an inquiry here.
Let's take a look here. What do you think, JK?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. There looked to be a little bit of a reaction, but it's hard to tell on the pan. I thought, you know, this is a big race for the trainer title, right? Because not only did Todd winning prevent Chad from getting one, it is a big swing. This is a 2-race swing to a certain extent. We'll take a look at the head-on to see how much he came in. Kendrick coming in, or maybe it was Flavien coming out. You can't tell until you look at the shot.
All right, here we go. Here's the head-on. Outside blue cap, your eventual winner.
To be honest, the 4 was the horse who was second may have been more involved, that he was kind of coming out. I don't think that
looked like he was
at all.
And even if so, whether you wanted to say it was the 4 or the 5, it looked like they were clear.
So all, if this stands, all tied up, and so far nothing's even been posted on the board. 4, 5, 2, 3, as we look from above.
We'll be able to tell here.
Yeah, no, I don't think there was anything wrong here. I don't even think they'll look at this, to be honest with you. Anything, the horse who's second is running a little bit erratically in the stretch, and no, he comes over a little bit. He comes over a little bit there, but I don't think this is anything worth it.
So assuming this does stand, and again, nothing's been posted. We're all tied up at 31 trainer standings. Todd Pletcher with 3 chances remaining. Ned Toffee in the hopeful. He's got Crudo trying the turf for the first time in the Saratoga. Those would be his 2 best chances to get another. He's got a big long shot debuting Equitas in the finale in race 11 at a mile on the grass.
So what does Chad have? He's not in the 3rd. He has nobody in the 4th, I don't think, on the turf. In the 5th, he's got Career Risk, who's a major player in that race. He'll be one of the favorites. He's got nobody in the 6th. In the 7th, he's got 2 of the choices between the 3 and 10 in there. So he's very live there. He's very live in the 8th race with the horse in the rail, Scarlet Halo, and the number 8, Louise Proctor. He's not in the hopeful. He's very live with the horse in the rail, Asbury Park, in the 10th, and he's very live in the last race as well. So he does have a better set, but that doesn't mean he's going to pick up a win.
9-1 upset. Acacia, well done. Like this one, Only in America, the victory. Kendrick Carmouche. For Todd Pletcher, we are all tied at 31 in the trainer standings.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Somebody will be wearing that blanket later on today in the Spencer Farm Hopeful Stakes. Last year's winner, Chancellor McPatrick, could be a Todd Pletcher runner. As Todd joining me here. Todd, only in America, off the layoff. He certainly was ready for the return today.
He was, yeah. It was unfortunate. You know, he stumbled and lost his rider at Gulfstream, and then he jumped on the outside rail. We had to do a lot of stitches and took a while to get him healed up. So it's nice to see him come back and have an uneventful race today.
And with that win, it ties you up in the trainer standings. I know it's not everything, but I know how competitive trainers are. It has to be pretty exciting, too, to make it close.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've had a terrific meet. Horses have been running well. We've been blessed. So, you know, if it happens, great. We got a few more chances, so we'll give our best try.
Looking forward to seeing, of course, Ted Noffey later in the Hopeful, but wanted to circle back. How is mind frame after yesterday? We had the great news hearing that Irad Ortiz was okay after that scary incident.
Yeah, I spoke to Irad a little while ago. He expects to be back riding Thursday, which is, you know, phenomenal when you see that overhead view of him coming off and actually trying to get back on mind frame. It was amazing effort on his part. Thankfully, he's okay, and mind frame's perfect. So, you know, what could have turned out to be a real tragedy, thankfully, you know, everyone's okay.
Best news of all, but certainly congratulations here, Todd.
Thank you.
Greg?
Little drama here on this final day now. 31 wins apiece, Todd Pletcher, Chad Brown. As we work our way to the finish here on Labor Day, only in America, $20 winner.
I can't believe you paid $20 even. What's going on here? No breakage on that, but letting a breakage all around the other races. Get used to it. Get used to Greg having to say more. Soon you'll be saying $20.63.
Screen speaks for itself. So race 2 in the books with our first big upset of the afternoon. We're going to be on the lawn. Race 3, which is 22 minutes away. New York Bred's $50,000 maiden claiming race. Mile and a 16th, the 7. 7. A little bit naughty for Luna Rice, the favorite right now.
Good luck.
Okay.
I'm not going to knock anybody here.
Huge scratch with the 6 coming out.
Yes. The other Linda is a bigger price, which is crazy. The 6 coming out. I'm betting the 3 Alfred Bellows without an enormous amount of confidence.
I want taking money. Half the morning line for the Jimmy Bond Barn dropping down in class. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Final cart talk of the season. When we come back, Junior Alvarado and Mr. Travers, Javier Castellano, together. We'll be back.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Japan's legacy of beauty lives in all we do. Rare sensibilities and breathtaking skill show the way to the finish line. That beauty and that power take you to another world. Racing is art.
They're off. It's Spinning Colors and Moon Age Daydream, joined by Awesome Check. Awesome Check surges by under Ricardo Santana Jr. Minor inconvenience with a 16th to go asserts his superiority. Deterministic takes command in the final stages and starts to open up. Another tremendous effort from Deterministic. But it's all about Tommy Joe, who has a first-class ticket to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Laura Lynn with a 2-length advantage on Opulent Restraint, and Laura Lynn a perfect 5 for 5 as she wins easily.
Two of the great stories of this summer meet last year was Dylan Davis, who emerged. Of course, Flavien Prat, that record-setting season. This year, Ricardo Santana Jr., Kendrick Carmouche, they have really shined here at Saratoga.
Good meets. A lot of riders had very good meets. It's so super competitive up here, and I think you got to do a lot of things right to get a lot of wins up here because the racing is so tough and the riders are so good that it's very hard to do well unless you're riding at the top of your game.
All right, we'll continue to count down the top 10 moments of the meet all the way through our coverage up until 6 Eastern start time. Final cart talk of the meet. You got 2 really good jockeys in the buggy, and the last 2 jockeys to win a Kentucky Derby, Belmont Travers in the same year.
That's exactly why I did it. Yeah, the next morning was the morning right after the Travers. Got those guys together and we cruised around for the last one. It's always so much fun. You know, those we hang out for about 20 or 30 minutes in the morning, and it's always one of my highlights of the week. It's always you always get to learn something new and to spend time with the stars of our game.
Here it is, Javi Jr. in Cart Talk.
Well, Junior, you only need 6 more. Catch this guy.
I know. You know, it was funny because I had to ask the other day, Javier, will you give me the blessing so I can win the Travers? You're not on it, so please.
Javier, having won 7 Travers, I would imagine that you were in the room rooting pretty hard for your buddy Junior.
Absolutely, I'm being blessed to win 7 Travers, and Junior's a great rider. I think he get along so well with the horse. He knows where the wire is, and I'm happy for him to be able to enjoy to the club, to the Travers.
As a nervous fan, for a second and a half, when you had asked him, he looked like he was just kind of slowly getting going, and then 2 jumps later, it felt like he was 8 in front.
Yeah, that's who he is. That's how we kind of been teaching him. You know, we make sure we kind of get him into a rhythm. We start asking him, turn for home, switch lead, and then there he goes. Turn of foot is beautiful.
Javier, of your 7 Travers, what's the one that kind of sticks out in your mind the most that when you think about him?
I think every single one is really special, don't get me wrong. And to win the Travers, my first Travers was 2006 with Bernardini. To beat the American Pharoah with King Ice, it was a great emotion, great moment.
Only Javier Castellano to pull that one out. Nobody else would have pulled that one.
I just got lucky.
Hey, no, I don't think so, not 7 times.
Both of you guys recently won your first Derby. I would imagine that it does feel nice to check a race like the Kentucky Derby off of your list.
It's a great feeling. It's the best moment in your life. That's a dream come true. Thank God, we're blessed.
Yes, we are.
How long have you guys known each other?
Well, I think we met each other here. I met Javier here, and when I came from Venezuela, 2007, 2008. But you know, my dad rode with his dad. I know my dad telling me, introduce you, tell him I rode with his dad. He probably will know who you are, blah, blah. But you know, you see this celebrity coming, you know, like it's like, I don't know if he's gonna even say hi to me. You know,
We're very competitive. He got to do his job, I got to do my job. We compete in races, we try to beat each other, but at the same time, when they finish the race, we spend a lot of time in family together, and I think that's the beauty for this game.
Have you guys ever claimed foul on each other?
Oh yeah, we did. He got to compete, I got to compete, we got to do the best we can because we have to do a job to do it.
Well, Javi, I know you've won a lot of Travers with big upsets, but I don't know if you would have been able to do it yesterday.
I don't think so. I tried to find the 5 horse, I couldn't find it.
Listen, I'm glad he wasn't on the race anyway, because that's what I thought when he was riding King Ice and American Pharoah. Like, there is no way there is no Javier did it.
Car Talk brought to you by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. Fun one to close it out, JK.
Yeah, no, it's the timing of it works out well for me too. You think about what happened yesterday, and these guys love each other. All these riders, they understand how dangerous their jobs are. I think they are out there. They try to protect each other as much as they can because they all know they want to go home to their families. And it was very apparent with those 2 guys. As much as they compete, they also you'll see them together at dinner and their families all the time. And it's the fun part about our sport is they all dress in the same locker room. They compete. It's a dangerous sport, but at the end of the day, as long as they all get to go home, it's all good.
And Junior Alvarado, what really the last few years it's been with Bill Mott. I think I have the numbers somewhere, but it was, I think, 13 grade 1s from 2010 to 21, and in the last 3 years he's got 23 grade 1s. On to the Classic with Sovereignty.
Yeah, absolutely, and he will be the favorite. You know, Junior had that year where he just wasn't riding particularly well, and it had to be very frustrating, and Bill stuck with him because, in my opinion, for years, he was as good a rider as there was around here. He may not have gotten as many of the flashier mounts as some other riders, but he was a very, very good rider. And he just went through sort of a tough period. He wasn't riding well, but Bill stuck with him. And since he kind of got out of that funk, he's ridden as well as he can ride, and he's a good rider, a bit better than a good rider.
We know the Classic is going to determine a lot. You look at that resume, is this the horse of the year right now?
I mean, he's mounting them together. The other guys have been trading punches. You know, the Sierra Leones, the Fiercenesses, they've been trading punches with each other. So, yeah, I mean, I think if he goes on to win the Classic, hands down.
Oh, he's a
He accomplished
he wins the Classic.
Something no other horse in the history of the sport has. So a Derby, Belmont, Jim Dandy Travers.
Yeah, I look at the ex-Jim Dandy. A lot of horses have won the Derby and the Belmont and the Travers, and so I don't know. The Jim Dandy throws it into a different place for me.
Still
I think
fifth ever only to pull off Derby, Belmont,
No, I get
Travers.
it. He's good. There's no denying. He's very good. But Javier's probably thinking, I rode a horse for the same connections, ran the Darley Silks, named Bernardini, that I would love to have a chance of vintage Bernardini to go against Sovereignty. Now, that would have been a matchup.
The other exciting part about Sovereignty, too, is I think that all signs point to we'll see him next year.
I hope so. I take nothing for granted in this game.
I understand.
I hope so. I agree with you. I'd love to see him next
12
year.
minutes to post in this third coming up. That's your favorite right now. One of two in here for Linda Rice. Let's go to Acacia.
And I'll talk about the two runners for Linda Rice in here, starting off with the 7, A Little Bit Naughty. I did think that last time out just really looked like a horse that needed a race off the layoff. She did get very hot last time. She's warm in the paddock again today. It's just kind of how she is, but she's not quite as washy and agitated as she was last time. It is a little bit cooler, but sometimes when you do see horses acting like that, when they come off the bench, it just really indicates that they need a start. And I thought that she ran pretty well when being kind of mid-pack, looking like she took a little bit of time to get going in her stride, and then was pretty game holding off another foe coming on to get third that day. So second off the bench, I think she makes a lot of sense. She gets blinkers on, 3/4 cup, which Linda Rice typically does use as far as her equipment is concerned. So certainly one that I think makes sense. She's had quite a few chances, but only once against Maiden Claiming Company. Linda Rice's other runner, the number 11, Trinity River, takes a drop in class for the first time, as this is one who's been knocking on the door both on turf and on dirt. And I know that you look at the figures on turf in her first 3 starts of her career, and you can say that they are a bit slow for what she's going to face in here. But with natural progression, as the 7 is a filly taking on the boys, the 11 Trinity River is a he. Taking on back to the turf, you'll see some natural progression from 2 to 3, and I would imagine that would put him kind of squarely where you need to be. Now, you might notice that he has the pony with him. They're making up the tack separately. This has always been a horse that is tricky to get the saddle on. In the past, they've had to saddle him on the walk. He's been really, really tricky and tough, and looking like they're doing it in the stall with him blocked in by the pony. As of now, knock on wood, he's been acting very, very well. I love him getting back on turf. I've always felt that physically he's built more like a turf horse. Being out by Air Force Blue, it does make sense, and I like the way that he's acting today as well. Taking a look at the number 9, Make Your Moment. This horse does have early speed. Another one that can kind of lose his race before it begins, and that he in the past has gotten pretty revved up in the paddock, anxious, especially in the gate as well. They've kept him quiet here in the paddock. He has cotton in his ears, as Ray Handel will typically do. He's incredibly fit coming in, and this is the most settled I've probably ever seen Make Your Moment, as he's acting very professionally thus far. We'll keep an eye on him as they get closer to the gate, and especially as they load, but I think if he can conserve some of that energy, that will certainly help, as he does have that early foot. Greg?
All right, thank you, Acacia. We are trying to figure out why there was all this money on the 7, A Little Bit Naughty. He was certainly a major player in the race, but hard to see this one as a 9 to 5 type of player, JK.
Yeah, I mean, I can try to spin a tail. The horse has been running in maiden special weights, has some pretty good performances, nothing great, has had a lot of opportunities. Came in off of a break since, May, and ran well, closing into a slow pace for maiden 50. I'm trying very hard.
He ran fine last time for Linda, and good enough to win here. I think, though, obviously it's crazy. I think he's 9 to 5 in the 9, for instance, to 6 to 1. I don't understand that. And one of the reasons is short price is Linda's other horse, Trinity River, who you'd have to expect would be favored with a scratch of the 6, is not taking any money at all. And that's a bad sign for Linda Rice horses. When she's live, they run. When she's not, they often don't. Linda Rice, for what it's worth, and this horse has not run since January, 180 days to 360-day layoffs, basically 6 to 12 months, turf routes. She's 0 for 14. It's not a huge sample size, but there were a lot of short prices in there, and this horse sort of fits the bill. So I think the money on that, and the lack of money on that horse is probably the reason that a little bit naughty is a short price. But I don't think anybody up here is interested in taking 9 to 5 and a little bit naughty. I'd be very interested in booking a little 9 to 5 and a little bit naughty.
Well, it's weird. In the double, a little bit naughty is the favorite. The second choice is the 11, but in the pick 3, Trinity River, the 11 is the favorite.
I'm not going to miss the bees. I'm going to say that. I'm not going to miss the bees. I'm going to miss everything else about Saratoga except the bees.
They've made life a little difficult on the set.
We rarely have bees in the set at Aqueduct, though we do have some pigeons. And Acacia is not a fan of pigeons. So while it's annoying, I get a little bit of pleasure watching how annoyed she gets.
It has been not quite as bad, though, the bee problem as in years past.
No, it is not. I love bees. I love the idea. I love honey, and I like what bees do. They're just going to be a little, they're a little bit, you know, they come on a little strong at times, you know. They don't like to give us a lot of space.
Post parade coming up here for this third. Mile and a 16th on the turf. Mandatory pay pick 5 in this third. You can play right there at Naira Bets on cue. Well done to the booth. And go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, go ahead. No, go ahead. Sorry.
I just was going to bring up race 6. It seems like a very difficult, whatever sequence you're using with that 6 race, that turf sprint, New York Red's maiden special is difficult.
It is a tough race. It is a very hard race. I picked the 9 in there. I went outside with 9-10, 9-10-1, but I don't know. Hard to know.
It's hard. It feels like there's a negative for every horse. You know, the workout reports, the ones that you think might be live, negative. You know, the horse in the La Verdad family for Linda Rice, that feels like a dirt horse. It's very tricky.
And I'm not sure how much the board's going to help you because turf sprints, 2-year-olds, can be not so helpful. I want to go back to the 2 here, Salt Spartan. This horse has a significant pedigree. The dam won, a 92 buyer in the turf. She won over $90,000. There's 4 horses to try the turf. 3 of them won. They ran buyer figures in the 70s, and I think we can both say that a 70 buyer would make very tough in this race. Classic Empire's a 10% sire, but he's a pioneer of the Nile, so, you know, it's not a negative. And what I don't like is that this horse has been at Finger Lakes the whole summer, and Dave originally had this horse, Donk. Why would you run at Finger Lakes knowing the turf is probably the right surface? But then again, in this field at 16-1, this horse is playable.
Yeah, I thought this was a horse you had to have. Very interesting is for the points you brought up. Here's Carlin contention, Jimmy Ryerson.
I love Jimmy. This one's trying the turf. Is a half to a few turf winners, but they were on the cheaper side.
So here's the sprinter stretching out Andy was just talking about with that turf pedigree for David Donk.
Yeah, he's got on his green and black silks. That should make Dave Donk happy.
Heard a Jets preview this morning. It's not a great outlook for the season, though. Alfred Bellows, start number 2, blinkers on.
I bet a few dollars on this horse and picked him. He had a magical mystery tour trip first time out and gets a rider switch to Joel Rosario.
Pre-trial statement, Lisa Bardkowski taking money.
Yeah, horse did have a trip last time, but I've always heard there's no trips in slow races.
Ragazzo Doro, Javier Castellano for Bruce Brown.
Listen, I wouldn't dismiss anybody here, but this horse probably has to get better. Just hasn't really progressed. The race tree back is not terrible.
Here's the favorite one, a 2 for Linda Rice, a little bit naughty.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think this is a crazy short price here, but did run well enough last time that I could see the horse winning. I just don't like it.
Blinkers on, Blue Pill.
Yeah, this horse might need Neo and Morpheus to help him get this race won.
Make your moment, 6-1, Ray Handel, Romero Mirage.
Well, I don't understand why this horse is 6-1 and the 7 is 2-1. This horse consistently runs better figures than that horse.
Powered by Cole, interesting, with Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, another one who he's got some okay races, does come running, just kind of hard to trust.
Trinity River, the other Linda Rice, Cold on the board on the comeback.
Yeah, I mean, this horse is just not getting bet, even at 7-2. It's almost like a friend of mine used to call it guppy money. You know, horse that's quiet in the board that should be favored, and the late money sort of comes in. People go, oh, look at this one. It's a bigger price. And the racetrack, man, if it looks really juicy, it usually isn't.
And then Cara Dia Mejor on the outside. Any shot, 36-1?
I just don't like stretch outs drawn on the outside. You know you're probably going to lose ground, which is not good for a horse stretching out. And you know you're not going to get any cover. Also probably not great for a horse stretching out.
All right, so Andy, you went to the 3.
Yes.
Would you like?
Well, I mean, in this race, I think we can all agree you can get a little creative with somebody, and this feels like a race where I don't think we're going to be surprised when some horse wins that doesn't look very good on paper. Now, granted, the 3 did not do a lot of running in that first race, but had a crazy wide trip and no chance. And it's a big rider change to Joel Rosario. Gets blinkers on. And I just want to give this horse a chance in a race where I don't want to bet the short prices in here. I think the 4 is a little interesting. I think the 2 is a little interesting. But I want to take a shot with this one. Not a huge bet, but just the kind of horse I want to make a small bet on.
I'm going to go with the Guppy horse on the outside, the 11, or almost to the outside. I will say that when you're looking at a race like this with some horses that, are all kind of reaching to try to find something, Trinity Rivers, 2-year-old races, the turf races, those numbers aren't too far off of what some of these horses have been doing. And this horse hasn't had a chance really to run all year. Horse has been training up to this, and I'm thinking that if they can just make just a baby improvement, it could go a long way.
Alfred Bellows, named after a character on I Dream of Jeannie. Let's go to Acacia for more.
And I do think that this is a horse with the potential to run better second time out. As Andy mentioned, did not have an ideal trip last time out. Was bumped at the start, dropped back, then got super headstrong, just never comfortable in the running of that race. So blinkers going on, just a short cup. Also, I thought first time out, he looked really light and just lacking a lot of muscle mass. He has strengthened from first to second start, which I appreciate. You definitely see a move forward from a physical perspective with this horse who was far off the pace, where inexperience wired and just pulled away from that field. The number 2, Salt Spartan, yes, does have tons of turf pedigree. Damn 2-time turf winner, 2 siblings winning on the grass. This one I saw, I haven't seen since his debut, in fact, since he was up at Finger Lakes. And in that first race, a horse that just was so green, could not focus on anything. Talking about the 2 now, and seeing him here mentally, as you would anticipate, he really has come along. I don't mind him switching to the turf. I think that that's to his benefit. I just really question the distance. He is smaller, he's compact, he's stout, he's built so much more like a sprinter, but he looks like a turf horse, and he is the epitome of health and the way that he's turned out, warming up really well. So I would be more inclined if this was a sprint, but I am curious to see what he does switching surfaces at a big price, Greg.
17-1. David Donk runner, and JK brought up a good point in Donk's favorite colors.
Well, Joe Bucci, the owner, those are his colors. Had him for years. Bobby Barbera used to train for him going back a few years. Hope Bobby's doing well wherever he is. And listen, this is the kind of horse it's easy to bet a few dollars on. Got the pedigree. It bothers me a little that they sent the horse to Finger Lakes. Maggie was even saying when talking horses today that she thought she talked to Dave about this horse last year, and he said, want to get the horse in the turf. So then why did the horse spend the entire Saratoga meeting up at Finger Lakes where they don't have a turf course? That kind of bothers me a little bit. But at this price, he just went from like 16 or 17 to 12.
17-1 to 12-1.
Yeah.
It's the power of Andy.
Could bode well for the Jets going forward. Jets, what's the over-under on Jets wins? Do you know?
It's not high, I'll say that.
Don't we like to root for the Jets, though, because they just don't win? And how can you not root for Dave Donk's favorite team?
I don't think you're going to look at anyone who has a team and get any sympathy.
I don't have a team, so I'll root for Dave. I do watch occasionally one football game a year, maybe, probably not. I'm just waiting for baseball, get back, watch my Mets, who are really difficult to take at this point.
Scored like 20 runs the other night, didn't they?
And then they scored about 10 the next 3 games or something.
2-1 favorite, a little bit naughty. Linda Rice, the stablemate who we all expected to be the favorite, slowly coming down the 11, 3-1. From that second to outside post. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with this third from Saratoga.
Here's Powered by Cole coming up. Trinity River will be next. Pre-trial statement has loaded. Ragazzo de Oro. Cada Dia Mejor will be the last one. Cada Dia Mayor going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it's pre-trial Statement sprinting out for the early lead. Trinity River has some good early interest, as does Powered by Cole. And just inside of them, Make Your Moment is a close-up fourth as they move into the first turn. That group is followed by Salt Spartan, who's riding the hedge in fifth, 4 lengths off the lead. It's another 2 to Cada de Mayor. Alfred Bellows had to steady just a touch and is doing so now. 6 lengths off the lead and quite headstrong. It's a gap of 7 lengths to the filly, A Little Bit Naughty, who is racing 3 lengths clear of Carlin Contention as they straighten up for the run down the backstretch. Blue Pill just went by that rival, and Ragazza d'Oro is at the back of the field. The opening quarter was quick as they run down the backstretch, and it is pre-trial Statement showing the way, leading by 3/4 of a length, prompted by Trinity River in second. Make Your Moment, Powered by Cole, still the top 4. Just in behind them. On the inside, Alfred Bellows has been tugging the whole way and is racing 6 lengths off the lead as they move around the far turn. Salt Spartan, Cada Dia Mayor is outside of them as they get toward the quarter pole. And now moving up, A Little Bit Naughty in the green silks has 10 to make up. Blue Pill is next. Carlin Contention second to last. Ragazza d'Oro has been at the back throughout. Pre-trial Statement turns for home, still in front, 1.5 lengths. Pursued by Make Your Moment. Salt Spartan is coming through a narrow opening along the inside. And also A Little Bit Naughty is coming fast along the inside too. Pre-trial Statement, A Little Bit Naughty is really taking off. Pre-trial Statement, and on the outside, Salt Spartan. Salt Spartan, what a driving finish. It's a close photo between A Little Bit Naughty and pre-trial Statement. It's another photo. There was a battle way behind them for 4th.
Salt Spartan getting on turf for the first time. Give Jose Gomez some real credit here.
Gave the horse a great ride. Cutting the corner, coming in the stretch was a huge benefit. Not going through on the inside, even though the 7 came through on the inside late. The 2 wasn't going inside, and Jose was able to get out and go to the outside and get it done. And we talked about this horse's pedigree. It's an interesting horse, and happy for Dave Donk. And I'm going to tell you right now, I think that adds a win to the Jet season. That horse win. What do you think?
Jose Gomez rode that horse like he had won 7 Eclipse Awards, right? He sat inside, he was comfortable, he waited, he was patient. When the inside kind of closed, he took out and just stayed busy on the horse and got there. It was a very patient ride.
I like Jose as a rider, but you know, he comes to Saratoga and he just can't get the business. If he was riding at Monmouth and Parks on those days, he could be the best rider down there. He's that talented a rider. And, you know, I wish him well. I'm happy, you know, I like him. But I just wonder if he's a rider that would benefit from riding where he could get more live mounts and make more money for himself. You know, as I've learned in my advanced age, you're only young once. And he needs to take advantage of it. And coming here in the summer, and you know his skills, but he's not getting the mounts that are going to be able to win for him. And I just wish that he'd go somewhere where he could win more races, because he's a good rider, a really nice guy.
This race to perfection.
He did, and if he could get the opportunities at those tracks, I just think he's a rider that would dominate down there, or at least be very successful. And you know, if he ends up coming up here, you know, he does well enough to try it, that's one thing. But I'd hate to see him, you know, going to a track where he rides here all winter and he wins summer and he wins 2-3 races. He can ride. He rode Credit Worthy very well the other day.
I was just going to say, I apologize if you had brought it up, but yeah, you got an opportunity for Chad Brown on Credit Worthy, that win, and now this, where he was a difference maker for that man right there, David Donk, to get this win.
He was, and this was an interesting horse, talking about the pedigree, and boy, I'll tell you one thing. The lack of real support for the number 11, Trinity River, could not have been more significant. By the way, they did not go 21.91 in the first quarter. I get a lot of things wrong. I'm going to bet you I didn't get that one wrong. You want to take the other side of that bet, Jonathan, for a few thousand?
I'm with you. No, I'm with you.
Well, rides like this, they're going to start getting this young man more mounts. Good for Jose Gomez.
He's a good rider.
12-1 here.
He's a good rider, but he's the 12th or 13th man in this room in a colony full of Hall of Famers. And I want to see him do well, and I think he could just do well, especially this time of the year. He wants to ride here in the winter, that's another story. But And the winter colony is going to be very strong. He's too good a rider to win as few races as he does during the course of a year. Is that fair?
Learning lessons, though. We're seeing him evolve and get better as a talented rider. That was a great ride from him here in race 3. We're going to take a timeout. We'll continue to count down the top moments of the meet. How about the fastest 2-year-old in the sport for our colleague Tom Amoss? It's our time. 17-plus length debut win. We'll be back.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Keeland, Ice Cream You Scream, AG Bullet, and Fian, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live as we see that newly painted Travers canoe enjoying its time in the infield lake, as I'm pleased to be joined by trainer Dave Donk. We were just discussing football, switching over to horses here. Dave, I know you're well decked out in your green colors, and it turns out that Salt Spartan liked the green as well, getting onto the turf.
Yeah, I thought he would. You know, I'd said it to Joe and them. You know, the mother, even the second dam was by theatrical. There's pedigree there. You know, he showed that when we trained in the morning, a little bit of ability. So, you know, those kind, you just got to get him to the right surface and the right distance.
He warmed up so nicely. I was a little bit concerned about the distance, but he dug in there, stretching out for the first time, too.
Yeah, you know, by Classic Empire, horse that trains like he'd want a route of ground versus a sprint. So, you know, he's not that quick. So these kind of think they're better off stretching out, especially on the turf. So it worked out well.
Jose Gomez did a really good job with him, too, saving ground and then, like I said, fighting down to the wire.
Yeah, listen, it's great for those guys. Jose rides a lot for me. A lot of horses that really probably can't win. We're hoping to get a check. You know, I just told him in the paddock, you know, I think he'll like the grass, be aggressive the first part of the race.
And he certainly rode to instructions. So congratulations to him and to you as well.
Thanks, guys. And happy for everybody at Saratoga. It's been a phenomenal meet, and thanks to all the fans.
Couldn't have said it better. Greg?
They're very nice of David Donk. We always like to see him do well. Tremendous horseman and a good person as well, and making the right move, moving this one to the grass, going long.
Dave is in a lot of ways one of the more impressive trainers in the game. He's never going to have a barn full of horses that are, expensive and going in a lot of stake races, but year in and year out, he delivers, and that's a hard thing to do. I have so much respect. You talk about a guy like Dave, you talk about Bruce Levine and different trainers that have been successful on this circuit for a long, long time. And Dave worked for Woody Stevens, obviously, and it is a hard thing to do, to win consistently. And Dave wins, Bruce wins, and there's a lot of trainers I'm not mentioning. It's not easy.
Race 4, 20 minutes away. Mile inner turf, starter optional claiming group coming up, and another incredibly difficult race as the board reflects. Lache Safi Joseph Jr. at a very mild 7-2 for favoritism in here.
I don't know about you guys, but I don't think you could find a more wide open race than this. I'm guessing for a few bucks with the 10, Printer's Alley. I don't know if either of you have much idea with this one. I looked at this horse and thought, little turf pedigree, and what is he doing here?
Yeah,
if not to come up to try to win.
It's a wide open spot. I actually like the horse that was 7-1 as well, the 5, Desperate Proposal with Johnny Velasquez.
Should get pace to close into today as opposed to last time out. I'm going to use that horse too, John. I'm with you.
And also eligible to get in, willing to risk it all. Very dangerous in here.
100%. 100%.
Outside post. We're continuing to count down the top moments of the meet. Let's do it.
What an awesome performance from It's Our Time. He's going to win by the length of the stretch. It's Our Time by close to 15 lengths. Ewing by 2 lengths close to home, and what a spectacular display from Ewing. He is special indeed. Tommy Joe has built up a commanding 5-length lead. But it's all about Tommy Joe. Tommy Joe rocks in the spinaway.
Wow, these 2-year-olds, this is one of the things we love so much about this meet. Future stars being unveiled, and we saw a few of them for our colleague Tom Amos. He is loaded with his 2-year-olds, JK.
Yeah, I've said it 100 times. The best part about Saratoga is this. Is knowing that at any day you could see a horse that could end up being a future superstar. And I think that we have a couple, especially in It's Our Time for Tom Amos. One of the most remarkable 2-year-old debuts I've ever seen. I know that you don't like to compare too many to Uncle Mo, but that's in the same arena if you ask me.
Tommy Joe sensational as well in the spinaway. And there's going to be a major big start next for all these 2-year-olds before they get to the Breeders' Cup. We'll see what she does. But right now, you got to think she is the favorite for that division.
Yeah, she is right now. And she's been terrific. I don't mean this as a knock in any way. I just want to see what happens. A lot of racing left to come. And, I think in the filly division, she's the best one we've seen this summer. I think, and I have respect for the horse and the hopeful, and they may end up being Breeders' Cup winners. They may end up winning the Kentucky Derby. But I think the better 2-year-old maiden winners we've seen today are not in the hopeful, and we'll see them down the road and see what they do.
Hopeful still to come later on the card. We'll continue to count down the top moments as well. And how about this for JK? Heading to Claiborne to inspect the yearlings before they head off to their sales. We'll be back.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife.
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
At Saratoga Racecourse, the history runs beyond the racetrack itself. Behind the grandstand lies the backyard. It's a shaded area filled with picnic tables. It's been a fan favorite for generations. Early morning, the ritual begins. When the gates open, fans rush inside, not for seats in the clubhouse or the grandstand, but for one of these 700 picnic tables throughout the backyard. Tablecloth, a blanket, even a chair thrown on top is enough to claim it for the day. Shortly after the gates open for the races, the backyard is buzzing. The tables are ready for the action ahead. They're filled with families, friends, and celebrations galore. Now, as post time approaches, fans make the short walk to the paddock to see the athletes prepare for their chance at history. The gates open, the backyard comes alive, and cheers move through these hallowed grounds. The backyard isn't just where people watch races, it's where they build memories. At Saratoga, the backyard is more than tradition. It's home.
Welcome to Saratoga!
Live look. Who's handling our drone coverage?
I don't know. I'm trying to see if I'm trying to see it. Oh, I see it
Spencer
right now.
being told. You can see it?
Yeah, I can actually see the drone over there.
Great shot right there of one of the coveted areas with those picnic tables. Here on closing day, fans getting one last opportunity to spend the summer here before we put the clock on till the countdown for 2026.
Oh, it's already on.
I feel like we have to run the last race before we can do that, but it's okay.
I'm sure some have it already on. Somebody emailed me a really nice email last night talking about it. He said, after the meet's over, we spend the next 10 months waiting for the meet to start. Did not disagree with him one bit.
12 minutes from this fourth. Favored at 4-1 to tell you how difficult this one is. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, this is a tricky race for sure. As we'll start towards the outside with the number 11, Lachase for Saffie Joseph Jr. as this one is stepping up in company, but making the second start off of a significant layoff, as I haven't seen this horse since the fall of 2023, after which point he was sidelined and then came back in a race at Colonial in July of 2025. So definitely you would imagine a horse that has the opportunity to take a step forward, second off the bench, just missed last time, kind of running on a little bit late in there. This is definitely an improvement though from the way that this horse used to look. One that I just felt towards the end of 2023 had not really kind of gone on much. It was very nervous, had lost a lot of conditioning. He looks sensational here. He looks strong. He's carrying great weight and flesh. Excellent coat on him, as is always the case with all of the horses coming from Saffie's barn. He's sharp, but not over the top in here. physically he certainly is one of the standouts. So curious to see what he will do now making the second start off that extended layoff. Taking a look at a couple of others in here, the number 3, Ennistown. I was very interested in him last time when that race was scheduled for the turf because he had been gelded before that last race, or at some point in the summer, coming back before those last couple of starts at Colonial. And last time, while he ran on the dirt and he had run well on the dirt before, I really felt that he still looks so much more like a turf horse. So while he was able to wire the field and break his maiden, coming back here, he goes back to the grass, which I think he should appreciate. He has a turf hoof to him. And furthermore, since they gelded him, he has improved so much mentally and physically. So I will be curious to see what he can do getting back onto the grass in here. This is a horse that I've kind of watched develop, and this is the best that he has looked, and coming in off of a win where he was able to control. As the number 5, Desperate Proposal, speed is not his game. The gate in the start has been his Achilles heel. They tried blinkers on him last time. It was just a shortcut cheater blinker. They come right off, as it did not help with him getting out cleanly and getting himself into the race a little bit more. 2 starts back when I saw him, he was acting up really badly, particularly saddling. He was antsy in the gate, and I think that the idea was to kind of put those blinkers on, see if that would give him a little bit more focus. And Manny Franco, who was aboard that day, gave him an aggressive warm-up, and still none of that helped to kind of bring it around with a better start. He looks good once again. I will say I think that he was a little bit stronger looking last time, but he's one of those horses that's a little bit more angular, lighter in his hind end, and I think as a result has maybe a little bit of trouble pushing off. He's also very long in his body and in his frame, and probably takes up a lot of space in the starting gate. So John Velasquez climbing back aboard, who rode him 2 starts back the last time he raced without blinkers, and we'll see if that's the magic formula to help this horse break a little bit better and not leave himself with so much to do. Greg?
All right, thank you, Acacia. We'll have the post parade when we come back. Race 4. 9 minutes to post. Starts a middle pick 4. Stay with us.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Back with you on our Labor Day coverage, closing day of the meet from Saratoga. It's brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun, all in for Mohegan. What a race we have coming up. Extremely competitive. 4-1 is your favorite. Mile over the inner turf, starter optional, claiming field. We'll have the post parade coming up in a moment.
4-1, 6-1, 5-1, 9-2, 9-2. I mean, this race is absolutely wide open. It does seem to be a race that could feature a quick pace. I think Global Prosperity is a horse that has a chance. Number 4, who's a bit of a price. I'm betting on the 10, Printer's Alley, though. This horse has turf pedigree, and I looked at this one and said, this horse came up here with intention. That's my guess.
Jack Sisterson, former Pletcher horse. But yeah, stretched out, went on synthetic, and broke his maiden. As we get set for our post parade coming up, as they come down Champions Way, and we'll start with the entry in here. Post 4 for the less highly regarded half of the entry, My Life Story, Flavien Prat.
Yeah, stretches out, has run going longer before without success, not my cup of tea.
And the half of this entry that's getting bet here, willing to risk it all, Rick Dutrow Jr. barn.
The problem with this horse, besides the ridiculous 3-1, is at 1 for 19 with 5 seconds and 4/3. This horse runs like a horse with that record. He is a bit of a refuser.
There's the 2 at 23-1. Ready, set, twirl.
Was a little aggressive last time, stretching out for the first time. We'll need to relax a little bit more here today.
Rail to Ennistown.
Yeah, Acacia had some good things to say about this one. I preferred others, but I'm not knocking anyone here.
Yeah, here's Global Prosperity, Jenna Antonucci.
Yeah, another one who will be stretching out. I don't like when stretch outs draw inside like this.
Desperate Proposal, blinkers off.
Has absolutely no speed, but figures to get a lot more pace than he got last time.
One race experiment with the blinkers, by the way. The 7 went by hands of time, drops down.
I think he's a major player here.
Yeah, 5-1. Middle market, Christopher Elliott.
Ran well off the claim last time for Marcelo Arenas. Had a nice win yesterday.
Here's Printer's Alley, what Andy had brought up.
Some tactical speed, getting on the grass for the first time after the synthetic run last time.
Well, Chase, I thought, might vie for favoritism.
I think really is, and lost to a nice horse in Mr. Flowers last time. Is absolutely a player in this race.
English Castle wants to use his speed. Ricardo Santana Jr.
Feels like the poster child for last time was the time. Got loose, slow pace. I don't project that to happen here again today.
This is a little bit tougher field than he beat at 3-5 last time.
All right, so Printer's Alley. It's going to be the first time on the lawn, Andy. Moving to the barn of Jack Sisterson.
I mean, the dam was 0 for 2 in the turf, not that good. She did produce a turf winner, though, that ran okay. And, you know, one on synthetic, I don't know what that actually means. It's just, I'm looking at this horse and thinking, man, this horse has been working down at Palm Meadows, and they're shipping all the way up to Saratoga for this race on closing day. They wouldn't be doing this if they thought the horse had no chance. It's not a horse they're dropping, trying to lose. And I just kind of thought it was an interesting stranger in this race, in a race that's highly competitive and very tough to pick a winner.
Take a look at LaChase, Safi Joseph Jr. And came back off a long time away. Hadn't been seen since October 2023. Returns at Colonial Downs in a 50 non-winners at 2 life claiming race. Just misses.
Yeah, and lost horse Mr. Flowers we've seen run well before and is absolutely a player in here. I mean, I can't knock this horse.
Dylan Davis will be aboard, reportedly. Pretty big work, too, according to the DRF clock report coming in.
All right.
5-1 right now.
Yeah,
you would think is going to benefit, right, JK, from that start coming back all that time away and move forward?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you're supposed to take a step forward off of that. You know, and also Safi's first run with the horse. You can learn a little bit more about the horse, what they can maybe adjust or change. And look, I always loved Runaway Rumor as well, so in that family.
Fair price at 5-1, I'll say that.
Let's go back to Acacia.
And taking a look at a part of the entry start, sorry, I'm trying to find it as they're buried in the middle of the field. The plain one, My Life Story, stretching back out in distance for a horse that has had some success sprinting, but early on in his career actually was effective going a bit longer. The thing is that he's not really built like a horse that wants to go longer. I have noticed that the progeny of Demarchelier do tend to be a little bit on the smaller and more compact side. It's just that this horse is so laid back. His demeanor would certainly suggest that he should be able to handle more distance. And as I mentioned, towards the beginning of his career, he was able to run longer as well. I do wonder now if him kind of having run against some decent turf sprinters, he will be a little bit more involved stretching out than he was the last time he went longer. Overall, from just a physical perspective, he looks sensational. The number 10, who you guys were talking about in Printer's Alley, getting onto the turf for the first time. Well, yes, the dam was over 2 on the grass. She did finish second in one of those turf races, so she was able to handle it. This one looks like a turf horse. Did act up quite a bit out of the post parade when Luis Saez took him away from the pony, started kind of crow hopping and jumping all over the place, and Louis looked back over and he said, nope, I want to go back over and link back up with the pony again, trying to keep this guy quiet. And that seems to have done the trick, seeming kind of having almost like a security blanket, a coach next to him in that pony, an older, quiet horse, and keeping him more settled, but a little bit more angular in his build, certainly built like a horse that should appreciate getting onto the grass at 8-1, and what I thought was a really wide open race, Greg.
It is wide open, no question. This is a fun one here in this fourth to start a pick 4.
And the public somehow has decided that it's the 1's race to lose, and I assume they're betting the 1-8 because the 1, at least on paper, is very hard to make in here, whereas the 1A, this horse's hang job last race was kind of epic. And this was 1 for 19, hasn't won a race in the last 2 years of racing for a barn that's been very cold with a far outside post. This is a wacky entry at 5-2. Win or lose, this is a massive underlay. Do you disagree?
Yeah, I mean, these two horses I didn't necessarily need. I mean, I feel like a lot of times what happens is they both just get a little bit overbet because you get both of them.
Well, fortunately, entries are going away soon, which is a great thing for horse players. And about time, every other state, you barely see entries. We run way too many of them. So it's good to be able to pick and choose. If you like the 1 here and you're getting 5-2, you can't bet. And even at 1A, I think this is wacky. Win or lose, I think this is crazy.
Here we go, mile on the turf in this starter optional claiming group, the entry. And more so because of willing to risk it all on the outside with Jose Ortiz, favorite at 5-2. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Several left to load still. Here's Printer's Alley. My Life Story. Lachaise going in. Ready, Set, Twirl will be next. English Castle. And Willing to Risk It All. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Golden Prosperity is going to the front. Hands of Time has good early interest. And on the outside, English Castle joins the fray with Printer's Alley in the mix too. Now, Golden Prosperity will back off that pace battle up top. And just in behind them comes Ready, Set, Twirl on the inside. It's another 2 back to Lachaise, racing on the outside of Ennistown. My Life Story steadied a couple of spots, passed by entry mate Willing to Risk It All. The 2 trailers are Middle Market, and Desperate Proposal is at the back of the field. The quarter in 24 seconds flat. It's Hands of Time in front. English Castle alongside second. It's 2 more back to Global Prosperity in third. Then comes Printer's Alley, has to get closer on the inside fourth. Inside of him comes Ready, Set, Twirl fifth. 5 lengths off the lead. Lachaise is next, followed by Ennistown, Willing to Risk It All. Then comes My Life Story toward the back of the field with Desperate Proposal in middle market, 48-4, hands of time. English Castle on the outside up to take the lead. Printer's Alias 3 wide coming after the top pair in third. Ready, set, twirl. Yellow Cap angling to the outside. La Chaise is next. And moving through on the inside, Ennistown with a dangerous bid with 1 furlong to go. Printer's Alley right on even terms with English Castle. Global Prosperity outside of them, and Ennistown up the fence. Global Prosperity on the outside, surging late. Global Prosperity under a perfect ride from Javier Castellano. Ennistown was second. Multiple horse photo for third.
Global Prosperity, Javier Castellano stretching out Jenna Antonucci.
This horse is running real turf races going long. Finished behind Assertiveness in Dublin's Night. Super Times in Candytown, who won the other day. Got an absolutely flawless ride by Javier Castellano, saving ground, angling out in the stretch and getting it done. My 10 had every shot to get it done, and unfortunately could not get second.
This team, they've had some great moments up here.
She's had an amazing meal. This is her 6th win.
Travers win with Arcangelo. 11-1.
Was Ennistown, the rail, I think, second.
Yeah, it was a confident ride by Javier. I mean, he stayed in there for a long time and waited to get out. And it's not always easy to do. This horse was stretching out, been sprinting in previous races, and obviously got enough foundation from those sprint races to set up nicely for this mile and a 16.
2 of this horse's 3 turf sprint routes were actually solid and has been improving. It's a havable horse. But it was just a very, very, very contentious race. I tried my 10. I thought I was Gin turning for home. He seemed to be powering up there, and he just couldn't get by the horses in front of him. And this horse got the right ride and got it done. Nice job. Great meet for Jenna.
4-3, 12-10. Global Prosperity stretching back out. Had been long on the grass before, but the last 3 outings all sprinting on the lawn.
I'm thinking a lot of
that maiden breaker.
A lot of players may be saying, "I'm glad this race wasn't in the pick 6." Some may be saying they wish it was.
One more look over top.
Just a great ride by Javier. Got that position, used it to full benefit.
11-1 upset. Global Prosperity with the win in this 4th. We're going to take a timeout. Prices for you when we come back. We'll bring you the 5th, set it up. When we return, stay with us.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside.
Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass. Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome. Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to 4-time leading New York sires Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 Sun Provocateur and top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
Now's the time to subscribe to the Naira Bets YouTube channel. Join Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro for stakes previews, in-depth analysis, and handicapping strategy and tutorials. Subscribe to and like Naira Bets on YouTube.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back with you on Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. 4-3, 12-10 in the fourth. Stretching out. Global Prosperity. Jenna Antonucci and Javier Castellano, Team Arcangelo. At double-digit odds.
Just a sensational trip and ride by Javier. Nice to see him get it done.
Difficult race we knew going in, and provides a big number here. Let's go to Acacia.
Jenna Antonucci here with me. We're sliding out of the fan for the hair angle to get the right one here. But Jenna, as far as Global Prosperity stretching out, this just seems to be more than anything a horse that's improving.
Yeah, he's obviously off of a gelding. We talked about that last time when he got it done. And so, you know, we had thought he wanted more ground when he was a younger horse. And then we did his little mind-altering procedure, and he got it done a little bit shorter. And then we just really wanted to get more ground for him. And Javier gave him a really pretty ride. I asked him to try not to get to the front with him. Obviously coming out of a sprint, a little bit of a concern, but he got that trip for him today.
It really did give him a beautiful ride in there. And we've seen you and Javier obviously team up for some big wins together, of course, with Arcangelo. But kind of with everything, I mean, he seems to really just have so much confidence in you and vice versa.
And that's right, that's the biggest part. And you just need sometimes a rider to trust in you and believe in you. And we don't have 1,000 horses to train, so sometimes you just need that to click with a rider, and we've been very fortunate this meet. We've had an exceptional meet. I'm so proud of the team. Not going to get upset about it, but I'm so happy for the team, for all the team, whether they're here in Kentucky or in Florida. Everyone's been working so hard, and it's showing.
And as you said, not to make you emotional, but you really have been a force with a limited number of starters. It has to be really meaningful, too, at a meet like this to be standing that ground.
Absolutely. I mean, like I said, it means so much. Every horse and every start means so much to everyone that works in our group. And so we don't have the numbers to everyone to not be intentional. And so it means a lot.
Tremendous meet. Congratulations. I think this is your last starter, but congratulations on wrapping it up with a victory.
Thank you so much.
Greg.
25.86 on Global Prosperity. Good for Jenna Antonucci. Great meet.
When I see 9:30, I feel like it's, how's it not 9:31, you know? Superfecta, 86,075 and 86 cents, Jonathan. This is very good for the players. It reduces takeout. It's a very good thing for players.
Let's go to race 5. Mile main track 20 maiden claiming race. So all for sale in here. And career risk. Second time starter. Drop in class. Chad Brown with a rail. 3-1 favorite.
A couple of big scratches here with both the 1 last man standing and the 4 volt. Really do change the complexion of the race. And it makes career risk the possible speed and possible horse to beat. Likely favorite.
Special video for everyone out there watching right now from our Naira Bets social media team. Let's take a look.
What do you got? Where'd you get this? Oh, my signature. That was back in my surfing days.
Really? Where'd you find this? Look at my teeth, okay?
20.
Yeah.
For us.
What the hell?
I don't know how they are. Can you just sign this for me? Oh. Look at this, Mom.
This is actually kind of criminal, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. There you go. I actually can't believe that.
No way. There is no way you find any picture. Oh my God, you did. Oh my God. I was telling Dila, there's no way they find any picture of me. God, look at that. Come on.
Oh, who gave you that picture? That's my picture.
Who gave you that? Who gave you this photo?
It on the internet.
No way. Baby Fari Santana. That's cute. Yeah, I look like my dad.
Yeah,
a little Fari.
Really? Oh! Oh my God! I love it! Yes! That's me! Serious, I love.
That was really fun to see, the shock on the faces seeing these pictures from their youth of these riders. Well done.
Flavia looks just like that. That's easy. That looks just like Flavia. Yeah. I first started this and I thought, why are we showing this? And then I realized it's actually really good.
Now, Romero getting started early in his riding career. Eric Cancel.
Eric Cancel is a dead ringer for Trey Young, the guard for the Atlanta Hawks.
Oh, that's funny.
Really great job by our social media team putting that together. That was a good one.
Like that.
And Mr. Sovereignty right there, Junior Alvarado. We're going to bring you the fifth here momentarily. This 3-year-old filly division obviously was missing a key player in the Alabama. Looked pretty good in the coaching club, American Oaks. Scottish Lassie. Take a look back and talk about what's next for her when we come back.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
We're in the beautiful bluegrass. Well, it's supposed to be beautiful. It's still beautiful even though it's raining. The weather hasn't necessarily been cooperating today, but we are here with Keeland and their sales team doing their inspections of the yearlings, trying to understand where these horses are going to fall, what books they're going to fall in the Keeland September sale. We're going to look at over 100 horses today. It should be a lot of fun. Cormac, talk to me a little bit about this process. What are we doing here these next couple of days?
It's a big process. We're going to see about 65% of the horses that are in the sale. So we're going to see more than 3,000 yearlings in mostly over a 5-week period. What we're trying to do is balance the horses against each other so that we can help in the assignment placement process and put horses where they really belong. You know, this horse is a little bit one of the best by the stallion. It can go forward. These ones are lesser. They should go back a book and sort of work from the wish list into the final catalog process.
And so it's basically you're gathering information to help the sellers understand where they should place their horses. Obviously, you'll make the final call in those situations, but you want to make them happy by putting them where they think their horses need to be.
Yeah, that's the goal, right? So everybody sends in a wish list, so everybody gets a chance to bid for a spot, you know. Then we have to move some horses because we have too many in certain spots. People are trying to buy physicals. What we're determined to do is put the best physicals forward, because when people come in on private jets and they want to come in and book one sort of a slimmed down event, it's not as long, it's not as arduous, it's not end-to-end, day-to-day. It's sort of 2 days where people can come in, really see some fantastic physicals, bid, buy what they like what they buy, and then hopefully stay longer. And so that's where this process really comes into it, is trying to make sure the physicals are forward as much as anything else.
3,000 horses, how long does it take you to do that?
Today we're seeing about just over 100. We might see 105 horses today. That's a busy day. Sometimes it's 50 to 60. It's every day, Monday to Friday for 5 weeks, you know, on 2 teams, right? So it's between 2 teams, so we'll each see about half that number.
Pretty cool experience.
Yeah, it was fun. You know, the Keeland sales invited me to come hang out with them, and we went to Claiborne. We went to Macklemore Hall. We went to Bow Lane Farm, also Woodline Farm, Bow Lane. And it was just fun just to see like the different ways that people do things. But they're all trying to breed fast horses, good-looking horses, good pedigrees, good stallions, good mares, and then get them in the right place in the Keeland sales. There's going to be 4,500 yearlings around that. That are going to be in that sale. So, you know, you don't want to have really good ones late and really, you know, not great ones early. You got to try to put them in spots where you can try to find a diamond in the rough, and they do an unbelievable job over a 6-week period. They go look at like 3,000 horses, take notes on all the horses, then come back, get on a, you know, like a board, like a murder mystery, trying to figure out where these horses go. And it was a very, very extensive process, but it was also a lot of fun.
I trust you were taking notes, and you're going to be an active buyer in some of these sales coming up.
I was just trying to keep my hair dry. I was hanging out. I had a great time. There's some longer versions on my social where Walker Hancock at Claiborne Farm showed some funny pictures of a horse that got out and jumped up on a hay. It's just fun. When you got little baby horses running around, you can't be upset.
Really neat experience. We're going to continue with our top 10 countdown moments of the meet. Here's number 7.
And they're off in the Coaching Club American Oak. Scottish Lassie has opened up and appears to be cruising in the middle of the racetrack. It's Scottish Lassie all alone with a furlong left to go. Immersive is trying to hold second over Dry Powder. A spectacular display from Scottish Lassie, who's in front by 15 lengths. What an amazing effort. Scottish Lassie in the Coaching Club American Oaks.
Scottish Lassie, absolutely sensational. Coaching Club American Oaks passed on the Alabama to the Cotillion, and we could certainly, well, we'd love to see her show up in the distaff and make that even more interesting.
No, and a great win. Actually, the first Grade 1 winner, first grade stakes winner for Jorge Abreu, and now his second, winning second Grade 1. I believe she can run that kind of effort, and she was a very fast 2-year-old as well, that she could be the best 3-year-old filly in the country, but we'll see if she comes back in the Cotillion. I have not looked to see if she's worked recently. I'll take a look and see that.
Yeah, I mean, when you have Scottish Lassie, we saw what Nitrogen did. I'm going to assume that she's going to be somewhere in that top, but maybe not. We'll see. I think both of those 3-year-olds will have something to say about this distaff division towards the end of the year. Torpedo Anna was valiant when she won, but she still has not taken that division by hold where no one else can take it from her.
I agree, but I thought her last race was very good, and I know you did too.
Good.
Scottish Lassie actually worked this morning.
Look at that.
6 furlongs and 113 and 4/5, and she worked 8:24, 8:17, 8:10. So she had a break between 7:13 and 8:10, but she's had 4 works. So I imagine she's on target for the Cotillion.
Race 5, as we said. Let's go to Acacia.
And starting with the horse that will break from the rail, the number 2, Career Risk, who is taking some of the early money here, as this one does get a drop in class and a stretch out in distance. In that debut, he ran against maiden $100,000 claiming type horses, and a first-time starter won in there for Linda Rice. It just seemed like nobody else really had much of a winning desire in there. Now, this was a first or two, and I had written down on debut that he just was so laid back, far too quiet for a sprint race, and just really, to me, did not look like he had any of the intensity that you would want. So I really like the stretch out in distance. I think his demeanor is far better suited to the mile, which he will get today, not to mention a significant drop in class down to the 20,000. Also does look more fit second time out, also gets blinkers on, a short cup blinker going on. So several changes for Career Risk, but I really do think it's the right spot for him. Now, the number 8, Tomorrow's Wish, just a horse that kept catching my eye. Dave Donk looking for another one here. We'll try to get his second win of the day. This is a horse that I actually got really excited when he moved to the turf, because I'd always thought that he looked like a horse who could handle it. Turns out he can't. So he went back to the main track, and that seemed to be just what the doctor ordered. He did run second last time out. The winner there was much the best, but this one held on over the rest of the field. But this is the best that I've seen him look. He's completely dappled out. The picture of health in here, very strong, well muscled, stretching out slightly to the mile. I don't mind for him. I think that he is very interesting, as he did show a big improvement getting back to the main track last time. It was also a wet track. It gets onto a fast track today, which I think he will appreciate. The number 10, Reaction, for Joe Sharp, second off of a layoff, and he had to come back off of a bit of a break, and he was a new gelding returning, but he had to go a mile and an eighth. That's just not an easy thing to do. He finished second that day, distant second to Indy Rags in there, but he ran against a loaded maiden special weight field in his first start, including Camp Hale back in May down at Churchill when sprinting. He's not a sprinter. He definitely wants to go long. Like I said, I feel like after a bit of a break, coming back to the 9 furlongs can be a bit of a tall order. Maybe this is kind of the sweet spot. He's second off of that freshening as well. Also second time as a gelding, which I always like that angle too. He looks sensational, incredibly fit, very well muscled. I think this is the right distance for him, and seeing if he can take another step forward the second time doing all of those things. Greg?
All right, thank you, Acacia. Post-parade coming up shortly, 8 minutes away from this 20 maiden claiming race, and it's Chad Brown with Career Risk, all tied, 31 wins apiece after Todd Pletcher had that upset win earlier on the card. See if he can pull in front here with the favorite.
This horse ran in a much tougher race in his debut, and I also thought he was down in a rail where there's a good chance that you really didn't want to be on the rail that day. So I thought he was compromised by that. I'm putting the blinkers on, stretching out to a mile in this field. He's supposed to be the speed with Flavien Prat, and he's the horse to beat in here. It's just hard to be overly enthused, Jonathan, by anybody in this race.
Oh, it's impossible. Yeah, I mean, I actually thought the one, if they would have made it in, would have been tough.
It was the biggest competition in this race.
I'll tell you what, though, it makes it interesting. Let's not forget here, if you're just joining us, Todd Pletcher tying up Chad Brown at 31 for the trainer's title, and let's see if they can't settle it on the track here. God, I'm glad I did card talk at the beginning of the meet.
I don't think there's any animosity.
No, I'm just
okay.
Of course not.
But
of course
let's be clear.
They want to win.
Yeah, competitors.
They both really want to win.
They want to win because people are going to remember who won the trainer's title at Saratoga for at least a day or two. So it is important to win it.
A little bit more than that. It's pretty important up here.
All right, 4 days.
Well, but in all fair, I actually disagree with that. I think everywhere else in the world, they'll talk about it. Del Mar, Keeland, Churchill.
6 days.
They talk about it. Belmont. We talk about it all the time at Belmont.
Who's winning the trainer's title at Del Mar?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No one cares there. They only care here.
It matters here.
I don't think they care there about who's winning here.
I think they do.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. We'll agree to disagree.
It definitely matters here more than anywhere else. I don't think.
No question.
Well, I think people on the West Coast would disagree with that a little bit. I think they would say that Del Mar is what they care about.
Let's go to Acacia.
I don't know how people at Del Mar do feel, but I will say, being married to a trainer, the connections care. People check constantly what happens as far as the trainer, owner, and jockey standing is concerned. Remember last year when Flying P was close in the owner standing, wanting to be really aggressive towards the end to try and make a race for it. My husband is always checking all the time, kind of just seeing where everybody stands. These horsemen are really competitive, and I know that Todd kind of was keeping it close to the vest before, but I do think it's a massive deal up here. I know it's certainly not everything, but there's competition more than just winning on the track. It certainly is a big bragging right.
It was at first.
5 minutes of post here in this fifth coming up. It's going to be fun to go down to the wire with these two. See if Chad Brown can pull in front here. Just being announced, someone is coming out later today in the Saranac. Wow.
That changes that race because the speed just came out of the race. So that is a significant scratch. And I'll tell you the horse that hurts, the horse on the rail, Asbury Park. Because that horse, and that helps now, helps a horse like Crudo, helps a horse like Leon Blue, probably
Tank.
helps Stars and Stripes too, and Tank as well. And it definitely takes significant speed out of that race. That's a scratch to note.
Wow.
Even if you don't care about
Big
the jockey and
change.
trainers. I think that they're fun, you know, the trainer and jockey. I think there's a lot of fun, and I enjoy talking about it in the year, and it's a great achievement to do it. There's no doubt. And I think that's what
yeah, so for you, it doesn't. For Jonathan, for me,
No,
for a
it's-
lot of
it's
people, for our
fine.
trainers, I think it matters a lot. They do care.
I don't believe in California too many people are following it.
Here is Otto Napoti, the remaining half of the entry.
Linda
the other half of the entry.
Linda
was being
scratched
bet.
the one, and this horse gets in, so maybe that's a good sign from a bad post.
Career risk, the rail. Chad Brown.
Puts the blinkers on, should improve off of that first effort.
Cyber Beast. Luis Saez, Gregory Sacco.
Well, was the speed in a race going 9 furlongs that collapsed last time, so maybe that's a possible positive.
Cocktails and Kringle. Santa drinks, apparently.
Yes, I don't blame him. It's cold up in the North Pole. Comes out of a mediocre third and a tougher than it looks 35 claimer.
Kavanaugh, 5-1.
Yeah, it comes in off a trainer change. Sometimes just a change of scenery can wake these horses up.
Sideways, if you've ever seen it. This was the takeaway.
No doubt, whoever named this horse, a fan of the movie Sideways.
Well named by Vino Rosso. Tomorrow's Wish. David Donk, player here.
Tomorrow's Wish is that they'll be racing on Wednesday.
This horse is a little interesting in here. I agree with you, Greg.
Here's my man, Magoo, Rudy Rodriguez.
Named for Magoo Marks, Mervyn Marks. Just has never really run fast enough on dirt to compete.
Reaction, Joe Sharp. Cuts back in distance.
This horse didn't run horrible last time, and I do think that maybe going a little bit shorter could help. Lost a lot of ground in that 9 furlong race as well.
I would disagree. Yeah. I mean, I was showing this race because what I wanted to show about this race was that it just completely incinerated. And the horse that was in front, if we can ever get it up there, is the number 3 Cyber Beast, who's in front. And he just fell apart. I remember watching this. I think I was on with you, Greg, and you see the horse in 5th, I believe, on the outside. That's the horse that won. And he looks like he's going nowhere. And I think coming to the 8th pole, I said to you, that horse is going to win because you could just see they were struggling up front, and he was finally finding his stride. He ends up going between horses and just burying the field while the rest of them were just staggering the wire. So maybe it helps every one of them that they're only going a mile today and not a mile and an eighth. It also may be that this was just not a very strong race, though today's race may not be that strong either.
Here's Joel Rosario giving him a big warm-up. One of the cutbacks in distance in here. 8-5, what do you think on career risk? Is that too short?
It's a little bit shorter, but he is right horse to race. It's hard to like anybody. By the way, I do care who wins it. I think it's fun for this. I just wonder how long people's memory are for the trainer.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. You know, that's the only thing that I'm saying. It's like in a week, do people? I think Todd and Chad are sparring when they're down at Keeland. They may tease each other a little bit, though.
It's great to have a battle again, just going into this final day.
I agree. I think it's a lot of fun for us, you know, and that's why I was so sorry that Jose Ortiz went to Kentucky Downs. I think he was too in that regard, in that it was fun. You know, I like the competition, especially in that case between the two brothers.
I'll say this: we think it's fun. I doubt they think it's fun.
You don't
well,
think they
I'm
do?
tied with. That's great. No, it's probably not great. He'd love to be in front.
Oh, they're
by
both
5
trying
or
to win.
6.
Oh, I agree. They both want to win, but they're the ones involved in it.
Probably.
But I think that Irad and Jose were enjoying it, don't you? I mean, you did that great cart talk with them where they were playing games and competing. I guarantee they loved, sparring with each other. And when Jose caught Irad, I'm sure Jose was giving him a hard time. And I think it's just great fun.
Yeah,
especially with the brothers.
Yeah, I'm gonna double down my point that I believe that at Saratoga, the owner's title, the trainer's title, and the jockey's title means more here than it does anywhere else.
I don't know. I don't think that's unfair. I don't disagree with that. But I'm saying I don't know how many people that aren't, like at those tracks. People watching our show, obviously paying attention. But I just wonder at Del Mar. At Del Mar, they're thinking about who's winning down there, right? Out there.
Brad Ortiz Jr., again, he'll be back next Thursday. Kentucky Downs had that 5-win day to really get some separation there with his brother. But there have been a lot of great stories in this colony at this meet.
Yeah, they both ridden very well. We're just glad Irad's okay. He'll be riding Thursday at Kentucky Downs. Sorry he's not riding today. And Jose is here, though.
All right, what do you think? You look at this board. Where's the value here? Who's getting ignored a bit?
Oh, that's a good
I
question.
think the 10's interesting. I mean, I think one of the things about Saratoga is a lot of times horses can occasionally get lost in no man's land between 7 furlongs and 9 furlongs, and we don't card that many races in the mile shoot. And I think sometimes you can find a horse that kind of gets to the distance they actually want to be at. Maybe Reaction wants to go a little bit shorter.
Let's go to Acacia.
And the 10 Reaction was just named the best turned out horse for this race. As I touch back in the paddock, he does look excellent. But as far as the 1A, Otto Napoti is concerned, this one drawing in off the also eligible list with the scratch of the other part of the entry, the one last man standing, who on paper I actually thought was far more interesting. So I think it's an intriguing move that Linda Rice does keep this one in here. She claimed Otto Napoti, as this is a horse who's just so laid back prior, and I'm guessing that's why we saw Todd Pletcher, his previous trainer, stretch him out to the mile in an 8th last time out. Now, he was very much the same again today. He carries a lot of conditioning, but Kendrick Carmouche gave him an aggressive warm-up out there on the track. Quickly on the 5, Cocktails and Kringle. This is the first time for Steve Asmussen that this horse is running at this level. Handier type of build, so I do think that this is the right spot for him. He's got sharper on track and should be more forward with this drop in class.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Here we go, loading up. Career Risk. Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher, they're tied. Chad Brown a chance to pull ahead here with his 32nd winner of the meet with the favorite, Career Risk. Big drop in class and a stretch out start. Number 2 will break from the rail under Flavien Prat. Let's go to Frank Miramonti.
Couple left to go. Reaction. Otto Napoti to the outside. They're off. And Career Risk is sent out of the inside, but with plenty of company, including Tomorrow's Wish on the outside, and even further out, Otto Napoti. Otto Napoti now takes the lead. Career Risk is racing in 2nd, and Tomorrow's Wish is 3rd. They're followed by Cocktails and Kringle in Reaction 5th, 5 lengths off the lead, 4 clear of My Man Magoo, who is on the outside of Cyber Beast. It's another 4 lengths back to the 2 trailers, Kavanaugh and No Merlot at the back. 24-1 for the opening quarter mile. Otto Napoti dueling with the favorite, Career Risk, to the half-mile pole. A length and a half back, Cocktails and Kringle is now 2 off that battle up top. Another 3 lengths back. You'll find Tomorrow's Wish racing in 4th. On the outside, Reaction, My Man Magoo is down at the rails, 6 lengths clear of Cyber Beast, losing ground around the far turn. No Merlot going by that rival, and Kavanaugh trails 47-3. And a good trip for Cocktails and Kringle, who has pounced on Otto Napoti with a 1/4 mile to go. Career Risk losing ground steadily, and they're followed by My Man Magoo. Cocktails Cocktails and Kringle turns for home through 3/4 in 1:12.3 and starts to open up down the center. No Merlot has been rallying for some time, trying to get into second, and Kavanaugh has also surfaced and is coming after Cocktails and Kringle. Cocktails and Kringle or Kavanaugh. Cocktails and Kringle a length and a half. Kavanaugh closing steadily. Cocktails and Kringle made that decisive move under Jose Ortiz to score over a hard-charging Kavanaugh. Third between No Merlot and my man Magoo.
Cocktails in Kringle, Steve Asmussen, Jose Ortiz, and 10th time finally gets that first win.
Yeah, I mean, look, he was right there from a figure standpoint. He wasn't too far off. How about Jose Ortiz? All right, he's in the mix. He committed prior to kind of really being in the mix for the riding title to going back to Kentucky Downs, or going to Kentucky Downs, excuse me. Went to Kentucky Downs this week, comes back and rides here today. He gets 2 wins on the meet. Wow, this would have been really, really close, and who knows, it could still end up close. But, man, Jose's had an outstanding meet, and good for this horse finally getting his picture taken.
7-2, down to a level it had been once before, but dropping from 35 back down to 20. And Jose Ortiz, number 54. 7-2. Cocktails and Kringle, 5, 6, 7, 9. Let's take a look out of the gate.
Let's see here. Yeah, a little confusion in the middle of the field there, but it didn't seem like anyone was too affected. Cocktails and Kringle broke well enough to kind of get that forward position and then end up kind of right in that pocket spot in behind the favorite, the 2 Career Risk.
Three-year-old son of Preservationist. With the win here, Steve Asmussen owns this one as well. Claim for himself.
Yeah.
And Jose Ortiz aboard for the win at 7-2. Starts off a mandatory pay pick 5. Good luck if you had this one the rest of the way. Jose Ortiz, terrific summer. Continuing on this final day of the meeting after riding Oscar's Hope in the opener for Tom Amoss, adds another here. Prices for you when we come back.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. King of Gosford. Sel Cordovez will win the Sword Dancer.
Program Trading and Naval Power. What a thriller. Photo. In Italian to win it. Starlust. Domestic spending.
Ocean Road.
Big M's. Victoria Road.
It will be McCulloch.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious as Cocktails and Kringle gets the win with Jose Ortiz in the saddle. Jose back in New York for the day and getting the victory with this one. It did seem that maybe starting to get a little leg weary late, but you had enough for the stretch.
Yeah, we had just enough. He got into a nice rhythm, passing the half-a-mile pole. I thought it was a little early, but I don't want to take it away from him, you know, so I just let him go later by later. Maybe I move a bit early, but I knew that I have enough force to hang on late.
And you certainly did, getting the victory there. I wanted to ask you about horse you're riding in the Hopeful coming up later, though. Curtain Call, you've been aboard, and he was very impressive winning last time out. What can you tell us about that one?
Yeah, he's a very mature 2-year-old. He kind of ride behind horses. He takes some dirt as well. We're very happy with him coming into the race, so hopefully he runs his A race today.
Looking forward to seeing him, and it's good to see you back here today. 1-3 on opening day at Kentucky Downs, so I know you were a little bit disappointed leaving, but it has to feel good to be wrapping up the meet at Saratoga here.
Yeah, I mean, it was 4 opening days.
4, excuse me.
Yeah. But yeah, it was a good first day. I have a good couple of days, Saturday and Sunday as well, but I'm happy to be back here for closing day.
We're happy to have you here as well. Congratulations on this one.
Thank you, guys.
Greg?
What a talent. What a summer he's had. And the momentum he had coming in, too. It's just been an incredible year for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an outstanding year for Jose, who in the last few years has started spending a lot more time in Kentucky and moved his tack basically to Kentucky outside of the summer. And he came up here with a lot of momentum from the relationships he built down in Louisiana at fairgrounds and also in the Midwest. And then he comes here with the relationship with those trainers, but still the long established relationships with all the time he spent here in New York, which I think has a lot to do with why he was able to win as many races as he has.
I want you to read all of the payouts to the penny, Greg, all the way through the pick 4, okay?
Everyone can see it. No need.
Come on, Greg, it's closing day. Come on.
But again, yeah, for those that missed it, debuting today, penny breakage.
Penny breakage is a great thing. It really is. And, you know, I know people can look and go, oh, well, I got an extra 6 cents. At the end of the year, it's going to matter. You know what's going to happen at the end of the year? You can have one less bad day in your bankroll, right?
Yeah. Here we go, and then possible pick 6 starts right here. Good luck. Starts with a 5.5 furlong turf sprint. New York Reds maiden special weight, and it's closing day. There's a carryover, and there's a mandatory payout.
And it almost, I mean, the first pick 5, there was one horse. I think one of the horses at the board was the entire pool in the pick 5. It would be a terrible waste if there was a mandatory payout came into play in the pick 5, right? And it didn't hit it, considering how difficult. I mean, it only happens maybe 2 or 3 times a year. We don't hit the pick 5.
I don't think we had one this year. We had one once before.
Up here?
Yeah, we had a pick 5 carryover here.
Really?
Yeah, I think it was last year,
It's
maybe.
hard, man.
Maybe 2 years ago, it all runs together. But we didn't have one this year, though.
This older horse division, it has been sensational this year. And obviously, when we get to the Classic, these 3-year-olds, particularly the Kentucky Derby, Belmont Stakes, and Travers winner, they could be in for quite a war. Let's go back to yesterday. And what we saw in the Jockey Club Gold Cup mind frame, Arad Ortiz Jr. coming off, getting dropped, going to the hospital. He's going to be back next week, but off his mounts today as a result.
And I'm just glad he's healthy and he'll be riding this week.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to look at, even though we know the outcome was horse safe, rider safe. Still, a hard thing to look at because, you know, in this game we know what can happen in situations like this, and we're all just very grateful that Irad was able to avoid serious injury. Mind frame got back home safe, and we're all very grateful for that. And congratulations to the winner of the Jockey Club Gold Cup, the 8-horse Antiquarian for Centennial Farms and Todd Pletcher.
Flavian Pratt's here at Lyon having to jump over Arad Ortiz Jr. as he was down on the track. And not what we obviously would like to see ever in a race at any point. And now for Mind Frame, interesting to see what they will do with this horse, because obviously their intentions, the horse Todd Pletcher thought was the best older horse in the country coming in. They want to get him to the Breeders' Cup.
Antiquarian got a fast figure. And his figure, to be fair, has nothing to do with what happened in the race. He ran a 108.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he ran very well, and surprisingly fast, in my opinion, based on how he'd been running.
I agree. But given the trip that Sierra Leone had, he still ran about a 106 Beyer figure. I think it actually makes him a bit of a discussion as a possible horse that can beat Sovereignty. Because I think considering what happened, the way this race was run, and the performance he ended up putting in, he ran a lot faster than the 106-ish figure he's going to get from this race, and I don't think you disagree.
Well, I think that if you look at Sierra Leone's Breeders' Cup Classic from last year, you look at his Whitney, I don't think anyone questioned whether or not he was good enough. I think we know he's good enough. I think the question for me, more or less, was I was surprised that Antiquarian ran as fast as he did. That was
been
more
improving with every start. I mean, Todd has done a great job with him.
How about John Velasquez? Heads out to the West Coast. We'll get to that race right now. And comes out the next day, wins that race on Antiquarian. But here's the one that preceded it. Pacific Classic, the beginning did not go well at all for Fierceness.
No, he ducked in badly. Johnny did a good job staying on him. He got a great trip after that, and he dominated this race and kind of put the Whitney behind him and showed that he can still run. I was skeptical, but he showed in here he can.
I've maybe on my drive home, I'll try to figure it out. I can't figure out what it is with Fierceness, because I did think I got to a point where I felt like if he didn't get things his way, it was harder for him to show his best performance. But this is honestly one of the worst trips he's ever had, considering, Andy, when did he get a worse trip?
I don't know.
When did he get a worse trip? You said no, like there was a worse trip.
A worse trip. Well, I would say a Champagne, actually, where he had real trouble at the start of the race.
Okay, that was a long time ago, but since he became
We
good,
have a very different opinion of Fierceness. I'll leave it at that.
Well, okay, like I was saying, this is the worst trip he's ever had. And he still ran really well. And so I don't know what to make of him now.
I think a lot of people would look at that start and say, okay, he's not winning this race.
Really?
Oh, no, of course not. Did you watch the race live?
Yes.
What did you say when he broke bad like that?
That's bad.
Did you think he was going to win?
I didn't think he was going in. I mean, he ran well with it, but
Did you become less optimistic after he broke slowly?
I did, but then when he got himself right in the race, I realized he was probably going to win. And journalism just did. I mean, it was, besides him and journalism, it was a ridiculously bad field. I mean, come on. I mean, he ran very well. I'm not knocking him. I think we have a different opinion of this race.
Nysos didn't run on that spot. Foot issue. Wait and see if he can get back to taking on the big boys for the big one November 1st. We will see. But this division, as it stands right now, it's still Sovereignty is going to go straight to the Classic, and he's going to go as the favorite.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what horses any have real preps. You know, the top horses
going
in. Sierra Leone's going to train up the race, and I imagine Fierceness probably train up the race as well. So we won't find out that much more. I guess Mindframe's the only one, and kind of hope he can make a race.
Yeah, Mindframe and Nysos, I'd imagine we'll probably see again.
Nysos really going to go to the Classic after scratching out of this race with a foot bruise, or we'd be thinking more of the Breeders' Cup Mile if he makes any of those races.
The only thing with that is that Citizen Bull ran really well the other day. They're going to point him to the Dirt Mile. It sounded like Bob Baffert said, so maybe they'll try to keep him separate. Well, Nysos is going to decide where Nysos goes by how he runs in his next race.
Right.
A lot still to be determined as we work our way to championship weekend on Halloween in November 1st. Back to a race that starts off this pick 6, 5.5 furlong sprinting on the lawn. New York bred maiden special weight. And that is the favorite, Jimmy Ryerson, St. Margaret, 3-1, tepid favorite.
I thought this race was impossible. I think if you look at every race, every horse in here, there is the level of knock that would let me toss a horse for every single one of these. But it's the first leg, and somebody's got to win.
You got 17 minutes to put your tickets together. Good luck to everyone going after it. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back post-parade from race 6, the first leg, when we return, and we'll talk about the pride of New Jersey, Bookham Dano, when we come back.
$650,000, $1,650,000, anybody else want $650,000 bid today, $1,650,000, $1,600,000, thank you.
Alapa means everything to me and my family. We moved out here about 5 years ago. Since then, every waking day and hour has been spent building this place into what it is now. It's really a spiritual, amazing place where we try to raise the best horses in the world. My brothers, me, my mom, my dad have such a passion for this place, and we're continuing to try to better it every day. Selling's a huge part of our business. This September, we have a really big, great consignment of horses. Backing off of a very successful Saratoga season is hugely important and fulfilling for us to be able to help people achieve their dreams of selling a high-dollar horse or buying a high-dollar thoroughbred.
It's just so peaceful out here. It's a great environment for these horses. They really stay calm and relaxed out here. I grew up as a kid, you know, watching Keeland, and he was like a superhero to me. So definitely a special opportunity to be able to work with a horse like him. Keeland obviously is taking on the torch for Smart Strike and Mr. Prospector. So it's great to have, you know, a son like Good Magic here who we think is his best son. You know, the quality of mares that Good Magic has bred in such a short career already is just second to none. One of the most exciting things for us right now is this really good core group of young horses that we have that have came in here over the last few years. You know, you go back and look at Charlatan, who has 2-year-olds this year. You know, they've sold extremely well. Arabian Night, who we just got last year, just finished his first season with us. Just a super classy, impressive son of Uncle Mo. We're really combining the history of this place along with building up for a new future.
Bookham Dano and Paco Lopez in hot pursuit. These two square off, and Bookham Dano is up to take the lead. Mulligan trying his best, but he's back to second. 4 lengths back to Damon's Mound and Nakatomi. It's Bookham Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away. Yes! Yes! Bookham Dano trying to split rivals. As Most Wanted has come to take the lead. Bishop's Bay winning a big race along the inside.
They have
Crazy Mason on the outside.
horse who had humble beginnings and has become the top sprinter in the country. And again, showing his stuff in the forego.
No, he's been terrific this year. Arguably, he's been best at every race he ran. He ran very well when he lost to Churchill Downs handicap earlier this year. He's just a good horse that shows up every time.
Shocking, though, JK, what was said, even going into this race, that they may not show up at the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, I mean, look, they might have other plans for him next year, and we'll see what happens. Hopefully, the horse does really well and basically takes them out there, because I'd love to see him run in that race. I mean, I think he'd be a formative opponent for all of those horses, right? He's tactical enough. He can stay close. I think he'll appreciate getting a fast pace going 6 furlongs out there. He's such a cool horse. We got to see him run 3 times here this summer, once at Belmont Meet and then twice here at Saratoga, and I enjoyed every minute of it.
And you had the group on Card Talk, talked about that decision with what's going to happen later in the year, said, sounds like minds could be changed about going to Del Mar.
Yeah, I mean, they had mentioned off camera some ideas about possibly, getting out to either Saudi or Dubai, and he's a gelding, and keeping him around, and I don't know if you'll go that far. I don't know. Shorter flight to Del Mar.
Kind of hard to leave a horse in the barn that might very well be the favorite, and even if he's not, he'll certainly be close. But listen, the connections have done the right thing with him, it seems, his whole career, so I don't want to question them, and I like those guys and like to see him do well. I just feel like we want to see a horse that we think is the best sprinter in the country, and let's be honest, he kind of represents us a little bit, right? He's like our Saratoga guy, so we kind of want him to go out there. We are homers, at times at least.
Pick 6 starts here, this 5.5 furlong turf sprint for 2-year-old fillies. Let's go to Acacia.
Not an easy race, as the board would reflect. Much like the first race, you only have one horse in here with experience, and that is the number 5, Raynham Hall for Rudy Rodriguez. And we've talked about this, has been a little bit of a colder meet for the barn, but I do think that it's very encouraging that Flavien Prat rode this horse first time out and does stay for her second start. When she sold at the OBS April 2-year-old sale, she worked 10-1, kind of having to be asked through there and not the smoothest mover. And then on debut, she was chasing. I noticed a little bit high-headed. Watching that replay, was wearing a shadow roll, which she will have on today. So the idea that that horse will try to look over the piece of fleece on the noseband and put their head down. Once they got the tack on, she's been throwing her head all over the place too, though, looking like she's maybe not the easiest to settle. She's incredibly fit, looks great overall. Just wondering if she can put that head down and kind of level off a little bit. Taking a look at some first-time starters now. The number 9, St. Margaret, as you guys mentioned, taking the early money, as this one sold for $425,000. Because she's a New York bred, she is eligible for this race, even though she had quite a high purchase price and worked 9-4 at OBS March. Was a little bit green early, but leveled nicely and is a very good mover. I noticed all 4 siblings were winners, 2 of them winning on the grass. This one looks like a turf horse through and through. She is by Honest Mischief, whose progeny I love sprinting on the turf. Flat turf hoof to her. I just think, looking at her physically, she looks like a horse that might need a race to bring it all together from an overall fitness and just muscle mass conditioning perspective. The number 4, Sassy Sats, one of 2 in here. Fort Ray Handle galloped at the Timonium May 2-year-old sale, was a little bit keen, but then actually finished nicely. It seemed like she was wanting to go, as they, in that sale, had planned to have breezes, and on the next day ended up switching to galloping. So the rider was having a tough time keeping her settled. I have noticed that in her workouts, she does that too. On the turf last time, inside of an unraced mate, very keen early in blinkers, which she will wear for her first start as well, and she's been on her toes. She also debuts in a cage bit, the strongest bit that you'll likely see. First-time starter, not really a positive for me seeing that equipment, though she does look fit and well-spotted coming in. The number 7, Island Charm, debuting for Brittany Russell, according to the DRF Clocker report. She was slightly best in a group of 3 on the turf in her lone work here at Saratoga. Not the biggest filly, but definitely looks like a turf horse, and thought it was interesting as a New York bred, as a homebred coming in here too, that she opts to ship to Saratoga, and John Velasquez does climb aboard. She looks well spotted for this debut. Greg?
Thank you, Acacia. We'll get to the post parade momentarily. Arenado, Linda Rice. And here is the 7, Arenado the 6 is the current favorite, 7-2. But this is a bit of a guessing game.
I mean, you look at the favor, 7-2. Her second dam is La Verdad, and obviously she's talented, but there's really no turf pedigree to speak of in there. And Practical Joke's an okay influence, but wouldn't you want a lot more turf on the dam side if you're going to get a job, Practical Joke to win the turf?
Yeah, I mean, and Linda, I didn't even pull the stat because I remember last week I pulled it and I was wrong. Doesn't have great numbers with first-time starters turf sprinting, even though she won with one last week. That was an aberration in my opinion.
Yeah.
This pick 6, where is the race to lean? There isn't one, is there?
I thought Jonathan made a good point to us off camera a little bit earlier when you were saying that a lean in here could be the 9, Keeland's Angel, in the 8th. It's a horse I'm going to bet against in the race, not heavily against her, but use her in exactas. But I think in this pick 6 sequence, she might be the most likely winner in the sequence.
Yeah, or you could try to do something in the stake, where you just have a little bit of, but I don't know who you single there.
Wow.
But at least, maybe, I don't know. It's hard.
Harpy went by. Heather Smullen, Luis Saez rides the 2 Joyful Dancer for Fernando Abreu.
Yes, a horse did not have an encouraging workout report on the grass.
That's Amore, Nick Zito.
Love to see my friend Nick Zito do well, but there just really is no turf pedigree here.
Sassy Sat, says Dylan Davis.
The workout report didn't like this horse that much, but Ray Handel said the horse can run a little bit.
Raynham Hall, Rudy Rodriguez has a race under the belt.
Well, I mean, the experience does matter. I didn't think this horse did much running with a bit of a wide trip, but experience helps.
Arenado, Jose Ortiz rides Linda Rice.
Yeah, it's just all dirt pedigree for a trainer that just doesn't really excel in this arena.
Island Charm, Johnny V for Brittany Russell.
I think this one was a little bit interesting for Brittany Russell shipping up here, but is a New York bred.
Espresso Teeny, Ray Handel, first-time starter.
I think I had too many espresso martinis this meet.
What was the over-under?
You know what? They kind of give me a stomachache now, so maybe 4 over the whole time, but they were all too many.
St. Margaret, Javier Castellano.
No comment. This horse worked a very impressive 9 4/5 the 2-year-old sale and is my choice.
Last call, Jenna Manny Franco for Jeremiah Engelhardt.
Drawn well. I worked on the turf last time. I was hoping to see something very encouraging when I looked in the workout report, but it wasn't anything that really grabbed me.
The best turf side, dam side pedigree for turf, 5-9-1, but this horse dam's getting a little old. I think she's in her 20s now, but this horse has a lot of pedigree for a horse at a price. It's a skullbuster.
I would want a lot of coverage here and then take your shots elsewhere.
So what do you do in the races? Where do you narrow it? I might take a shot in race 7 and use fully subscribed and next on stage. And this is a small play, obviously.
Yeah.
I kind of agree with you. It's oddly, I'm going to bet Scarlet's Halo in race 8, but I wouldn't use her as a major play in a pick 6. I mean, there's a lot of money being put in. I'd put her in there with the 1, 8, and 9, but I agree about Keeland's Angel, Jonathan. What do you do in the hopeful? Who do you narrow it down to?
Who would you single? If I had to single someone in the hopeful, I would single Ted Noffey. If I had to pick one horse.
That's surprising.
I would probably single Butane if I had to single anybody, but I'm betting on the number 2 Flying Hawaiian. But I mean, that's a huge priced horse. I'm not going to, that could be one of 4 or 5 I use in a race, but I'm not leaning on that horse in the pick 6.
Why would your single be Ted Noffey?
I think he's drawn well. I thought he ran well. He's very professional on debut. Just like we saw yesterday from Tommy Joe. He wasn't one of those rocket ship first-time starters where he just went out there, ran faster than anyone else. He sat off of them. His pedigree suggests he'll like a little bit longer. His trainer suggests, not that he said it, but the way that Todd trains horses, you'd like to think he'll go a little bit longer. He's the one I think is the most likely to take a step forward. But I'll also say in the post-race interview yesterday at some point, Steve Asmussen said, Romeo's like training a 3-year-old. So if you're training if he trains like a 3-year-old, that means he's pretty big, he's pretty mature, and he could be tough in here too. He did sell for $1.7 million.
To an organization that had a lot of very expensive 2-year-olds this meet that have gotten bet and done nothing.
Agreed.
But this horse has run well, and the last race was pretty good.
I think the Saranac is tough. I definitely want to make sure I have Crudo in the mix. A horse that is a Justify and has a full
pedigree
that's run well on the grass.
I agree.
In Japan.
I would use 1-3-7 if I had to use 3 in there, but it's also a race that's really changed when they announced the late scratch of me Bago, and that probably actually helps a horse like Crudo, and it certainly helps Stars and Strides as well. And then what do you do when you get to the last race and you're alive? Who are the 8 you want to use there?
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Now Stahl, Sharita Vo, Chad Brown.
3, the 5. I think the 6 and 9 are interesting. You're right in the 12. Cherise Horse, Divine Rose.
I'd have to have Chad, the 5.
This is a very hard sequence to navigate. Very, very hard. And I think you're right, Jonathan, what you said about win or lose. I mean, listen, sometimes you have to play it sort of in a way, depending on your bankroll, obviously, where Curlin's Angel is probably the likeliest winner in the sequence.
But it's funny though. It's like people will struggle to single in there. It's a hard race to single. Turf races are hard.
I picked against her, but
yeah.
I think she's the right. Yes, she doesn't have any speed. You can get in trips. You know, these are the kind of horse you get in trouble with.
Let's go to Acacia.
And the horse that is currently your favorite is the number 6, Arenata. And as Andy mentioned, the second dam being Love Her Dad. Obviously, incredibly talented race mare. Has not been the strongest producer as of yet. And this one, a 2-year-old filly by Practical Joke debuting on the turf. I can certainly see how maybe the public might just be defaulting over to Linda. Maybe it's a good sign that this horse is taking attention. She's been training and preparing down at Belmont, so I haven't been able to watch any of her workouts coming in here. She warmed up fine out there. She has a bit of a turf hoof. She just really looked to me like one that might need a start to bring it together. Maybe she has just a bit more quality perhaps than some of what she might face in here, but I did think that there were a few others that were more interesting, as there just wasn't much pedigree to really sink your teeth into for these conditions. Now, the number 10, Last Call Jenna, filly by Galilean, debuting for Jeremiah Englehart, and while the sire has yet to have a winner, it does seem that maybe they're doing a slightly better on the turf. He himself, as a racehorse, was a graded stakes winner on the grass, Fort John Sadler. There's plenty of pedigree. Yes, the mare is really getting up there, but she has produced runner after runner, including a couple of graded stakes quality horses in Young Man and Deciphering Dreams, both of whom were turf winners. So this one looks like she should be good on the grass. However, you can see she's gotten washy out there. She was screaming back in the paddock, not really clued in. She debuts with a pretty significant blinker cup on as well, 3/4 cup and a shadow roll. So a lot of equipment on her and just seems to lack quite a bit of focus. I have a lot of respect for Jeremiah's firsters, but this one seems like she hasn't quite figured out the whole racing thing just yet. The 2 Joyful Dancers, a big price. She's by War Dancer and coming in for Fernando Abreu. And while her works have not been spectacular, and I do think that she might benefit from a start to strengthen, I think she's well spotted. She looks like a turf horse, certainly no excess on her, and she got sharp when she got out there on the track. So at a big price, one I will watch with interest, but I did land on the 7, Island Charm. She continued to impress out on the racetrack. Greg?
John Velasquez for Brittany Russell, Island Charm, the 7. As you look at the 2, Joyful Dancer. Favorite, though, remains this Linda Rice, first-time starter of the 6, Arenata.
I would just say good luck to anybody playing the pick 6. It's a tough sequence, and pick 6s are about avoiding potholes. And boy, does it feel like this is a rough road.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. Yeah, I feel like this is one of those kind of default plays on the 6. I think they just don't know who else to bet in here. I mean, I think that it's just a little bit too tricky, and so why not a familiar face in Linda and a horse whose grand dam is La Verdad, which doesn't really give any indication they're going to run well here on the grass.
It was very good on dirt, yes.
And it feels like money in these races is so different than money in dirt races, you know? A lot of them, they may have good workout reports, but they might have been working on the turf. And they're just trickier races. I would book the 6 at 5-2 before I bet her, but she could win.
Good luck in the pick 6. Carryover starts here. Mandatory payout. Final day of the meet, of course. Let's send it upstairs. First leg of the sequence. Frank Miramati.
Thanks, Greg. St. Margaret going in. That's Amore awaiting her turn, walking forward. Sassy Sets. Here's Raynham Hall. Last Call Jenna. Going in. They're in the gate. they're off. And it's a fast start for Sassy Sats. Espresso Tini is up close in the early going, as is Joyful Dancer. Harpy coming through along the inside. Raynham Hall is in the mix, having to steady off horse's heels just slightly, 3 lengths off the lead. It's another 3 back to St. Margaret, who races on the outside of Arenada. The next pair, Island Charm, Last Call Jenna, and the distant trailer slow starting. That's Amore, 22-1 for Sassy Sats, who takes him around the far turn, pressed by Raynham Hall. These two arriving at the top of the stretch together. Harpy is just behind them, as is Joyful Dancer, racing in between horses. Behind them, Arenada in the pink is trying to mount a bid in the stretch. They're at the top of the lane. Room on the inside for Harpy, who comes to tackle Sassy Sats and Raynham Hall. And here's Arenada. Look at her coming fast. Very confidently handled, as Ortiz took a peek back and knew it's lights out. Arenada, ultra impressive, geared down to win by 2. Raynham Hall second. St. Margaret came with a flourish for third. And then it's a photo between Island Charm and Sassy Sats.
Favorite response to kick off the pick 6, Linda Rice, those Lady Sheila Stable Silks. 3-win day and counting for Jose Ortiz.
I'm immediately happy I didn't get involved in this pick 6. The money was right. This horse ran extremely well and was an easy winner. Not a great trip for the number 9, but she was never beating this horse.
No, not at all. I mean, the 4 was getting out on the turn. Had to be tried to be reeled in. Look, I mean, this was not a great race. I don't think we'll see any graded stakes winners out of here. She just happened to be the best on the day. She was ready. She had a little bit of ability. Wherever she shows up next, I'll likely be playing against her when she finds some horses that probably want to do this, but she got it done. She got it done here today. She was 3-1 in a wide open race, and if you're still alive, good luck the rest of the way.
It's a hard situation, right, for a New York bred turf sprints. We actually added some older horse turf sprint stakes for the New York breds this year, but she's going to have to run against, open company if she wants to run in a race like the Matron of those things. And I tend to agree with you, Jonathan, that the competition will probably be tougher than the one she faced today, but she ran well today.
6-5, 9-4 finish. Jose having a big closing day here, with more work to come. 3 wins through 6 races. All right, so 3-1 favorite starts off the pick 6, but look, a race where most people going after this, and the 3-1 favoritism reflects that. Got big coverage here.
I think what happens, and feel free to disagree, is that the smaller tickets are alive. But then if there's a price wins, it kind of eliminates the smaller tickets. Whereas for the bigger tickets, this is not a 3-1 winner. This is one of 5 or 6 probably.
Right. Yeah. Of course. Yeah. I mean, I think that the drama is going to come a little bit later.
Long way to go. Enjoyed it, you guys. So long, Saratoga, for these two gentlemen and myself. Next crew coming up, but another fantastic season.
Absolutely. It's a magical place.
It's an honor to be able to hang out here every day, that's for sure.
Loved every minute of it. Thanks to all of you who are watching. We owe you everything for all your support. It's been tremendous. A lot more to come, including the hopeful on closing day. Jose Ortiz, 3 wins through the first 6 on this Labor Day card.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's post time for the Whitney. The field turns for home. Fierceness is the one to catch. He has a 3-length lead. Sierra Leone down the center of the track is coming with powerful strides. And Highland Falls is in there too. But it's Sierra Leone who takes the lead from last to first. Highland Falls trying his best. Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Gun runners on top of the world.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Folsom from last to first in the Mat win.
and Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom is taking the front, and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front, and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Naira Bet. To give it any track, anywhere, anytime. First-time starter Aranata getting the victory for Linda Rice. Joining me here, Linda, you were just telling me how special it is as we talked about that pedigree. Grand Dam with La Verdad, Jose Ortiz, certainly well familiar with that family.
Yes, I told Jose in the paddock, because Irad was supposed to be on the filly today, and so Jose was a great backup. And I told him today that she was the granddaughter of La Verdad, so he knows that family pretty well.
Pretty special victory there. And you said you weren't 100% sure, but she really was ready and certainly bested this field easily.
Yeah, I thought she'd like the turf, but you never know until you get them out there. And I think she's got some quality to her.
She seems like a horse that she was just taking it all in. She was really professional too.
Yeah, she behaved great in the paddock. I was really thrilled with her disposition and how she handled the crowd. She looks like she's got a good mind like her grandmother.
And quickly, just wanted to ask, it's been yet another strong meet for your barn. Can you kind of reflect back on this Saratoga a bit?
Yeah, it's been a very good meet, and I have had some of my best moments in racing right here at Saratoga, and I am always sad when it comes to a close and can't wait to get back next year.
Same here. Well, congratulations on winning with this nice first-time starter.
Thank you, Keisha.
Linda Rice with the victory, getting the win. Jose Ortiz in the saddle, and as she mentioned, it all coming together. The granddaughter of La Verdad. $8 winner, Aranata, who took a lot of that money, went off at 3-1. The only one with experience, Raynham Hall, checking in second, and that high purchase price, St. Margaret, in third. As we turn the page, we have an allowance coming up next in race 7, 1 mile on the main track. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. There's a look at the field. A pretty wide open group as well. The number 10, Merceau, currently the tepid favorite, as this one, as mentioned, very wide open. And the late pick 5 kicking off here. Mandatory payout, pick 5 as well. You won't want to miss out. We'll say hi to Lafitte and the rest of the crew after this.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
The September place to be. Saratoga Racecourse, Saratoga Springs, New York. Closing day. Just 5 races left, in fact. And these fans soaking in every last moment. Of course, Butane just got here. In from the West, in from California. There he is, favorite in the prestigious Spendthrift Hopeful. Has Bob Baffert in his corner. 2-time Triple Crown winning trainer, seeking a first win in this race. As for the competition, not Ned Toffee, it's Ted Noffey, and he has it all. Great name, awesome debut, all-time great trainer, calling the shots. Todd Pletcher, 4-time hopeful winner. The way his barn is going, ready to turn out the lights at Saratoga. Welcome everyone, live look, the newly painted canoe, Godolphin Blue. Compliments of sovereignty. This is Saratoga Live. Great to have you with us. Fox Sports 2, final day of the 162nd season. Just outside the paddock. Welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. It's not only closing day, not only Labor Day, not only day 40 of the meet. You know, this is the 49th day of live racing this year at Saratoga. It's the most ever. And we're going to make the most of it with the late pick 5 coming up. Also, a trainer title yet to be decided, a riding title yet to be decided, and the prestigious closing day feature, Grade 1 Spendthrift Hopeful. 2-year-olds here. Take a look at the field. There it is with the morning line. Top class 2-year-olds. Last of 16 Grade 1 flat races this season. 7/8 of a mile. Spendthrift Farm Hopeful. Number 5 Butane. 2-1 morning line favorite as I welcome in my co-host. He's a champion jockey, Richie Migliori. 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca will be joined by Tom Amos. He's tending to his other job as we speak. Already one win with another 2-year-old earlier today. As for the 2-year-olds in the spotlight, Richie, and this hopeful, the prestige of this event, like what makes the hopeful such a prestigious, significant race?
Well, I think the name says it all. The hopeful, right? What we're hopeful for going forward, the future in a game where we're always, concentrating on the moment. We're still always looking to the future. It's always been a very important race, a strong indicator of what 2-year-olds are going to go on and not only do well in the fall and Breeders' Cup races, but next year's classics, particularly the hopeful for the Colts.
And Butane, who is the favorite, Paul, aside from being trained by Bob Baffert, why is he the morning line favorite for the hopeful?
Well, I think a little bit of two things. Bob, obviously a Hall of Fame trainer, and it seems like these type of horses are landing in his barn on a daily basis. What I mean is a $1.15 million purchase by Sire Tiz the Law, whose best day was here at Saratoga in the Belmont. Bob's horses just get that respect. The bottom line, he's very good with his 2-year-olds. This horse ran a giant effort first time out, but I think he's going to have his hands full with Ned Toffee on the outside.
Spendthrift Farm Hopeful, Butane, 83 Beyer speed figure in his debut for Bob Baffert. And Ted Noffey, Richie, how impressed with his debut early August?
Very impressed. I love the professionalism he showed. He settled just off the pace, waited on his rider's cues, waited for Johnny Velasquez to ask him for his best, ran on. And I feel like there's a lot of similarities to your Spinaway winner, Tommy Joe. Same stable, same sire, same rider, same trainer, and very well posted outside, going 7 furlongs. Should get into the race the right way.
John Velasquez looking for a 3rd Grade 1 win in the last few days. The Jockey Club Gold Cup, of course, the Pacific Classic out west with fierceness, and now Ted Noffey in the hopeful a little bit later on this evening. Closing day traditional feature at Saratoga. Another hopeful contender, a Soldier and Diplomat, who was supposed to be ridden by Arad Ortiz, is going to be ridden by Ricardo Santana, Richie, because of this and what took place at the start of yesterday's Jockey Club Gold Cup. Arad Ortiz escaping serious injury, revisiting the start. What did you see?
Yeah, you're going to see their break. The 6 is Contrary Thinking, the Rabbit for Sierra Leone, the 7 is Phileas Fogg. And you can see right there, Kendrick Carmouche angled over sharply towards Contrary Thinking. He was throwing reins at him from the inside, guiding his horse over. Contrary Thinking reacted to that, was intimidated, stepped away, made contact, and that bumping created the situation we have where Irad was unseated. Here he gets knocked basically out of the saddle onto White Abarrio. and he's hanging on to his horse's reins while on top of another horse. This was a crazy, wild scene that did not need to happen.
There were 2 jockeys on White Barrio at one point.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy. You could see
Right
the
there.
instinct of Irad thinking, okay, let me jump on White Barrio. That's just instinct there, and he almost got aboard. You could see Edgar Zayas was kind of helping him a little bit. Like Mick said, it was a crazy scene. You get the over move, and listen, he did not make contact, did Kendrick Carmouche, but the bottom line is, if you're on the freeway and you switch over from the 4th lane to the 2nd lane and somebody's in the 2nd lane, they're obviously going to react, swerve into the 1st lane, and that's what happened with chain reaction. And that's the horsemanship there by Flavien Prat and Sierra Leone, who jumped over Irad Ortiz Jr. and clipped him. And I think that's what got him in the wrist. But these horses are aware when they see other people on the racetrack there, Mick.
I mean, he did catch him with his right hind leg, but it was more of that, like you said, a clipping. He didn't fully step on him. And you could see the horse doing everything he could and the rider doing everything he could to avoid a catastrophe.
Horses and riders escaping serious injury. Incredible in itself. This post from Irad Ortiz earlier today on X. I want to thank everyone for all the calls and texts and well wishes. I plan on taking a few days off and return to riding on Thursday at Kentucky Downs. Great, great news. Irad Ortiz was seen here earlier today, like a couple of hours ago, like jogging.
I think he was trying to ride today, and let's be honest, his head is like, I want to ride, I want to keep on winning. I think he wanted to ride today, but a lot of people were saying, right, just take it slow. So he's going to ride at Kentucky Downs, probably the hardest course to ride at in North America.
Riding title not sewn up yet as we welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast, standing by with this Race 7 paddock report. Hey, Maggie.
Hey, Liffy, that is true, but I suppose Irad's sticking around because if he does win it, we are presenting the meet title awards after today's 8th race. So Brother Jose not going down easily, as we'll take a look here at the 2 Chad Brown runners. Speaking of races and titles, it is quite close. Obviously, as of now, we see it tied as Chad Brown looking to get a win here to go back 1 up. But Merceau, delicious white wine, by the way, is one that's coming in here off the back of a blowout maiden breaking score. But the thing is that she's only been on a fast main track once in her life, and it was her debut. She was beaten that day by Fonley, who was an eventual graded stakes winner for Graham Motion. And, you know, furthermore, I know buyers have a vastly different scale of her progression, but if you look at other metrics such as Sheets, her fastest race there was 2 back, and the other ones are all the same number. So I don't think it's necessarily that she's a horse that moves up on a wet track. I just think she's gotten a bit better overall. She does come in here off of a 2.5-month break. She looks incredibly fit. She's a little bit sharper the last time I saw her, which was on June 15th. So we'll see how she does here overall. She is a bit more settled. That could just be a bit more maturity being gained. And I do like the fact that Chad opts to bring her back here at the mile, whereas he brings a 3-year-old debut back with number 3 fully subscribed. She's a little chilly on the board up there at 7-1, because I thought her debut was pretty impressive. She beat Sharp Smile, who would come back and break her maiden for Brad Cox, and she just really blew away that field. Now, granted, behind the 2nd place finisher, I don't know if there was any quality per se, but she really had them strung out. And looking at her as she comes back here, big, strong filly, and her preparations in the morning have been flawless. She's been training by herself, so hinting at the fact that she's a fairly aggressive type in her morning workouts, but really love the way that she's been moving, throwing her legs out in front of her. Now, I'm not sure how much further she wants to go. She is built more like a sprinting type, but a mile's okay. She looks about 90% fit overall. So maybe the chilliness on the board is indicating that she does need a start. Moving on to number 1, that is Q the Duck Boats. She'll come in here from Ellis Park, and I thought she had the worst of it last time out, where for some reason she broke poorly. Hopefully that doesn't happen today with the inside post. And the 2 that ran 1-2 around there, hugged the rail the entire time. So indicating that race, that day at Ellis probably had more of an inside flow to it. Now, she has run well. She's run fast in her efforts, hence why she's the 5-2 favorite. This is the first time I'm laying eyes on her. I wonder, though, if she's actually, and I know she broke her maiden, or ran well enough last time out at the mile, but I wonder if, you know, a little bit ground might be more preferable, as like I said, breaking her maiden though at the 9 furlongs, because she's kind of built that way, Lafitte, kind of long and lanky. I wish there was a little bit more substance to her.
And she is the favorite. Cue the duck boats, 5-2 currently, 9 minutes out to train by Bill Mott. Derby Belmont Travers winning trainer Bill Mott. As for Tom Amoss, with low key, currently 10-1. Dismiss anything Amoss sends out this meet at your own risk. And the numbers he's compiled, Paulie, in the best meet at Saratoga of his career.
Oscar's Hope earlier today jogged. He's got 2 nice other horses that ran here. I tell you what, he's putting on skills that we all knew he had. And you know what? He's a guy that usually went to the sale with $100,000 in his pocket. Now those pockets are a little bit deeper, and he's showing everybody that I can pick out a good horse.
Already one win this afternoon, seeking a second with low key. He'll be on set with us a little bit later on. Right in ththose colors, he won a Kentucky Oaks back in 2019. Serengeti Empress. So much going on this closing day, and the countdown continuing to the highlights of the meet. Most memorable moments, 5 through 1. That crowd alone should be part of it. We'll be right back.
Greatest Honor has taken the lead now. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull. And here he comes now. Greatest Honor finding his best stride right when he needs to, and he's going to run down, drain the clock to win the Fountain of Youth. Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. King of Gosford. South Cordovan will win the Sword Dancer.
Program trading and naval power. What a thriller. Photo. In Italian to win it. Starlust. Domestic spending.
Ocean Road. Big M.
Victoria Road.
It will be McCulloch.
In this country, we believe in what we're made of. Grit. Drive. The will it takes to be different. We've been called to serve this great land. Because we were made for this.
And they're off in the Alabama as Good Cheer angles to the center of the racetrack. Then Margie's Intention, they're coming to the 8th pole, and it's Nitrogen in front by 2. Good Cheer is trying to run her down. These are the 2. Nitrogen still full of run with a 16th to go. She's shifting about, but maintaining the lead while going wide. Good Cheer opts to go inside. Nitrogen and Jose Ortiz to win the Alabama.
DJ Stables homebred Nitrogen, number 5, Paul Stirring, Alabama victory.
Yeah, she was dynamite. She proved me wrong. I was just wondering whether she could get that 1.25 mile distance on the dirt. And my man to the right, Lafitte Pinkai, was, I think, the only one that picked her that day.
Yeah, I think you're 100% correct
I
about
have my
that.
moments.
And a rare feat, though, right, Lafitte, for a horse to show talent on both surfaces and a high level of talent on both surfaces.
On dirt, first win on a fast dirt track, 1.25 miles, and a race that trainer Mark Cassidy had been dreaming about and watching since he was 8 years old.
Yeah, it was very rare you could get a horse that could just run on anything. She's run well on. Obviously, she freaked on the slop, did it again on dirt, and she's obviously a very talented horse on grass.
Grade 1 spinster facing older next at Keeland. Nitrogen countdown continues in a post parade for race 7, late pick 5. You're looking at Cue the Duck Boats.
I like this horse a little bit. On dry surfaces, been okay, consistent type for Bill Mott.
Soundbite, claim from Michelle Nevin by Linda Rice.
Yeah, coming off the layoff there, could improve in her second start back, and has races that could put her in the frame.
Fully subscribed, runaway debut win. That was 10 months ago.
Yeah, 10 months ago, and this filly probably has grown up a little bit. She beat a pretty good field that day.
Points is points. Lightly raced 4-year-old filly.
Yeah, her start 2 back was otherworldly. Where'd that race come from? She ran a 92 buyer, was only beaten a nose. Has a race can win.
Fast and Frisky thrives at this mile distance. Then the 6 in aforementioned Low Key. Welcome back, Jose Ortiz. 3 wins and counting.
Tom Amoss, over 4,000 career wins, having an incredible Saratoga meet. Just a tremendous horseman.
Next on stage, didn't flash her typical speed in her latest.
Yeah, you know, I think they tried to rate her last time out because she's been going in the front in a lot of seconds and wins.
Walk with me, a sharp filly. She's won 2 straight.
2 straight, but now departs New York bred company for trainer Dave Duggan, who's a terrific horseman, a little bit tougher than she's been facing.
Duggan with a win yesterday here, Saratoga. Number 9, Racing Colors, hard-knocking mare, just won her 4th race.
Yeah, she won. I think that field was a weaker field. We got to give her credit with the W. Bigger test today.
The sharp Merceau.
Very sharp. Maybe not the greatest post out of the Wilson chute, but she's a major player here for Chad Brown, who is in a deadlock for leading trainer at this point with Todd Pletcher.
So much going on this closing day. The trainer title, the jockey title, the pick 6 and the carryover, and this late pick 5, Paul. Your play.
Yeah, $200 for my late play. I think this is going to pay 1, 3, 4, 10. The next race is 2, 6, 8, 9, and 11. You know, in the hopeful, I'm going to use Butane and the outside horse in there. Let me get the name right. Ted Noffy, because everybody called the horse wrong one time. Asbury Park and Stars and Strides. I like Stars and Strides the best. And then race number 11, 1, 3, 5, 6, and 12. $200 ticket. I've already won the handicapping contest, but don't tell Andy Serling that.
Congratulations.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Go get him, Paul. $200 late pick 5, and best of luck to everyone playing this late pick 5 Saratoga, and take advantage of this on this closing day. Finish the Saratoga meet strong. Hit the late pick 5 on closing day. About to get underway. Split $10,000. Opt in now. NairaBets.com. Co-favorite, fully subscribed. You're both in her corner. Richie, why? Why do you trust her off the bench? Good debut win, but it's been a while.
It's been a while, but the race she ran as a 2-year-old filly was a very good race, a 73 buyer. Just natural maturation, she's supposed to run faster. I don't even factor in layoffs with Chad Brown runners. He wins with horses off layoffs the way other trainers win with horses making their 2nd and 3rd start off the bench. In fact, he had a horse win off a 2.5-year layoff earlier in the meet.
That's right. Yeah. Right. This is nothing, like a quick turnaround compared to that. 3-1 currently. Fully subscribed. Number 6, Low Key. I'd be smiling too. Cleaned up at Kentucky Downs. He has cleaned up this summer, chasing his brother Arad, Jose Ortiz, 55 victories. The rest of the way, he can lose 1. Aside from that, he is still technically mathematically alive.
Listen, he's still in there with a puncher's chance. You know he's going to give every horse he has an opportunity to give their best. And, you know, he's given days away as well riding at Kentucky Downs. So, in a perfect world, I'd love to see a dead heat because they've both ridden brilliantly the whole meet.
Both of them, the Ortiz brothers. We check in with Maggie.
We'll start right there with Low Key, as I thought she ran very well getting the win last time out because it wasn't like it was a pace collapse, and she closed from the clouds. Now, this is the first time that I'm laying eyes on her. She is a very long, stretchy type of filly, so I think getting back out to a mile here should only help her chances. She's okay overall. She's not necessarily my type of horse, but very healthy in her coat, and she's hoping that there's some hitting, which I don't know. I thought there could be, because number 7, Next on Stage, now she was nowhere near the pace last time out, but they went a lot faster. And 2 back, she looked to be the only speed on paper. She ran very well to a talented ragtime. So Next on Stage is been very sharp. She's going to, I think, look to be aggressive here, as Ray Handel has reached out to Kendrick Carmouche, who usually delivers on that request. So we'll see how she does. Another horse that I wouldn't be surprised is more sharp and closer to the pace is number 4, Points is Points. Now, when she ran that 92 Buyer, she was on a track that was tilted to speed, but tilted more to inside speed, and she was pressing while 2 wide with Fade to Gray, setting the pace that day. Points is Points, I thought, looked really good last time out in July 5th, but I think 7 furlongs is too short. I like her getting an extra furlong to work with here, and she has been incredibly aggressive in her demeanor leading up to this race, and last time she got rank towards the back of the pack. So we'll see if Manny Franco opts to put her a little bit more forward to give her a better shot here today. Liffy?
It's this late pick 5 pool source. It's a fascinating conversation. The race shape. What are you looking for early?
Well, listen, we know out of the Wilson Chute you got to be aggressive and get your position going forward. I'm not convinced that Next on Stage, I think she has to be sent to show the speed, because every time she shows speed, it's usually a little bit more of a moderate pace.
Over $1 million in the pool. Late pick 5 starts here. Final check of the toe board reading 2-1. Fully subscribed for Chad Brown, tied with Todd Pletcher in the chase for an Alan Jerkins training title. Here's Frank Mermati.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And it's an alert beginning for Fully Subscribed, who is vying for the early lead, tackled by Next on Stage. And Next on Stage, intent on getting to the front, has done just that. And so it's Next on Stage, opening up a length and a half. Points is Points, moves into second. Walk with Me, 3 deep in third as they make their way onto the backstretch. Fully Subscribed settles on the inside 4th. Merceau is widest of all, just 3 lengths off the lead, however. Then it's Q the Duck Boats racing in between horses, followed by Fast and Frisky. Sound Bite 8 lengths off the lead, racing 2 clear of Racing Colors, and Low Key is at the back. 24-3 for Next on Stage. Points is Points, right up alongside, applying the pressure. A length back, Merceau is in 3rd. Fully Subscribed on the rail, still 4th. They're followed by Fast and Frisky, 5th, and 5 lengths off the lead. Q the Duck Boats is next, a half in 48-1. Points is Points, gets the best of Next on Stage. Merceau moves to engage. Q the Duck Boats is angling to the outside with a 1/4 mile to go, and Fully Subscribed is just inside of her. 4 across the track. Points is the leader with 1 furlong to go. On the outside, Fully Subscribed and Q the Duck Boats. Q the Duck Boats is up to take the lead. Fully Subscribed in between horses, and Points is Points, 16th pole. Q the Duck Boats just in front. A late run from Low Key, who was nowhere earlier. Q the Duck Boats. Alvarado and Mott win yet again. Low Key, Fully Subscribed, and in behind them, Points is Points.
Lots going on in the stretch. Cue the Duck Boats, Junior Alvarado, Bill Mott, a summer to remember.
Good call by Maggie here. She liked this horse, Q the Duck Boats. And the front end horse here, Points is Points. Manny Franco, good call by you, Lafitte. He dropped a crop here deep in the lane.
You'll see
We'll get a little bit closer look down here when we get to a low action here. But the one gets the thing, but here's the low action here, Richie. What happens?
Yeah, keep your eye on the gray filly. He goes to turn his stick over. You see how riders twirl their stick. He goes right here. It's coming up because I didn't see exactly. He went to switch sticks. He went to put it into his left hand, and it just fumbled it. It wasn't a clean switch, and he dropped it. Now watch him go to work with his hand. And Manny's so strong. Watch, he's going to go to his left hand now.
I don't need no stinking crop.
And he's so strong, he moved her over with his left hand without even a crop.
I don't need no stinking crop.
Wow.
She didn't have it late. Fully Subscribed, trying hard, but too much. Cue the Duck Boats. Filly trained by Tom Amos, Paulie, from out of the clouds, Low Key. closing with a rush to complete the exacta.
Yeah, I think Irad got here. He might have came here for a jog. He might as well come here to watch his brother. He probably said, ha ha ha, he ran second. But low-key, another Tom Amos runner that got the job done. What's going on here, Richie?
I don't know.
I want to show you guys something.
What is going on?
I want to show you something.
Go ahead.
These are my ratings. Well, we got to wait till the camera's on.
Oh, yeah. Accessories are coming off. It's closing day. You never know what you're going to see, including
listen, I know we're all a little punchy, right? But you got your reins. You've got a cross. You've got your crop in one hand. When you turn your crop over, you want to go to your left hand. You change your hold. Your thumb comes over the top, and now your hold's in the other hand. So when he came over from the right to the left, he just missed the connection, and that's why the stick went that way. But you have to do it clean. When you change your hold, you're changing.
Can you do that again?
Which hand is in your hold's in the other hand, your stick's in this hand. When you do it right, it's abracadabra. Now your hold's in this hand, your stick's in this hand. He just missed the connection. So he went like this.
Magician, the MiG.
And now I got to put my belt back on.
He said that, which, see, that'll take like a few minutes. That'll take a commercial break, and we'll reset when we come back. Plus, final ride of the week, the MiG's ride of the week. Dylan Davis, dynamic pricing, some anxious moments, but Dylan stayed poised, then pounced in the perfect sting. That's next. You're watching Saratoga Live closing day from Saratoga.
As they say,
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Closing day coverage from the spa. Saratoga Live brought to you in part by Gainesway Power. Passion, performance. Exciting finish. The losing of the crop demonstration, that was next level. Perhaps more impressive than Q, the duck boats. Goes 2 for 5 now. Junior Alvarado, Bill Mott. The spring with sovereignty, the summer here at Saratoga, the Derby, Belmont, Jim Dandy, and Belmont and Travers Stakes, only horse ever to do so.
Absolutely incredible. And Junior Alvarado and Bill Mott have become such a dynamic duo. And, Bill's always seemed to be very comfortable with a main rider. Jerry Bailey, for years, him and Bill Mott, they just kind of rewrote the record books.
Another win together. And we go to Maggie standing by in the winner's circle.
And I'm so pleased to be joined by NK Racing, Nancy and Kathy. Kathy, I'm not even going to try with your last name. For you, Soinus. Soinus, there we go. And of course, Nancy Favreau. But obviously, you guys are from Boston, maybe?
Well, Boston area, just outside.
Talk a little bit about Q the Duck Boats, picking out the name, because I had somebody that was a Boston fan explain it to me.
Well, that's what it is. It's, when a championship is won, that's what we do. We cue the duck boats and we...
In Boston, we have the parade and everyone comes out on the duck boats. So it's cue the duck boats for winning teams.
And cue them for this filly here. She ran huge.
She was champion. Yeah, she looked great out there.
Talk a little bit about coming, buying her $150,000 as a yearling, giving her to Bill Mott, and she has delivered. She's now 2 for 5 lifetime.
Yes. We're very excited. This was a great day for us.
We're hoping she has more in her.
So cool. Well, congratulations, guys, and she's an exciting one.
All right. We're looking forward to our next race.
As you should be. As Q the Duck Boats, very tenacious with victory here. Lafitte?
See, that's the thing. It's all relative. She's a champion to her.
Yes.
Winning a race here at Saratoga with Q the Duck Boats.
I didn't know that was a saying. They cued the duck boats a lot there in New England with Mr. Brady in the helm and the Celtics. So there's been some titles there in Boston. The Red Sox are trying to make their run.
Man, good young squad. Actually improved without Rafi Devers. We march forward. Race 8, late pick 4. Fillies and Mares Allowance, mile and a 16th inner turf course. Current favorite is Louise Proctor, number 8, 2-1. Paulie, how'd you see this one unfolding?
I thought the horses at their bed. The only long shot I put in was the 2. I think the 6, 8, 9, and 11 are the horses you need to beat in here, but this is a competitive field.
So that's coming up next in about 23 minutes. Still have the Spendthrift Farm Hopeful Grade 1. That's always a traditional closing day thing here with at Saratoga, but this is something new, and for the very first time, the Wayne Lucas Award being presented just took place moments ago. We'll have a chance to check in with Maggie very shortly. Actually, she's standing by. Let's go live to Maggie.
That's right, and I'm so pleased to be joined by somebody that I've known my entire time here in New York, Christophe L'Oreal, the winner of NYFA's excellence in being an assistant, for lack of a way to put it, the Wayne Lucas Award. And Christophe, many congratulations. And your time and your dedication to the Clement Barn, it has just been, it stands alone.
Yes, I mean, I love what I do, and I've been working for Christophe for like over 30 years, and I try to give my best every day. I hope that's enough, but yes, I spend a lot of time and dedication to this barn, but it's with pleasure, yes.
What has been some of the highlights with your time at the barn?
Obviously, our first Breeders' Cup. That was one of the highlights, but also I was associated to a lot of good horses over the years, and Joe Ponti and Tonalis winning the Belmont Stakes was probably one of the highlights, because it was at home, and it was the Belmont, we always wanted to win it, and it was pretty special, yeah.
Obviously, this has not been an easy year for the entire Clement family and tribe, the CC tribe, as it is affectionately known, losing Christophe this May. I know he was literally like a father, a brother to you. Talk a little bit about that.
Yes, unfortunately, yes, it was. It's been a tough year, and we still, obviously it's hard to process, but we don't have really much time to mourn, because it's a lot of work, and we have to keep at it, and that's what keeps us going and keep us focused. But yeah, it's a massive loss for us, Miguel and I, and all his family. And
I know you wanted to say a few words. I'll let you do that.
yes, thank you. So I made a speech, but I just wanted to say good afternoon. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Lucas family as well as the voting panel at NYTA for creating this award. I'm grateful, honored, proud to be the inaugural recipient. Mr. Lucas was a great trainer and mentor and changed this game forever. Also, I would like to thank the Clement family, who I owe so much, especially Christophe, who taught me everything I know. I miss him every day. His patience, attention to detail, and common sense with his horses was key to our success. I would not be here today if it was not for my family, Lina, my wife, Elsa, my daughter, who have always supported me over the years. My parents and extended family in France are also to be thanked for letting me live my passion for his horses. Unfortunately, we lost this year 2 great trainers and human beings. They will be sorely missed. Thank you once more for this award, and I cannot wait to find out who will be the next winners for years to come.
Well said.
Thank you.
And a massive congratulations, Liffy.
Sport not the same without Christophe Clement or Wayne Lucas. The Wayne Lucas Award presented to a New York-based trainer and assistant trainer, and that relationship, Richie, going back like 30 years. Christophe L'Oreal, an assistant to Christophe Clement.
When people work for somebody that many years, it's not just an employee-employer relationship anymore. You become a member of the family. And anybody that knew Christophe, he brought people into his fold. He liked teaching and mentoring and bringing them home to his house for dinners and the conversations that went along with it. And Christophe L'Oreal is a tremendous horseman in his own right and really found his niche with Christophe Clement.
That felt like a moment of the meet when the Sword Dancer was renamed the Grade 1 Christophe Clement, a race that he holds the record for the most wins all-time, 5 victories in a race that will now continue to be known as the Christophe Clement. So much more coming your way. You know, we spend a lot of time discussing the Ortiz brothers, far from the only siblings on this circuit. Jorge and Fernando Abreu, brothers, trainers, learned from some of the best. Get to know them a little better. Next, you're watching Saratoga Live.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
$1,600,000 bid now $650. $1,650,000. $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000 now. $1,600,000. Thank you.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
My Boy Prince has been there every step of the way. Deterministic takes a crack at him on the outside. Second, Laginos in behind them. Win for the money is in fourth. Johannes still well back, has 7 or 8 lengths to make up. Think Big on the outside. Deterministic takes command in the final stages and starts to open up. Another tremendous effort from Deterministic, who wins the FanDuel 4-Star Dave under Kendrick Carmouche.
Number 4, Deterministic, Grade 1, 4-Star Dave. Victory, Richie. Emotional on many, many levels.
Yeah, absolutely. Miguel Clement stepping in to fill very large shoes of his father's after Christoph's untimely passing. He was always groomed for these, to take over the stable. It just happened much sooner than anybody wanted it to. But he has done such a phenomenal job and deterministic. They've really figured out what this horse wants to do. And it's be a miler and allow him to use his stride.
A grade 1 win in the Manhattan. Belmont Week, a grade 1 win in the 4-star Dave. The top 3 remain. It's always easy separating. So many great moments. Every summer, we'll unveil those throughout the course of the broadcast. Now joined by Tom Amoss on set. We just saw Low Key finish second. Like nothing low key about the way she was closing in the stretch.
she was flying at the end. Look, a condition book is sometimes a trainer's best friend or his enemy. We wanted to go a mile and an eighth with Low Key, and that race didn't fill, so we had to shorten up to a mile. It seems like the way she finished, you guys, at a mile and an eighth, she's been even more effective.
Big effort, closing like a freight train moments ago in race number 7. Horses in the paddock for the 8th, about 15 minutes out. Set things up here. Fillies and mares, allowance, mile and a 16th on turf. And these races, challenging. This one among them. And while Louise Proctor is the 2-to-1 favorite, just to her outside is Curlin's Angel at 3-to-1, trained by Jorge Abreu. Signature moment of the meet for him, grade 1 victory, a blowout fashion. Scottish Lassie and the coaching club American Oaks. Acacia sitting down with the brothers Abreu, Jorge and Fernando, 2 trainers who learned from the best.
So Jorge and Fernando, really happy to have you guys sitting down here. 2 brothers, 2 trainers. Jorge, let's start with you. You've had multiple grade 1 winner in Scottish Lassie. Can you explain just what she means to you and what she's done for the stable?
Well, she means everything for me right now. It's very important for this business because you're only as good as your horse and as good as your last race. And by this filly winning of grade 1 in Saratoga, it was great and opened a lot of doors to me.
And Fernando, I mean, we've seen you really make a splash coming up here to New York.
He pushed me to come to New York because I had Pat a Pop and, which was behind me, big claiming owner. Fortunately, everything started rolling and I got a very different stable than George. I don't have that luxury of 2-year-olds yet, They probably consider us a stake trainer and a claimant trainer, When you're gonna go down the Shero and I won't have the claimant 32, I'll have a Scottish Lassie. That's the whole thing that drives me to wake up in the morning.
Plus, we have a different method. He likes to run horses quick. It haven't worked for me. I like that 5 weeks, 6 weeks in between races.
But when you're in the claiming game, I think certain spots, you got to put them in. Certain horses, you don't want to do too much. 2-year-olds, you come back 14 days, 15 days and work them. I don't like to work horses too much because anything could happen in the morning and they don't make no money in the stalls. So as a claiming guy, you have to go out there and try to perform for your owners.
How is it kind of competing on the same circuit in
I like
brothers?
when I beat them.
Very, very competitive. Yeah, we go at it. We talk a lot of crap at home and stuff like that, especially if we got in the same race. Unfortunately, he got the upper hand on me now. But
you're coming for him.
Yes, and in the claiming game, I don't think he's as sharp as I am. But, he's...
Well, that's not my forte anyway. Yeah.
Who do you think, if you have 2 horses, 1 for each of you in the race, who's going to be the worst loser?
If I like my horse, I'm a terrible loser. He could tell you at any level. I live with him, and he had to listen to me like all night long. I don't stop.
You have to hear it.
Yes, he's horrible. Horrible when it comes to
I'm a terrible loser. If I like my horse, if I get beat by somebody that I don't think it should beat me in the race, that's my day right there.
I hate losing too, but I take it a little different. I don't complain as much as him. I stay in my room and just don't come out when I leave that.
I think there's a deep respect, I think, that you have for one another, right?
Oh, we do.
Oh, yeah. There's no doubt about it. Like, I don't know who's his #1 fan besides me. I always root for him, especially on those big races. And forget his Scottish Lassie, I want him to do the Derby. He's in that level right now where he could go on and some owners could see him because he does great with 2-year-olds. I'll sit back and watch. It's like me winning the Derby, watching him do it.
Brothers being brothers, great stuff. Acacia. And Tom, you got to know Jorge a little bit last fall.
I did. I got to know him at Del Mar. We were stabled right next to each other. He had Scottish Lassie and I had Quick Kick. For the record, Jorge had a bad night because I ran third and he ran fourth, I believe, that day. But no,
But
in all
who's
seriousness, he's a great horseman and a terrific guy. And I got to know his brother a little bit this year, too. Those guys know what they're doing, and they're gentlemen.
Abreu, Jorge has Keeland's Angel here. There she is, going to revisit her most recent. This was mid-July, same level. She's a 9-5 favorite, Paul, and you're going to see Keeland's Angel here. She's going to have to pump the brakes before eventually finding a seam, and what took place at the very start of this affair back in July.
Well, her first two starts, she's kind of done the same thing, where she's gotten slow out of the gate. And, you know, it took her to her 4-year-old season to get to the races, but she relaxed there in the back, and she did make a nice little run. But she kind of did this in her first start, where she just was off a little bit slow, but she didn't really get steady. But you can see Wrigleyville, who's in this race, showing her speed on the front end. She's going to get caught, and Keeland's Angels just missed second here in the start.
Just missed, and after, you know, blowing the brake, and she has twice been slow out of there, she really finished, and there was no pace on in this race whatsoever. They went a half in 49-2, and I see a considerably stronger pace projection in this race.
Second choice, 3-1, Keeland's Angel. Yeah, another late charge and going to come up just short. Keeland's Angel having to settle for third here and see how she responds in this upcoming 8th race with about 9 minutes to post. And we check in with Maggie in the paddock.
Yeah, see, that's the problem here, because if I was just blindly picking horses on appearances, honestly, I'd land on number 6, Big Beautiful, who is appropriately named here for Tony Dutrow. But the problem is, like I said, there's a lot of other speed in here, including the 2, as well as Wrigleyville. So Big Beautiful has speed. I'll tell you this, though. Of the speed horses, she is definitely the sharpest here in the paddock. She has been intense. She has been on the muscle. She looks so strong, so just well developed. I mean, every time I see her, I feel like she takes a step forward physically. She's dappled head to toe, and I know it's a bit of a layoff she comes in here off of, but she definitely looks ready to me coming back here and seeing if she can take down this field, get her 3rd win in only 6 career starts. Moving on to number 8, Louise Proctor, and you know, she broke fine, actually much better in her last start than what she did in the debut up at the Spa for her stateside bow. She was wrangled back though, which is probably the way that Chad Brown wants his horses ridden. She traveled in the 2 path, and then she swung even wider down the stretch. And considering Vino Rouge the winner that day just was more forwardly placed throughout, I thought Louise Proctor arguably up against it and still running well in defeat. I know the race came back somewhat slower, but it does feel like it could have been faster. This is the first time I'm seeing Louise Proctor here in the paddock. Now, she definitely is very much, the physical frame reflects the pedigree. She's very European looking. She lacks any kind of conditioning behind the saddle, and she does look incredibly fit, though, coming back here for her 3rd start off the bench. I just wish she looked stronger, to be honest, but she definitely has the credentials to win. Now, number 9, as the guys were revisiting her race, Keeland's Angel, I know she's gotten off slow. She's just slow into stride, and it might be just because she is a bigger type. Now, she tried to go the mile and 3/16 off the back of that impressive debut win, and the problem with going that distance is you often don't get the paces to set up. Today, she looks as though she should get the pace to set up, cutting back here to a mile and a 16th. I liked her last time. I like her a lot here again physically in the paddock. In my estimation, Lafitte, I think she's going to be tough.
Keeland's Angel, make the rider Luis Saez. Late pick 4, Tom. You're playing. Let's take a look so our viewers can scan that QR code and ride along with a hot hand. Yeah, make no mistake about it. These races, other than race 9, which is the hopeful, I think are very, very wide open races. I do like Wrigleyville best in this race, the 11 horse, a speed horse that's shortening up 1/8 of a mile. I think that helps that horse quite a bit here. But the big part of the ticket is obviously going to be in the hopeful, and I think Bob Baffert shipping in with Butane is the one to beat. So I'm going to single there. That allows me to spread out in the other 3 legs of this and not have too costly a ticket, Paul.
I like it.
Challenging sequence, and you're going with that filly though on top in this race where we just saw Wrigleyville from that outside post. And Kendrick Carmouche needs to let her rip right from the start. Post parade, we start with Scarlett's Halo, a Krusner maiden win opening week on dirt.
Scarlett's Halo, yeah, for Chad Brown. It was a good win. This horse could be the sneaky one in here.
War Siren, a non-factor at the level, early August.
Yeah, look, been sitting behind a slow pace in the last start. Maybe improves second start off the layoff.
13 red flags is out. They're in, I should say. And, yeah, tall order for the New York bred.
Tall order for the New York bred, 2 for 21. Hard to believe it'll be 3 for 22.
Burt Trill finishing has been the challenge.
Yeah, it does have some speed, but it's shown coming off the pace. They keep trying to find this horse's running style.
Big Beautiful. Maggie liked what she saw. Just said, looks strong. There she is, the Irish filly with speed.
Yeah, there you go. Richie mentioned about being speed in the race, and certainly the 6 Big Beautiful is going to be part of that first wave of horses out the gate.
Island Fox, Christopher Elliott becoming the master of upsets of late.
Yeah, kind of an even race last time out. Could improve.
Louise Proctor, French filly, third start in the States.
Nice horse. Our favorite at 2 to 1, but needs some pace up front. This is a horse that wants to close from deep.
Curlin's Angel leaves herself so much to do. 3 to 1 second choice. More on her in a moment than any port. The Roy Lerman, owned and trained.
Yeah, you know what? This horse might be a little bit better than what these races look like, and we're going to watch a backtrack on her, and we'll get to that a little bit later.
Wrigleyville, second at the level in July.
Yeah, showed that customary speed. She can be very, very fast. Now, she's only got 1 win in her holster, so she's got to have to improve today.
Collaboration. Jose Ortiz parked outside.
Yeah, the dangerous thing about this horse is the rider, trainer, owner combination, but on paper has to improve.
That's the field. Start of the late pick 4. 4 minutes out. Race 8. Another look there at Louise Proctor. This was her latest day after the Whitney. Same level. She was favored. Paul fall far back, slow pace, and tries closing against the grain.
She does, and she gets beat by Vino Rouge in the spot, but Any Port is another horse that's in this race, was kind of laying on the pace. Right now at 23 to 1, so do you want to take the horse that kind of wins this race at this price? But I thought it would at least run second in this race. I thought it was a good effort, but like, you know, Tom made a good point. This horse has got to get some pace to run into, and if the pace comes in, isn't the 9 a little bit more attractive than the 8?
Louise Proctor, trained by Chad Brown. Again, the tie between he and Todd Pletcher. This chase for an Alan Jerkins training title. Locked up, going down to the wire. Another look at Paul and Tom's top selection with Wrigleyville. Yeah, so how's she going to do this?
Well, look, number one, she's really fast from the gate. Those first 2 steps. That doesn't mean she needs to be on the lead, but she's going to be either on the lead or close. I just like the shortening up, the shortening up in distance here. Truly, it's about 2 football fields less than what she ran last time. We watched her on replay just a second ago, and she was hanging in there tough. She's going to enjoy less distance.
Paul?
Yeah, I've always thought she was really had a lot of quality. Now, when she won her maiden at Monmouth, she's kind of been trying to figure it out. I'm wondering if she always could rate or she really needs the front end. It's going to be very interesting what happens. I think they send her if somebody goes a little bit quicker. But Kendrick usually, who gets the pickup mount here, usually is a guy that controls the race.
4 races left of the season, and there's always next summer. So get involved. Sign up if you have at NyraBets.com. Take advantage, $200 deposit match. When you do so, use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now, NyraBets.com. So here's the thing with Christopher Elliott. Yes, he's on a 52 to 1 shot. So you might say that he has him right where he wants him based on what he's been doing of late. Elliott, in his last few wins here at Saratoga, Paulie, look at that. 44 to 1, 17, 13, 42 to 1, and an 18 to 1 shot. Christopher Elliott winning when he's least expected to.
You win 5 races, you win it like that, and your ROI is plus. He's got 96 mounts this year, and that's over $96, so he's doing okay, yeah.
When you're a young rider and you're getting long shots to ride, you got to make the most of those opportunities. The way you're going to attract attention is to win on horses that pay big prices. And why do young riders do that? Because they're enthusiastic. They give that horse every opportunity to show their best. It's when you get older, you get a little beat up, you pick up the program and you go, man, I'm on this 52 to 1 shot. I'm going to talk with my agent. and already you're beaten because you're not going out there optimistic enough to believe you're going to win.
He doesn't care. She's 52-1.
I think the key is anybody who gets the rider of the week just progresses after that.
Then there's that confidence at an all-time high. Over to Maggie.
I like that. And two, you know, maybe waving a meet title in front of one's face gets them inspired too, as we've seen Jose Ortiz come back here to New York today and deliver 3 wins already. Now, he is on a long shot here for Linda Rice, whom he won for earlier on the card with an impressive first-time starter and a granddaughter of the venerable, wonderful La Verdad. Now, collaboration in her last 2 starts of this year, she has lunged at the break and kind of eliminated herself, you know, before she really even got going. And it's just kind of thrown her off too. Now, where I would usually say that the outside post going a mount of 16th on the turf is terrible, I'm wondering if it helps her not do that. Now, then thereafter, she's going to have to work out a trip, which does seem nearly impossible. But she has the credentials. She has the back races to be a player here. It's just you have to ignore the 2 efforts from this year. If you can do that, she does look good. She looks strong behind. It's not as if there's a evident problem with her behind, and that's going to lead to her breaking poorly. I just think maybe having to stand in the gate for as long as she's had in her last 2 efforts, and today she shouldn't have to wait. Number 11, Wrigleyville. Now, they've done a lot to keep this filly quiet. They have been, at least in the preliminaries, acting like they want her to settle, and I'm not necessarily saying right, but that's kind of what they've been doing. She has earplugs in. Kendrick, not to his customary fashion, kept her with the pony. They're trying to keep her very quiet, where as a horse like Big Beautiful, they've let her kind of be aggressive throughout. Now she's getting a little bit more fizzy as they head to the gate, but I'm wondering how the pace ultimately plays out here. It's a real puzzler in this one. Lafitte?
Especially when you have mares that have gait issues, and to watch closely early on. Richie, number 12, Collaboration. Number 9, Curlin's Angel.
Yeah, the 9, Curlin's Angel, just has been slow. Her reaction has been slow. Where the 12, Collaboration, has a tendency to want to act up in the gate and causes her own problems. If Collaboration can hold it together, being the last one in, and get out cleaner, she's going to be forward, and she has the ability to win this, but she has to break.
Filing into the gate. Time for the late pick 4. Curlin's Angel, 5-2 with Luis Saez. Frank Mirmati with the call. Race 8, closing day, live on FS2.
Trill going up. Wrigleyville, second to last. The last one to load. Collaboration in the colors of Barry Schwartz. Walking up. The gray mare going in. And they're off, and Collaboration leapt in the air and was hopelessly behind the field. Big Beautiful is going to the front. Wrigleyville has plenty of early speed too, and Any Port prominent on the extreme outside. She is a joint third as they move into the first turn. They are followed by War Siren. Louise Proctor settles in mid-pack in the green silks, some 7 lengths off the lead as they round the first turn. A 3-wide Curlin's Angel. Scarlet's Halo is down at the rail, 8 lengths off them under a tight hold too. It's a gap of 3 to Island Fox, 13 Red Flags, and Collaboration after that disastrous beginning is the trailer. The opening quarter went in 23 1/5 seconds, and the lead belongs to Big Beautiful heading toward the half-mile pole. Wrigleyville right off her flank second, and War Siren, turquoise colors, on the inside third. They are followed by Any Port. Bertrill losing a bit of ground now in between horses. Scarlet's Halo has been on a tight hold most of this journey. She's in behind a pack of horses. Outside of her, Louise Proctor, and a 4-wide Curlin's Angel is 7 lengths off the pace. It's a gap of 4 back to Island Fox and Collaboration. The distant trailer is 13 Red Flags, 3/4 in 1, 11 1, a quarter of a mile to go. Big Beautiful has been there throughout. Turns for home, still going strong with a 1.5 length lead. Wrigleyville set down, trying to get to her in second. And on the inside, War Siren in third. From the back, Louise Proctor getting into fourth. It's Big Beautiful, sharp every step of the way. Another for Hall of Famer Javier Castellano. Big, beautiful, coast to coast. Wrigleyville second best, Louise Proctor third. Curlin's Angel checked in fourth.
Big, beautiful. Looked the part in the paddock. Strong as she looked, as Maggie told you. Javier Castellano, she was able to set the tempo and wire this field. Part of that, what took place at the start of the race.
Well, collaboration did what collaboration does, right? And she acts up, and she just went up in the air right at the break. It's just, you know, her bad gait tendencies. But Maggie told you how good Big Beautiful looked. But what she might have told you was even more important was that they were going to potentially rate Wrigleyville, who was the other speed, and that left her alone in the lead.
100%. You know, the speed on paper was Big Beautiful the 6 and Wrigleyville the 11. Maggie pointed out that they were going to try and sit on the 11, and that's exactly what Kendrick did. He was bending half on her, giving the lead to Big Beautiful, and ultimately giving her the race as she controlled everything.
Yeah, but you got to give her credit. She ran the mile. She ran the mile in 16 pretty fast. 140 and 2 in the mile and 134. We'll go back to the start. You were talking about the start, Mig. The 12, you hit the nail on the head.
And keep your eye on the gray filly far outside. And she did that on her own accord. The assistant starter was very well clear of her. He, you know, lifted his hand. And she just has this knack of anticipating the break and going up instead of forward. And this has been a habit of hers that has seemed to gotten worse over time.
Not the way they drew it up on the chalkboard, exactly the way they drew it up on the chalkboard for a Big Beautiful to Maggie.
And we were just discussing how well her name fits her, Tony. She was so impressive today.
Maggie, when we first got her and she comes in the barn, I find myself, when I go in and, you know, fooling with her, I find myself calling her Big Beautiful. And then after a while, I said, I'm just going to name you Big Beautiful.
She definitely lived up to it today. She was sharp in the paddock. It played out that way on the racetrack. A tour de force because she put some separation late.
Yeah. Maggie, I was impressed, and I'm so excited. You know, it took us a long time. When she ran the first time, she didn't run back for a year. Yeah. And she had this and that and the other, and everybody was patient, and everybody hung in there with her. And now Brennan told me she was a good filly. So it's paying off.
Tony, great meet. Congratulations here. And
I'm so happy for you and Tom, too. That Donegal horse, those Uncle Mo's, they love the turf.
I was going to say, they do. Tony, Dutro, we go a long way back, to say the least, Lafitte.
A class act, Tony Dutro, and a really good trainer.
A really good trainer. When I was an assistant trainer back in 1987, I was at Hialeah, which is a beautiful racetrack. The Dutro barn was right across, and those three kids, Richie, Anthony, and the other brother, and myself, were stuck in that barn all day. I watched those kids work, and they grew up to be great horsemen.
Dutro, Paulie had to love what he was seeing right about here with Big Beautiful turning for home.
Yeah, just clear, got those fractions, but, you know, you got to give her credit. She kind of kicked on. The more I keep looking at this, Wrigleyville actually ran a really good race. Just the 6 was better.
Big Beautiful. Irish filly, Javier Castellano in the groove closing day. 6-11-8-9 results. More reaction when we come back. Plus, the morning line favorite for the Spendthrift Farm hopeful is on the move. West Coast Invader Butane, trained by Bob Baffert. Big challenge, young athlete road game. What'll he do in the Grade 1 Spendthrift Farm hopeful? That's next.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
375, 400, and 400. $400,000 in the back.
Welcome back. Closing day, Saratoga. Saratoga live on FS2. As always, brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. Javier Castellato, the Hall of Famer, 7-time Travers winner, getting big, beautiful home. 3 of 6 overall now. Rebroke, turned back all challengers. For Castellato, not the meet he was hoping to have, but finishing strong here, Richie.
Yeah, real slow start, but you stay at it, you keep working, and things start to come around. You don't lose your ability. You might lose your confidence a little, but you don't lose your ability. And Big Beautiful Anthony Dutrow has really put together a nice meet here as well.
Good selection, Paul and Tom with Wrigleyville. Just couldn't reel in Big Beautiful. 6, 11, 8 in the 8th of 11 at Saratoga. Up next, Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day by Spendthrift Farm's 6-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief, sire of this year's Kentucky Derby winner Sovereignty. Spendthrift Farm hopeful, early wagering, curtain call 8-5, morning line favorite Butane 7-2, Ted Nafi 7-2. Wow. Moments ago, how great is it to see that image, Tom, given what took place in yesterday's Jockey Club Gold Cup. Arad Ortiz with Angel Cordero. Another Angel Cordero riding title here at Saratoga. Arad standing by live with Maggie.
Here with Arad Ortiz, and it's fine because you're okay, but we were reliving the Jockey Club Gold Cup yesterday. It's such an amazing feat that you're fine, because you were literally bounced off a mind frame onto White Abarrio. Talk about, did you even have time to think when that was all playing out?
It was so quick. Just have a hard bump from the outside and I lost balance. Ended up right on top of White Abarrio. And then first thing I tried to support myself with Edgar, and very lucky he was falling too, I guess, and I grabbed him. I talked to him on the phone after yesterday night, and he told me that, Ira, you put me back on the horse, honestly. He have support with me, so he get back on his horse. And after that, I have no room, so I just try to go back and try to get on my horse. I pulled the rein, but I think I pulled the inside rein, so it don't help. He run away from me, create some space, and I can reach it. I can get there, I can get on him, and then I fall, but it could be worse. Thank God I'm here, and very happy to be available to stay here and talking to you.
And accept this award, your 7th Angel Cordero Saratoga meet title. Irad, when did you start? 2012 or 2013 up here?
2011 as a buck boy, yeah. And, thank God it's been a fun ride. Very happy with all the support that people give me every single year over here, and all the trainers and owners. I'm just happy and living the dream.
It was such a good race, too, with your brother, Jose, nipping at your heels, but you're such a competitor. Congratulations, a huge achievement.
Yeah, thank God. Jose make it exciting. He picked my horses today, so I'm just happy to be available to win another title. I compete against Jose, against everybody in the room. It's not easy. We have a very good colony right now. We have from 1 to 20, they are good riders. We got some young riders you can see every day out there. A lot of them they only need the chance to show what they can do. And it's not easy. It's a hard job. It's a hard business, but keep grinding, keep working hard, and the opportunity show up. And it's never easy, but you will get there. I'm happy for them, for all of them, and I respect all my buddies in the Jockey room.
Well said, and we can't wait to see you back in action. Kentucky Downs on Thursday?
Yeah, I hope. Hopefully I can keep improving day by day. They say I'm supposed to probably be better if I have a few days off to recover, and that's what I try to do. I try to do the right thing. I wish I could be out there today, but I'm really not 100%, so I don't like it. So I just take the day off and try to be ready for Thursday.
Awesome. Well, so pleased to see you here accepting this award.
Thank you very much.
Elite athlete, to say the least. Guys?
It's just hard. It's almost hard to believe that you're watching him being part of that interview after what took place yesterday early in that Jockey Club Gold Cup. Richie, what was your biggest takeaway in terms of his explanation of what happened first person?
Well, he just pointed out something that I didn't pick up on when he was on White Abarrio. He still had the reins in his left hand of mind frame. that he actually, trying to pull himself back to mind frame, he had too much hold of the inside rein, and it turned him and kind of pulled him away from him. It was incredibly athletic, even trying to regain his position on his horse. But I'm so impressed, and I have so much admiration for him. And I love what he said about how many good riders are here and the young riders waiting to get their opportunity. You can't control when you're going to get the opportunity. What you can control is your work ethic and your preparation, being ready when that opportunity comes and making the most of it. Don't take days off just because you don't have mounts or you don't, you're riding a bunch of long shots. Show up like you're going to pick up Seattle Slew. Ride like every ride is going to impress somebody. It might be the first time someone sees you ride. I love the way he said that. It's about getting opportunity.
Gerard Ortiz and a 7th Angel Cordero riding title here at Saratoga. And we still have the main event with the Grade 1 hopeful coming up next. The 2-year-olds, they're right behind us in the paddock. Go ahead and take a look at the field and updated odds. That was a little bit surprising earlier as far as where the money was going. We have Butane coming in from California. Even money, curtain call 9-2. That makes a little bit more sense. Ted Nafi 7-2. John Velasquez. So these are the boys. Spendthrift Farm hopeful. Tom. And then a couple of days ago, Saratoga's most prestigious race for 2-year-old fillies, the Spinaway, and Tommy Joe for trainer Todd Pletcher running up the score.
Well, she's just made her move around all the horses, and God, she's just getting started. And at 7/8 distance, they've got to be so excited about going a little further. The Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies is 1 mile and a 16th at Del Mar this year. She looks like she's perfectly suited for it, Paul.
I'm with you. I think she's going to be your favorite. And I even think Kendrick didn't really want to mess around. He probably hit the front, or actually a little too soon in this race. He just kept on going, Mig. She's talented. Another one for Todd Pletcher.
7 spinaways for Todd Pletcher now. She's got that relentless way of going. I agree with Tom. I don't think there's going to be any issue about her going further. So I think she's going to relish it. And I see a lot of similarities with her and Todd's entrant here in the hopeful in Ted Nafi. Outside draw like her. Buy into mischief like her, and I think he gets into the race the right way and comes with that relentless grinding run.
This is a good pose for Ted Nafi, his outside pose.
Spendthrift Farm looking for a top-class 2-year-old sweep. Closing weekend Saratoga here from Tommy Joe. In the Spinaway, Ted Nafi in the upcoming Spendthrift Farm hopeful Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile and the closing week stakes winners with Todd Pletcher. You look at the damage he's done this week alone. The P.G. Johnson, the With Anticipation, Grade 1 Spinaway, Jockey Club Gold Cup, and yeah, he ain't done yet.
Yeah, and throw a win at Del Mar in the Pacific Classic as well. I know it's at Saratoga, but
currently tied with Chad Brown for leading trainer with only 3 races left in the marquee event on this closing day. Coming up next, Spendthrift Farm hopeful 2-year-olds. Currently even money on the favorite. We'll be right back. Much more on the hopeful. You're watching Saratoga Live on FS2.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. A cheers with friends, then it's off to the races. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. One more dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Apps and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
How magnificent was Full Count Felicia. Never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish. First World War. Fort Washington on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NyraBets. Open your NyraBets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NyraBets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
And they're off in the 98th running of the Whitney. As the field turns for home, Fierceness is the one to catch. He has a 3-length lead. Sierra Leone down the center of the track is coming with powerful strides, and Highland Falls is in there too. But it's Sierra Leone who takes the lead from last to first. Highland Falls trying his best. Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Top 10 moments this summer, Saratoga. Number 3, Sierra Leone's Whitney masterpiece. A first for Chad Brown. Paul, statement victory by Sierra Leone after dropping his first 2 this year.
Yeah, he was really dynamite in this race. I thought Highland Falls ran a bang-up race, and Fierceness, who looked home and cooled out, just kind of stopped midway in the lane, and a young kid from Mechanicsville gets his first Whitney.
Yesterday, never had a chance, given everything that happened, and ran very well in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Sierra Leone, number 3 on top 10 moments this summer at Saratoga, as we unveil the top 2 throughout the rest of the broadcast and getting ready for the Spendthrift Farm Hopeful coming up. But a couple of days ago, cross country, it was Del Mar's biggest race of the season, the Pacific Classic, Richie, and Fierceness making his way out west. The trouble at the start, at that point, clearly he had already overcome it. All kinds of momentum turning for home.
This was just a impressive, tremendous performance from Fierceness. Like you said, ducking in at the break and finding himself behind horses in a position that he's never been successful from before. He's won from just off the pace, but he was out in the clear, knifing his way in, between horses at the 3/8 pole, and then just running away and continuing to hold at bay Journalism, who is a really good 3-year-old, the second best 3-year-old in the land.
Your biggest takeaway, Tom?
It really showed a different dimension, Lafitte, and that's a great question. By showing that different dimension, he is an absolute player.
Different player. You're 100% right.
In the Breeders' Cup Classic. And by the way, that was Journalism that he put away there.
Mm-hmm.
They've got to find a way for Journalism to get out of the gate better. He is giving too much of an advantage to the fields.
He needs a different jockey on his back. But I will say this. You're 100% right. For this longest time, we were all saying, oh, Fierceness needs to be the outside. He needs to be away from horses. He got forced to be covered up, and he was like, you know what? I'm a little bit older now, and he exploded. I think I'm totally with Tom. With that kind of running style, major player.
Watching the Travers, watching the Pacific Classic, watching the Jockey Club Gold Cup with an asterisk, Tom. Sovereignty. Is he the classic favorite? Is he the horse to beat?
He's the classic favorite. He's the one to beat. If he runs like he's been running and progresses like he's been progressing, he's going to win the Classic. This is a once-in-a-generation type horse. I mean, I see him, I think of horses like Affirmed, you know. Yeah. I think of the really, really great ones. And I know there'll be some pushback on that. But truly, I think he's one of the great 3-year-olds we've had in a very, very long time.
One to beat?
I'm there, yeah. I'm with him. I just think that at the end of the day, it's going to be him and Sierra Leone rolling down the center racetrack. I truly think that will be happening in the Breeders' Cup Classic. And who do you want, a fresher horse, or do you want the older horse in Sierra Leone? I'm kind of with Tom. I think Sovereignty's one of those 3-year-olds we haven't seen in a long time.
Do we know how good Sovereignty is yet?
We haven't gotten to the bottom of it by any means.
I don't think we have.
And you think about last year, Sierra Leone in the Travers, he was beaten, but he ran a 109 buyer figure in the Breeders' Cup Classic, which he won. He ran 112 buyer. Sovereignty got 115 buyer in the Travers, and there could be major improvement between now and Breeders' Cup. I'm with Tom. He's a generational kind of horse. He does stuff to me.
He's made it easy for us to get out over our skis, hasn't he?
Yes, he has indeed. That's well put.
Here, though, most stars of tomorrow. Spendthrift Farm Hopeful. We check in with Acacia.
And Lafitte Butane, the West Coast Invader, taking a lot of attention for trainer Bob Baffert. Obviously, his one race was in California, but I did actually see him at the 2-year-old sale when he sold for $1.15 million at the OBS April sale, working 20 and 3. Now, typically, when you see horses at a 2-year-old sale work 2 furlongs, it's because it takes them a little bit longer to get going, and it's horses that often want a little bit more ground. That's not the case that it looks like with this guy. He is the son of Tis the Law, and he is stout, compact, not the biggest, but incredibly powerful. He was the talk of the sale after that work, where he was a touch high-headed early, leveled beautifully, and did it so effortlessly. Now, he won first time out, not the quickest out of the gate. He ended up pressing the pace setter and took over to pull away. Can he take his show on the road? He does stack up physically and has been the consummate professional. The number 3, Romeo, was purchased as the Horses of Racing Age sale for $1.7 million after winning the Bashford Manor. I covered his race 2 back in the Tremont, where I actually picked him that day in the face of Mythical, who was a filly taking on the boys, used that speed. But this horse is so good looking, big, imposing, looking like he's only going to appreciate as the distances get longer. I love the 7 furlongs for him. I caught up with Steve Asmussen yesterday after a win and asked him what it was like taking over this horse, and he said it's like taking over an older horse. He's so straightforward that he ends up sleeping most of the day, which is what you love to see, especially for your young horses. I think he has to step forward off that Bashford Manor, but he certainly is the one that's eye-catching in the paddock. But Maggie, you've gotten a chance to get to know quite a few of these very well.
That's right, and Romeo will definitely look to at least start paying his connections back after they purchased him for that $1.7 million off of the back of that effort in the Tremont, the Bashford Manor. As we'll take a look here at Ted Noffey and joking around with Ned Toffee, as this horse is named for him. He said, yeah, he's big, he's gray. I like old fashions. His dam is an old fashioned, but hopefully he's faster than me, and by golly, he certainly was. He draws favorably again today. He has this lovely, bright disposition, not doing too much, not overly energetic, just like, oh, cool, I'm back at the races. And he's just got such a long, lovely frame to him that suggests that the 7 furlongs is going to be right up his alley, and hints at the fact that he's a horse that is really going to, if he stays healthy, of course, flourish as the distances get longer. That Breeders' Cup Juvenile, obviously, in the back of their minds, has to be here, but very fit. Love what I'm seeing from him. As number 1, Curtain Call, I thought showed a dimension of professionalism in his second start. Now, I can understand people maybe wanting to write him off slightly because it was on a wet sealed racetrack, but he really put the rest of the field to bed, which argument could be made that it wasn't the strongest field, as we've seen Tagermeen not necessarily come back and flatter his purchase price either. But Curtain Call represents himself well here in the paddock, and I like the fact that Jose Ortiz sticks. He was really impressed with this horse after he broke his maiden, because he sat in that pocket, and once he tipped him out, he exploded down the lane. Really nicely on the bridle again, conserving that energy, but it's bubbling under the surface, much like he was going back for that first start here at Saratoga. His weight, his conditioning has only gone forward from that effort, and I like the fact that he does have, arguably the most amount of time between that maiden breaking score and this hopeful today, Lafitte.
Fresh, rested, ready. Curtain Call post-parade shortly. Another look there at Butane. Let's revisit his highly anticipated unveiling. Early August, Del Mar, Tom, I know you like him today. He was 2-5, and Butane runs away and hides.
He didn't break all that great. He had to ask to get in a position, which he readily did. And he has a beautiful kick here after getting in the right spot. Looks really, really good doing it. It's West Coast versus East Coast, in my opinion, here. I think advantage West Coast.
I tell you what, he walked by here, and he is an Adonis of a horse. He's the kind of horse that he looks like the guy that kicks sand on the beach, the skinny guys like me.
Yeah, and me.
I tell you what, Todd Baffert's usually signature move are those back-to-back 5/8, and exactly what he gave this horse after that debut. And the fact that he didn't break that great, as you hear the call of the post with a little
Star Wars theme?
into it, he didn't take this horse to the gate. So I think that's really good after not breaking that fast first time out.
Spendthrift Farm hopeful. Top class 2-year-olds. Let's meet the field. Maggie liked what she saw. Curtain call. Runaway maiden winner. Opening weekend in the slop.
Taking some money, too, is the son of Tislelaw. The other one besides Butane.
Flying Hawaiian is, in fact, a Pennsylvania bred.
Pennsylvania bred stepping into the big leagues here, coming from some minor tracks.
Romeo, expensive, quick Bashford Manor winner.
This horse looked tremendous, too. 2 for 3 lifetime, should show a lot of speed.
AI, 9-1, dramatic upset debut score.
Yeah, the field broke in his debut, and then he left. And you didn't think he had any chance at all, and he came running in the end and got it.
I don't know if he can run with these, but that was fun to watch. There's a Butane, the expensive California Invader.
Yeah, Butane just looks tremendous on the racetrack. $1.15 million they paid for this Tislelaw colt.
Paid $950,000 for Soldier and Diplomat.
Yeah, look, this is a horse that ran very professionally and was well touted on the backside in his win.
Ted Nafi, Johnny V, Todd Pletcher.
Gets a great post today, being on the outside like that, gets to watch everything that's happening. You know, he came around everybody to win, and I think he's going to do it again. One thing interesting about Ted Nafi, when you watch this video, to me, Richie, and I would love your opinion as well as Paul's, he gets a little lazy in the stretch, like he thinks it's game over. And then he has to be reminded, it almost looks like he takes off again. See if you agree or not. You won't hurt my feelings if you don't.
No, I mean, honestly, that's exactly why I like him so much, because I thought that. He hits the front, and, you know, they are herd animals. Todd trains his 2-year-olds in company, and he's like, all right, well, where's my company? You know, Johnny's keeping after him, but watch when he feels the presence of this horse on the outside. To me, he reasserted himself.
Right there.
Exactly, right there. He drops his head and kind of goes on again. And obviously today he's going to have horses that are going to stretch him and make him reach down and find more. But that makes me feel like there is more.
There is more. That's what I say.
There's the beautiful flowers that will be draped to the winner. But I'm with you a little bit. Now, the 3 Romeo, I always say that Steve Aspen's got one of the best car washes out there. This horse privately purchased, obviously, from John Robb, who was doing a good job. But this was the race in the Bashford Manor where this horse took no prisoners early, Tom.
No, he didn't. But I'm going to tell you, he was asked from the gate, flagged with the crop on the right hand around the turn. I mean, this horse never got a break, and he just kept going. It's going to be interesting to see what the chain drifts out a little bit at the end here, but it's going to be interesting to see what improvement, if any, is going to be made between that race and this one.
If he made the lead right from the start, and in his 2 wins had controlled right from the start, is he the quickest getting out of the blocks, or how much pressure can he expect to face early?
I think Butane is going to be right there. I think Butane's going to break better, as horses often do from their first to second start. I think he's going to be a part of that pace pressure.
That's Romeo. Then number 6, and Soldier and Diplomat was scheduled to be ridden by Rod Ortiz. There's Ricardo Santana, his first outing, late July. Well supported. 4 to 5 at post time. Richie, Soldier and Diplomat stalks, pounces, and holds on.
Yeah, real nice effort. And he got a similar trip, I thought, to what Ted Nafi did, right? Was from the outside, pounced there. And one thing we know about Steve Asmussen, too, he prepares horses incrementally, right? He was prepared to run well first time. He'll be prepared for a better effort this day. He's always looking for what the next challenge is.
I thought that was a good effort. I thought he was kind of playing around with that horse. And I think Mig makes a good observation. A lot of people don't realize Tom Amos, a good first out trainer. Steve Asmussen and Tom Amos, good first out trainers. Steve Asmussen, tremendous second time out, so they usually improve.
Lots of love for Ted Nafi and the blazing current form of the Todd Pletcher stable, and Johnny Velasquez looking for yet another Grade 1 win on this closing weekend. Ted Nafi, Paul, you're the only one in the favorites corner.
Well, I gave you my reasons, and I just think we're going to see improvement from this second-time starter. And against this group, that's dangerous.
For Todd Pletcher, who, again, with the 2-year-olds on grass, the sweep in the P.G. Johnson, right? Also the with anticipation, the win in the spin-away with Tommy Joe, Spendthrift. Here, Spendthrift with Ted Nafi and Pletcher. I mean, to do that kind of damage closing week, and what that means not just for today, but the future with these young, developing, very talented freshman 2-year-olds.
Well, Todd has always been just tremendous with 2-year-olds, and everybody knows that he was assistant to Wayne Lucas, comes out of that Wayne Lucas Academy. But his Dad JJ is one of the best horse trainers of young horses that I've ever known, breaking young horses training. And Todd even employs Bob Duncan, who was the head starter at NYRA for years and one of the best hands-on horsemen I've ever known, to school his young horses at the starter gate.
Getting closer and closer to post time. Spendthrift Farm hopeful, closing day traditional feature, Maggie. 6-5 butane. What are you seeing as we do reach post time?
Yeah, butane, I just can't get over how actually small I thought he was in the face of some of these other horses that truly look like they want the 7 furlongs. I suppose he can win, but I decided to lean on the horses that at least physically look as though the 7-8 could be well within their wheelhouse. And one that surprised me in showing me that he could possibly be that horse is the longest shot on the board in number 2, Flying Hawaiian. And actually Andy Sterling making a case for this horse when I did the handicapping show with him earlier. Now he is a full brother to Maximus Meridius, who is a multiple stakes winning dirt sprinter for, of course, this trainer, Butch Reed, who is always dangerous when shipping horses here to the NYRA circuit. He's big. There is a lot of Flying Hawaiian. The problem with him, and I'm not going to be too harsh on a 24-to-1 shot, is that he's gotten himself fairly wound up in the preliminaries. He was bad to get the tack on. They had to bring the outriding pony over for him to be saddled on the walk. They did a makeup, which is when the valet literally makes up all the tack, just puts it on all together, tightens the girth as quick as possible, and then the overgirth. So, Acacia, while I think this guy might physically be able to do it, I'm just hoping his mental state complies with that.
I'm with you, Maggie. I completely agree. Handsome individual, just really on his toes. Far more settled today, though, is the 4 AI. Now, I don't think he'd be a very good field first time out. He walked out of the gate. He came rolling late. I get it. They're taking a shot into this race, but he is roughly the same price as Soldier and Diplomat, who ran a 76 Spire speed figure on debut. I think just those late rallies are so exciting to the naked eye. It's interesting. I spoke to Joe Orsino after that race, and he said, we thought he might need a race, and we thought he might be turf. I still agree with both of those things and would potentially like to see this horse on the grass in the future, but I will say, Lafitte, he's acting far better today than he was first time out.
That win was exciting. We'll see if he's good enough to compete with these. What should our viewers be looking for right from the start, Tom?
Yeah, I think the speed comes from the 3 Romeo and the 5 Butane. If one of them clears the other, it might be trouble for the rest of the field, but if they push each other hard, look for those closers, including Ted Nafi.
Rod Ortiz looks on. Would much prefer to be riding Soldier and Diplomat, but like the rest of us for right now, a spectator, and can't wait to see this one. The Spendthrift Farm hopeful 2-year-olds, grade 1, $300,000 purse, Butane. Favorite at post time, backs off with Flavia and Pratt for Bob Baffert. Now coast forward. Frank Mirmati with the call, 2025, grade 1, Spendthrift Farm hopeful, live on Fox Sports 2.
Butane, named for Walker Buehler, has taken up his spot. Soldier and Diplomat, one of 2 for the winningest trainer Steve Asmussen, and Spendthrift Farms Ted Nafi. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Spendthrift Farm hopeful. And Ted Nafi broke very alertly, and so too Soldier and Diplomat, and he's up to take the lead. Flying Hawaiian is close up in the opening furlong. And just behind them, Curtain Call and Butane. It's a gap of 5 to Romeo. And AI was off slowly and is 10 lengths off Soldier and Diplomat, who rattles off an opening quarter in 23 seconds flat. Easy lead for Soldier and Diplomat. Ted Nafi is in second. Flying Hawaiian third. Curtain Call trying to get off the rail. He's currently held in by Butane, who now takes that 4th spot and is 3 lengths off the lead, making his move now. A big gap back to Romeo. AI goes by him. 46-1 for the half mile. And here's Ted Nafi. Ted Nafi in hand inhales Soldier and Diplomat as Butane takes up the chase on the outside, and in between, Curtain Call's running a big race. 1 furlong left. Ted Nafi with a 2-length lead. Curtain Call trying his best, but is no match for Ted Nafi. Ted Nafi in those legendary colors wins the Spendthrift Farm Hopeful by 8. A brilliant performance. Photo between Butane and Curtain Call.
Devastating performance. Ted Nafi for winning trainer Todd Pletcher. What a closing week. And for Spendthrift, in the Spendthrift Farm Hopeful, Ted Nafi, Richie, leaves no doubt.
This was an incredibly impressive performance. He bolted out of the starting gate. I mean, he just broke as fast as horse can break, waited for Johnny Velasquez, settled in his hands, laid second. When he asked him the question, this race was over in a matter of strides.
Yeah, when you think about it, guys, I mean, the pace didn't develop at all, and when those two horses that were supposed to show speed didn't show speed, all of a sudden the pace was nothing.
Yep.
You had to be close to have a chance here, and if you're Ted Nafi, not only close, but take over at the head of the lane and draw away, Paul.
This is a fast race, too. 122 and change. You got to give Butane a little bit of credit. Kind of didn't break that great. It did get up for second. And no doubt about your winner here, the gray, with some nice strides. And a horse that might be the smallest horse in the race, but the best.
Ted Nafi, the horse, Acacia, is with Ned Toffee.
You've got to say it slowly, Lafitte. Ned, what a performance. That has to be so incredibly special to see one named for you, albeit with a little bit of a joke behind it, but to do that in the Hopeful.
Yeah, I'm speechless. That was, Todd said he came out of the last race better than he went into it. So hoping he would run well. This even exceeded expectations, and the name stuff is really fun. But, our goal is to try to get stuff that we get into the stud barn. And he's on his way now, so.
He certainly is. And this is the Spendthrift Farm Hopeful. This one, a son of Into Mischief. We saw a daughter of Into Mischief in Tommy Joe winning yesterday for Spendthrift. Can you talk about what this weekend has been like for the team?
Yeah, it's really special. Tommy Joe, especially being a homebred, means the world to us. It incorporates the whole operation. This one, our buying team did such a wonderful job. Brian Lyle, Seth Simpkin, my son Daniel Toffee did such a great job identifying this horse, and everyone along the way. Todd's people just have done such a great job with him. So it's really gratifying to get here with two really nice 2-year-olds.
I can see you're feeling some of the emotions. Enjoy it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Lafitte.
It's just unreal, this run. First off, yes, Into Mischief, Spendthrift siring the winner of the Spinaway, Tommy Joe, and now the Hopeful here with Ted Nafi. But for that jockey there, the all-time leading jockey in Saratoga history, and Todd Pletcher, the week they have had, 3 Grade 1s here at Saratoga. They win the Spinaway, Jockey Club Gold Cup Antiquarian. Ted Nafi here, and oh yeah, by the way, 3,000 miles out west, the Pacific Classic with fierceness. Like, what year is it?
It's just incredible. I marvel at Johnny Velasquez, how he continues to be able to hold his form. And, he's the elder statesman in the jockey's room now. And talk about getting the band back together. This is Paul and Ringo.
Ted Nafi. Over to Maggie with Johnny V.
Johnny, I know the crowd thought that you had brought him down so they could applaud him, but he was full of steam coming back.
It wasn't about the time, but I had to let him do it. I couldn't pull him up.
That was incredible. He broke so well and just dominated this Grade 1 field.
He broke so well today. I was not expecting that he was going to break as good, because last time he broke okay, but didn't have the speed to be there. I mean, I don't think we went very quickly, but he was there pretty easily, though.
Talk about being on a horse like this. It feels like the longer he goes, the better.
Oh, absolutely. And the gallop was really good, too.
I could see. Well, Johnny, congratulations on what has been a huge weekend.
Thank you so much.
Guys.
Huge weekend and then some. Johnny Velasquez. It's not just that Ted Nafi won, Paul. It's how easily he did it. And going back to the start of the race, Ted Nafi, who broke actually sharpest of all.
That's what he said. He kind of breaks out, but fast. So, Johnny corrects him immediately with that left rein, and boom, he's right on the pace. And the 3 didn't break, and now the 6 kind of shuts the door on your 2 right here, and he's just sitting in the garden spot waiting to pounce.
This was just professional, impressive. I thought at one point right before the quarter pole, Ted Noffe looked like he might have been getting out a little bit. Once Johnny kind of got him back into his hands, he panned out straight. He asked him the question, Tom, this is a big response.
Big response. And he didn't wait on anybody this time like he did in his
No, he
last
did
race.
not.
He kept going. And, you know, look, I've got some 2-year-olds that have
That
performed
was the
well
next
up here.
question.
And I think Ted Noffe just said, hey, Mr. Amos, hold my beer.
Talent scouting. You're watching that. Like, you know how good It's Our Time is just so far based on that runaway win. He's bound for the Champagne. Big Dom headed for the Breeders' Futurity. Yeah, some special and exciting 2-year-olds that we've been introduced to over the last few weeks, as we are every summer here at Saratoga. Part of why we love being here every summer and why he's loved being here for so many summers. The all-time leading Saratoga leading jockey. Another hopeful, Johnny Velasquez. What a week. Ted Noffe rolls in the Spendthrift Farm hopeful.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear. 2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his forego, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sire of Sires Keeland has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live. Star on the ascend, making short work of his competition, Tom. Ted Noffe by many in the Spendthrift Farm hopeful.
Yeah, you know, look, they've run this race 121 times. It's not just, quote unquote, another Grade 1, which is the highest level of competition. We're talking about horses like Affirmed, Secretariat that have won this race. Ted Noffe did not put himself on a different stage from them today. He showed maybe, just maybe, he could be every bit as good as they are.
Just getting started, undefeated. Winner Circle Lead-In brought to you by Fasig-Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate your star today. Star is what he looks like early on in his career after 2 starts. And the Spendthrift results are in. Ted Noffe, 962, butane, curtain call, but all about Ted Noffe here in the Spendthrift Farm hopeful. Most prestigious race for 2-year-olds at Saratoga, leaving no doubt. And we say goodbye to a friend, absolute professional, Andrew Burns, retiring as the New York Racing Association stakes coordinator, who's been here for a quarter century.
And just a great guy. You know, when I would be preparing to do shows and wanted to know who was, you know, pointing towards races, spend some time in Andrew Burns' office, get all the skinny. This guy's coming. This one's not. This horse is shipping in. Big Met fan, Paul,
Yeah.
and just an all-around great human being.
We have so many guys on the backside that wear a lot of Yankee hats. At least we have Patrick that wear. I mean, Mr. Burns wears his Met hat almost every day, and listen, he's the salt of the earth too. He's one of the best guys you'll ever meet. He does a tremendous job. I'm with Mig too. When I first got here, you know, you wanted to see where horses were going for different races. You just had to step into his office, and he was right there. But that Met hat was always a staple.
But here's the secret. I mean, there's a lot of stakes coordinators around the country. Every racetrack has a stakes coordinator who takes the nominations for a race and deciphers who's going to run, who's not going to run. Andrew's information was always spot on.
Yeah.
You can't say it about any other stakes coordinator in the United States. When you went in there, what you're allowed to do, and say, hey, who's going in this race to decide whether you want to run your horse or not in that race? We're talking about stakes races. Well, Andrew was always spot on.
Not an easy job. It can be challenging. And this stake, the last he will have been part of during his career here at the New York Racing Association. The Saranac coming up in about 18 minutes, plus one final. One last Richie Migliori Ride of the Week.
So, Dylan, in the perfect sting, you're riding dynamic pricing, a filly that you're very familiar with. You've already won a Grade 1 on her. And when you're on a horse like this, you know, who is a high-profile horse, the other riders know you're the horse to beat. You kind of got an X on your back, don't you?
Yeah, of course. You know, I'm the horse to beat. I'm one of the favorites, and you know, when riders get an opportunity to make it difficult for me, to get out or wherever I have to go, they're going to take that chance for sure. And just trying to make sure when I make my move, I have enough space available for me, so then I don't get checked or stopped.
And she looks like she got into the first turn in good shape, and she's really taking you. You feel already, even though you have a lot of ground to make up, are you feeling pretty confident?
Of course. You know, with the position I had there in the first turn, I found myself right behind the co-favorite with Irad. I loved where I was at. I had Joelle right there at the 6 furlong, already locking me in or making it difficult for me, so I knew it was going to be a tough trip from there on, and but I was happy with where I was at.
Now, you got Irad in front of you, like you said, the co-favorite horse to beat. You see him starting to move. You don't want to let him get too far away.
Exactly. Once he made his move, I was trying to get my filly in to run, and hopefully I was trying to, you know, follow him throughout. And at this point at the corner, Joelle had just a little more horse than I did, but making myself move out, I gave myself some options to dart back to the inside. And this filly dynamic, she just really thrived through there, and there was only room for one in there, and she really, when I called upon her, she really thrived through that position, and she really showed that her colors today.
And she kicked hard the last 1/8 of a mile, but you did something so critical, coming just inside the 8th pole. The horse was stopping on the rail, and you were very responsible. You didn't just take his ground. I could see your thought process, and people don't understand, it's very difficult to be that clear-headed in that moment.
Of course, you don't. That's just riding with experience. I could have caused an inquiry by pushing Joelle out here and forcing my way outside and getting next to Irad, but because of that, I didn't want to do that. I opted for the inside, and the gaps were there for me, and I'm happy that Dynamic was there for me as well. If I went outside, maybe Irad's horse could have found a little extra, and it would have been even closer than this, but I kind of had a little sneak attack, finding myself through the rail.
Well, that move to the rail just inside the 8th pole, to me, absolutely won the race. And for that, you get Ride of the Week.
Thanks, Rich.
Closing week Ride of the Week brought to you by My Racehorse. Clutch ride in a big spot, riding a Grade 1 winner for Chad Brown in a stakes race.
Listen, he was on the best horse, and she had to accelerate through those spots. And it looked a little dicey at one point, but I wanted to illustrate to people just how difficult it is when you ride a big favorite, how much pressure's on you, and how you're the guy that everybody's targeting. They know that they got to compromise you within the boundaries of the rules. That's what race riding is, to win. And Dylan saw that this isn't going to work out, trying to work my way outside. What's plan B? There it is, and took it, and not an easy position to be in, rode the best horse, but made the right moves.
All worked out in the end. If it didn't, trainer Chad Brown would be 2 behind Todd Pletcher. We have a new leader. 1 clear is Todd Pletcher after that win in the hopeful moments ago. You just saw Chad Brown has a live runner in the Saranac, Asbury Park, 5-2 final stakes race of the meet when we come back.
$1,050,000. $1,050,000.5. $1 million, Blake. Thank you.
For Rangeroo, it's Mandaloon. A Mandaloon wins.
Selling the best. Fasig-Tipton graduates won more Eclipse Awards in 2024 than any other sale company. Torpedo Anna, Moira, National Treasure, Sierra Leone, Soul of an Angel, Straight No Chaser, Fasig-Tipton, eclipsing the competition.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Delmore Futurity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst lasted home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
They're off in the personal ensign. Torpedo Anna turns for home with Darth Vader in hot pursuit, a length back second. These two past the 8-pole together. Brian Hernandez Jr. riding for his life on Torpedo Anna, trying to fend off this huge fid from Darth Vader. It's Torpedo Anna. Darth Vader's coming at her. Torpedo Anna, Darth Vader. Here's the line. Photo finish. Torpedo Anna and Darth Vader hit the wire together in the personal ensign.
Anna Thorpe's reaction. Number 2 top 10 moments of the summer. Tom Torpedo Anna refusing to lose the personal ensign, lighting up Saratoga in front of 48,000 plus.
Last year's Horse of the Year champion, older mare and or 3-year-old mare, and come back this year and had a kind of an in-and-out season, but she showed why she's champion. That was grit that got her to the wire in front.
You could say all the superlatives about Torpedo Anna, and I don't care what numbers come back. That was her best win.
Heart of a champion.
Yeah. Electric.
Just refused to lose. And she was part of a 3-pronged duel
Oh, my
early.
God.
Put the others away. Those 2 mares were good mares in their own right, Brent. Last and second to last. And then here comes a perfect trip, Darth Vader. And she goes, no, not today. This is my day. And that was a great performance.
As good as it gets in the personal ensign on Travers Day. Torpedo Anna just said no, not today. Takes down another grade 1. We have the Saranac coming up. Horses in the paddock. So is Maggie.
That's right, Lafitte. As we do see Stars and Strides as your favorite, gonna check in with a horse that I might have a theory about, with number 1 on the rail, Asbury Park. Now, he did show some talent, especially in his first start, coming back as a 3-year-old and breaking his maiden. But that was on a course that was very soft. And I think he's a horse that, obviously, given his pedigree, might prefer a course with Given It more so than many of his fellow competitors. So on these more fair surfaces, I feel like he just becomes not, that strong of a candidate. He just, probably is one that can get a piece of this. But then there's the intangible that off of a somewhat disappointing effort last time at even money, Chad Brown opts for a stakes race. So I know he had a little bit of trouble in that effort, and I've got to say that he has bulked up considerably. He's put on conditioning compared to his last race. He is a bit of a smaller type, and that's why that type of physical lends itself well to the softer turf. And he's a little bit sharper in here too. So maybe some positives here with Asbury Park if he can handle the firm going just as well. Moving on to Crudo, who's a bit of a wild card. He's a son of Justify, who gets turf runners. There's no doubt about that. And while the dam, she's getting up there in age, she's had 7 foals try the turf, with 3 of which to win on it. Now, looking at him, he's a really round-bodied, well-conditioned horse, which is what I've seen from him throughout his career. And I'm wondering if, too, because at least in his running lines, he has shown that he doesn't really like to win unless he has the lead. And I'm also wondering if that's because of kickback. So with turf, you completely mitigate that. You don't have to deal with it, because the problem is there's other speed in here. So if they were trying to get to the lead with him, I don't know if he's necessarily going to be as quick on turf as some of these other horses. He does have a bit of a turf look. I wouldn't be surprised if he handles it. And even if he just handles it and runs the same race that he has on the dirt, then it does make him a player here. But Acacia Stars and Strides, I think he's going to be awfully tough.
He certainly should be, Maggie, though his turf debut was an eventful one, to say the least, as you did see him in the stretch kind of making that winning move. Junior Alvarado having to kind of drop the rein as the horse veered sharply in towards the inside. Now, after taking a look at that, the stewards did decide that he did not interfere with the horse that he kind of bumped in there, who was kind of fading at that point anyway, and he was best in that race. He's definitely a turf horse, though he did win so impressively on the dirt first time out. He was a handful last time, I will say. I think he's even more of a handful today. He was tough to get the tack on. They had to really work to keep him from rearing up, and he has gotten himself a bit warm. That's not out of character for him. He's such a lovely horse in the way that he covers the ground. Hopefully he can be more professional and stay straight in the running of the race today. Now, the number 6, Leon Blue, coming in off of a New York bred stakes win in the Rick Violet, was forwardly placed last time. I have to say, I think the fact that we see him here is a really positive sign, and he's one that throughout his career could get really revved up, could get really washy prior to his races. This is the most relaxed I have ever seen Leon Blue. He still has his ears pricked, he's on his toes, he's alert, and he's forward, but he's not hot, he's not over the top, he's keeping a lid on it, which I appreciate, and I thought he ran exceptionally well between horses last time. It is a step forward as he's going into open company, Lafitte, but I think the way that he's acting and coming off that win, he showed he's earned this chance.
My boy Blue, Leon Blue, Christopher Elliott's ride in the Rick Violet, that was good enough for a Richie Migliore ride of the week, correct?
I thought he rode a tremendous race that day, and he was, dueling with Flavien Prat, who, a world champion rider. For a young rider to get the best of him in a stakes race, pretty big deal.
Such a popular win. Leon Blushewitz, we'll see what Leon Blue does here in this upcoming Saranac Post Parade. There is Asbury Park and Flavien Prat.
Yeah, broke his maiden very impressively. Had excuses last time when he hit the gate. And for all you Bruce Springsteen fans.
Yeah, magic pathway there. He's won 2 of his last 3 at Colonial and Monmouth.
Yeah, and Michael Trombetta's had a tremendous meet. And seems like the Colonial horses have done well.
Stars and Strides, 4th start, all at Saratoga.
Made a big mistake in the middle of the stretch. Ducked in behind horses. Junior lost his reins, clipped heels, and still won last time.
Favorite, Cairo Caper.
Yeah, a horse that's run well on the Penn Miles, really dropping in class in here at 17-1.
Number 5 is Tank, who does like to mix it up early.
And he should be up on the pace, I would imagine, especially with Yaramil Bard.
7-1 currently, then Leon Blue, a dramatic Rick Violet winner.
Yeah, this horse has run well in his last 2 starts, and maybe he was a little undervalued last time, and you're getting a good price today at 6-1.
Crudo, Todd Pletcher, Pimlico's Sir Barton winner turf debut.
This is who I like. He's got some pedigree here for turf. He's a full to awesome result who was 8 for 9 with a second in Japan with $1.2 million in earnings.
Heard Maggie's comments moments ago. Then here is Versus, and Jose Ortiz rides for the first time, 3 wins thus far in the afternoon.
Yeah, Kelly Breen for Screen Door Stable. This horse has been at Keeland, Gulfstream, Monmouth, and most recently a good runner-up effort at Delaware.
Last stakes race of the season. Here at Saratoga, the Saranac, 3-year-olds, mile and a 16th on a firm turf course in Asbury Park. A Tattersall's acquisition, October 2023 yearling sale, where so many international stars are acquired and that dominate in turf racing all around the world. We'll see what Asbury Park does in this Saranac. Tom, what do you make of his chances with Flavian Pratt and Chad Brown? Brown, again, 1 win behind Todd Pletcher in the trainer standings.
Well, he's been favored in every one of his starts, all 3 starts, and he looks like he's come back as a stronger version from last year. He has that layoff from August until June of this year. The pace wasn't really that quick last time, and that hurt him. I think there's a lot of speed in here, guys, even with the scratches, and I think the pace will be legitimate.
Stars and Strides emerging as the favorite, 9-5 there. He is. Let's revisit this, his first start on grass, August 7th, mile distance, a 9-1 with Junior Alvarado, Richie. A horse and rider kind of all over the place here. It's not necessarily pretty, but he does win in the end.
And watch this left-hand turn he's going to make. He's going to take out the horse inside of him, but he almost drops himself running up on this horse's heels. Junior lost the right rein, he lost his balance, had to regather everything. At this point, he has no chance to regain that momentum, and he does.
And he does right there. And look at what happens when he does. I mean, he's winning pretty doggone easily right there. Even though they're catching him, he's just sitting on him. And you're right. He lugs in, has to get restarted. That's very difficult for a horse to do. And typically when a trainer sees that, and we're talking about, a trainer like Bill Mott, who's a Hall of Fame trainer, he's going to have that corrected for this race. You're going to look for a horse to get a better trip. And if he's got that much horsepower turning for home, he's going to be difficult to beat.
We know how challenging this sequence was going in, Paul. You're still alive with Asbury Park in Stars and Strides, 3 down, 2 to go.
Yeah, if I was going to use another horse here, it would have been the 7, Crudo, because that horse has got the best numbers on dirt, and if it translates to the turf, the horse to beat. But I like Stars and Strides. Asbury Park, the son of Frankel, did not have the best trip. His maiden special race, I thought was a weaker field. I do like the 3 a little bit better than the 1 in here, but hopefully we can get to the last.
We had the Pick 6 carryover. Yet another subplot in this closing day at Saratoga, and what we've seen thus far in handicappers, Tom, they've done a good job so far. Just saw Ted Naffy in the hopeful 962.
Yeah, I'm still getting used to the breakage that we're now using, because everything used to be a round figure. Instead of 962 is 960. But I guess they feel they owe the bettors a little bit on the breakage. Anything we can do to help you.
You're out in Kentucky. Your horses pay $6.62 to win. Let's go.
You're accustomed to it. And you're going with Crudo here, Tom, and his turf debut for Todd Pletcher.
I am. I thought with Crudo that pedigree is so strong for turf. The fastest horse in this race is Crudo, but he's never been on the grass before, so he's the fastest race using his dirt numbers. I'm counting on him translating those numbers here.
How much does the impact, the loss, the absence, I should say, of Mead Bago change the complexion of the race, guys?
Oh, it takes a lot of speed out of the race, right? But I think Tank, Crudo.
I agree.
Even Leon Blue is a horse that can be forward.
Maybe Magic Pathway a little bit. That's your horse.
But I do think that it benefits Crudo the most because he was the speed outside of him, and now maybe Johnny can get him to settle a little and stalk follow.
Back to Maggie with a minute to post till the Saranac.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at some long shots here, Acacia and I trackside, as I'll take a look at one of the 2 that comes in here from Colonial Downs. That's number 4, Cairo Caper, who does drop out of the Grade 2 Secretariat, in which it was a day on August 9th where you wanted to be saving ground, and he didn't get to do that. He was pretty hard on the bridle, too, and I always think that he wasn't rank by any means, but he was tugging along, kind of mouth open a little bit, and that's just expending just a bit more energy than I'm sure his rider Victor Carrasco wanted him to. Before that, there's the Penn Mile over that bog of a course. Now, maybe it's a horse that prefers it a bit boggy. I don't know. But what I can say here is that I think, we're dealing with a fair turf course, and 2, he has the ability to lay close. He's showing that in his preliminary attitude, and that He's been on his toes, but very controlled and contained. He's beautifully put together here for Phil Schoenthal. Just a very elegant horse, very classic looking, kind of right up my alley. So for me, he's a long shot that I would possibly use underneath here. Acacia, is you taking a look at number 2, Magic Pathway, who literally rode the Magic Pathway to victory last time out at Colonial.
He did. He's not necessarily one that I could recommend as far as a horse to use. I would say he's visually, aesthetically very pleasing to the eyes, a son of Quality Road, but I wanted to talk about him because I feel like with the presence of this horse in here, the way that he ran last time, yes, he was where you wanted to be on the track, but he has Kendrick Carmouche aboard. He is the one that I would think you will see try to be aggressive early and add a little bit of pace in here. He wasn't necessarily sharp in the preliminaries, actually a pretty laid back individual, but he broke so sharply last time out, and you can bet, Lafitte, that Kendrick looks at some of the scratches, sees how this race would play out, and will probably try to have this horse be forward. Maybe that will set it up for some of the more favored closers in here.
Not shy about putting the pedal to the metal, Magic Pathway. Todd Pletcher looking on, some drama. With 2 races left, the score 32-31. Richie, Todd Pletcher with Crudo here, Chad Brown, Asbury Park.
Well, Todd Pletcher was in chase mode for the majority of the meet. Chad Brown leading the way. And this is late in the meet. Todd has hit the front. Can Chad battle back down to the wire?
21 training titles at Saratoga between them. 14 for Todd Pletcher, 7 for Chad Brown, not to mention the last 4. And oh, by the way, they're going to finish 1-2. This is 14 times in the last 15 years that Pletcher and Brown have finished 1-2 at Saratoga.
These guys have got great athletes in the barn, and that's not by chance. They're great trainers, so good horses migrate to their barns.
Yep. Chase for an Alan Jerkins training title continues with 2 races left. Pletcher 32 wins, Brown 31 wins. Stars and Strides coaxed forward, the 8-5 favorite. Post time for the Saranac. Frank Biramati standing by.
Here's Versus to the outside stall for the Screen Door Stables. They're in the gate. Oh, we have a very restless runner there. That's Leon Blue. Leon Blue open the front of the gate. Assistant starters immediately tending to Leon Blue. And then right next door, Tank is moving around. They're settled. And they're off in the Saranac. And Stars and Strides comes out on top. Cairo Caper, but it is Leon Blue intent on getting to the front. And Crudo with his customary early speed moves up to take second. Stars and Strides is on the hedge, just off the leader. And right next to him comes Cairo Caper. Versus Extreme Outside moves up to take 4th. They are followed by Magic Pathway. Tank is second to last, and Asbury Park is 8 lengths off the lead, being held by Leon Blue. Leon Blue ran a quarter in 24-1, prompted by Crudo, who's a half length away in second. Another 2 back to Stars and Strides, racing in 3rd, and Versus is outside of him 4th. Then it's Cairo Caper and Magic Pathway. Those 2 neck and neck with Tank and Asbury Park. It's a compact field that went through a half in 49-2. Leon Blue and Crudo 1-2 throughout. Stars and Strides now ask for a little bit more on the inside. He just lost 3rd to Cairo Caper, who makes his move on the outside. Versus in between those 2. Flavian Pratt and Asbury Park now getting a path. Swinging to the outside is Asbury Park as he's finding his best stride through 1:13-4 for 6 furlongs. They're at the top of the stretch, 1 furlong to go. Crudo, Stars and Strides. In between them, Leon Blue fights on. Just behind them, Cairo Caper and Asbury Park still with 4 to make up. And a big run from Magic Pathway. But it's Stars and Strides asserting his superiority to win the Saranac under Junior Alvarado. Magic Pathway, Asbury Park found his stride a little too late and settled for the Shodo.
Cavalry charge to the wire in the Saranac, and Pin Oak Studs, Stars and Strides emerges late. There goes that team again. Alvarado, Mott, another stakes win this summer at Saratoga, taking down the last one, the Saranac.
And yeah, he sat the pocket. You know, he washed out pretty bad, and I was worried about how that might affect him, but he was sitting in the pocket, had a handful of horse, following Crudo, found his room, and kicked on, and he backed up that effort we saw last time when he made a lot of mistakes.
Found his room. Look how the rail opens up here, you guys. Behind the leaders in the blue cap. Wow. Look, there's nobody on the rail. Just give me that spot if you don't mind, sir. And he takes over from there.
Well, and particularly for a horse that wants to lug in.
Yeah, perfect.
Go inside. I don't have to fight him and wrestle with him to get around horses.
Yeah, and Kendrick kind of followed him with a good second here on Magic Pathway. He's like, I'll go to the inside and just follow you here. I thought that was a heck of a ride for second. But there you see the pan shot, and he's just loaded on the rail, or the drone shot, excuse me. You see he's kind of loaded on the rail, Tom. And when you thought Asbury Park and Flavien Prat kind of understood that they were going a little slower than they thought, he tried to make an early move. But like you said, when the rail opened, the race was over.
And there it is right there. Look how much distance there is right now.
Can you say open sesame?
Right.
On the hedge, kicks clear, big effort. And you're right, Paul, yeah. Kendrick Carmouche guiding Magic Pathway down to the inside. He makes a late run, but Stars and Strides had flown the coop. Magic Pathway completing the exacta at 17-1. Stars and Strides, perfect in 2 starts on grass.
No, he's a good horse. And that horse, his father, Oscar Performance, is really turning out to be one of those horses that, American Pharoah, it's turned out to be really one of those great grass sires.
Yeah, it really has.
That guy's going to be all right. He has a future, doesn't he?
Youngest trainer ever inducted into
it's been a real renaissance, hasn't it, for him in the last 4 or 5 years?
Well,
he's always been good. He's always near the top. But, this is something different that we're seeing the last couple of years for him.
Champions and Horses of the Year and Cody's Wish, and the list goes on, and the damage done with Sovereignty. What a ride, and Bill Mott with Acacia.
Come on.
He's ready. He's ready for it, Bill.
Come on.
You've gotten good at the interviews this summer. Bill, Stars and Strides, though, obviously has found his home on the turf.
Right. We broke his maiden on the dirt here at the meet and came back in with winners, and he was disappointing, so we put him on the grass, which we thought from the beginning might be his cup of tea. And, of course, he jumped right into this restricted stake today and worked out well.
I know it was an eventful win last time out. Today, how happy were you when the rail opened up? Because it seems he likes the inside.
It's good. Well, we took him back in behind a couple of the speed horses, and then the speed horses really slowed it down. So it looked like really they didn't present the type of early pace that we thought they were going to. But anyway, he was stuck in behind him, and it opened up, and he rode him right on through there and got the job done.
And quite a meet for you, obviously highlighted by the Travers. Can you reflect back a little bit?
Well, it's been good. We like it up here. We like to win races here, and we're very fortunate to be able to win here when the opportunity presents itself, and this has been another good year.
Congratulations on another one.
Thank you very much.
Maggie?
Here with Junior Alvarado, and Junior, we were just joking. Boy, he likes the rail.
I guess, I was double guessing myself when I'm about to pull it to the rail. I was like, well, we're going to be in the rail. If you try to log in again, we're going to end up in the inside turf. But, they caught me by surprise last time because, I ride in, working, very straightforward. What's a team probably maybe being the first time in the turf, but, today he run beautifully. What a turn of foot this horse has, he's just amazing, really, shoot him through the hole, and he just went on very quick, so we had high hope for him.
As you should. He's so handsome too. Massive congratulations yet again for your main barn.
Thank you, Maggie.
Junior Alvarado, Stars and Strides. He's very comfortable along the hedge, guys.
We met in Belmont Day, debuting and winning in the slop, not the biggest race that afternoon that Mott and Alvarado won together. He's 3 for 4 now. And Paul, it's not just the bigger races they've won together, but a lot of these races that Mott had wanted to win for a long time and just hadn't, as we take another look here at Stars and Strides. But he hadn't won a Met Mile, knocked that one down with Cody's Wish. Hadn't won a Whitney, and then Arthur's Ride changed all that. Did not win a Travers either, and Sovereignty goes out and goes Sovereignty in the Travers Stakes, and all with Junior Alvarado right there with him.
Yeah, I think, kind of started with Olympiad, and I'll refer to Tom on this. Whenever you get a big horse in your barn like Cody's Wish, the karma and the confidence, especially with Junior Alvarado with Sovereignty, just keeps getting better and better. When you keep getting good horses like that, you just train with confidence and ride with confidence.
It builds on itself, and I think the relationship between those two, as you're looking at them right there, it has a lot to do with it.
Many significant moments together. Trainer, jockey, Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado this summer at Saratoga. They win the final stakes race. Stars and Strides emerging victorious, 3 of 4. All that room on the inside. Yeah, he does like it inside as he emerges and wins the Saranac. One left of the meet this summer at Saratoga. You're watching Saratoga Live.
As a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, Liam's Map has taken that success to stud, a proven sire, from the sales ring to the winner's circle, with hundreds of 6-figure yearling sales and multiple Grade 1 winners on dirt and turf, including recent Grade 1 winners Burnham Square and Deterministic. Liam's Map, standing at Lane's End.
One race left of the traditional summer meet at Saratoga. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. 11th and final, as you look at Stars and Strides. And an example, Tom, that some horses just, even though they look a certain way, it's not always indicative of performance on the racetrack.
He got a little warm before the race. You can even see him there in the winner's circle on his shoulder that he's pretty warm. And you kind of compare it to the other horses in the race. You didn't see that from the other ones. But Stars and Strides came to run today, and run he did.
Delivering that knockout punch late, right when they're all bunched up. Stars and Strides, though, he had another gear.
He did, and Junior Alvarado was looking for space, and then the best space opened up towards the inside. And Junior talked about it. Last time he caught him off guard with that move to the inside. Well, this time he had room there, and he can just allow him to run forward.
You see the pool, $1.6 million with the closing day mandatory payout with the pick 6. Stars and Strides, the favorite, delivers, and you are almost home. Almost home, Paul. 4 down, 1 left in your late pick 5.
Yeah, the 1 gets home 1,600. The 3 gets home, it'd be 1,400. The 5 gets home 1,100, 1,800 to the 6. And then the 12, Divine Rose, would be 1,600 for Cherie DeVoe. I'll just put a stamp, and that will stuff Andy in a locker.
A lot of locker stuffing going on the last 2 days of summer at Saratoga. Trainer title still up for grabs. Trainer Chad Brown, 1 behind. Todd Pletcher has 2. Brown with Say Yes to Dreams and Every Vote Counts. Todd Pletcher with Equitas the 11th race, last race of the season in 19 minutes. Fans here at Saratoga and everyone here this afternoon soaking it all in. One final day in the sun, even though a little overcast. Winding down the 162nd season of racing at Saratoga.
The rumblings started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Why do we do this? We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So your 3rd-generation business can become a 4th and 5th and 6th. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years, with thousands of fans cheering for horses and jockeys yet to come. That's why we come to work every day. Why we travel the world to bring home buyers. Invest in every race. Obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeland, every moment matters.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Well, we've been here since 1910. Started here with my great-grandfather. They moved the operation from Virginia to present-day Claiborne in Paris, Kentucky. Long lineage between my grandfather, Bull Hancock, who was really influential in importing European stallions. And those stallions ended up kind of transcending the American bloodstock, and they're still evident and prevalent throughout the pedigrees today. My father, he had Mr. Prospector. He brought him up from Florida. He's had Danzig. Obviously, Secretariat was his first stallion that he ever syndicated, so he caught lightning in a bottle right off the bat, and I'm trying to do the same thing now. Certainly, we've come along and been really lucky and gotten some really good stallions along the way. Warfront's obviously in the sunset of his career. He's been unbelievable for us. We're looking for someone to fill his shoes, and we're excited about Mindframe. We think he can be that next big horse for us. Annapolis has had his first foals on the ground, and they're looking unbelievable. Certainly Prince of Monaco, he has his first that are in utero, and we're looking forward to those foals in the spring. We've really put an emphasis on our September sale this year, more so than years past. We're feeling confident that we have a really good group, and hopefully the sales results will prove that. We've had a lot of wonderful clients over the years that have really supported us and backed us, and that's been one of the main reasons why we've had the success we've had. We couldn't do it without them. It's hard to be in business for 115 years if you're not doing things the right way. Our motto is do the usual and usually well, and we've always felt like if you take care of the horse is going to take care of you, and we've certainly been lucky in that regard.
Legendary Claiborne Farm, indeed doing the usual unusually well, where it all begins, and our thanks to everyone at Claiborne for their support. Part of Saratoga Live every summer here at Saratoga. With the last race of the meet, Paul, and the carryover coming in, pick 6 wheel pace.
This is pretty good. 12,000 is the lowest you can do, obviously, to the 5, but that is very good, considering not one horse paid over $10, but we didn't see anybody like odds on win through this sequence. So hopefully you're alive, and you're alive at Naira Bets. So right now, the 5 is your favorite on the board and your favorite in the pick 6.
Say Yes to Dreams, trained by Chad Brown, 1 win behind Todd Pletcher in the trainer standings with this one race left. Over to Maggie.
And we'll take a look at some horses coming back off layoffs, actually 2 of which were only their second starts of their career. We'll start on the outside with number 12, Divine Rose for Cherie DeVoe. Not an advantageous post. I completely heed that fact. But she comes out of a maiden race in which she was only beaten 3/4 of a length by a Chad Brown horse that then would go on the bench and return, I think, at Monmouth in an allowance race and run very well, narrowly beaten with some trouble and post an 83 Beyer. So I think she was beaten by a quality type of runner that with her routine improvement, she could be effective in this spot here. She comes back in looking so fit, so well muscled, very laid back. So while she was closer to a very soft pace, I wouldn't be surprised if actually we see her maybe even trying to tuck in and therefore taking back a bit more just because she is that laid back type. Now, number 9 is Every Vote Counts. Well, she definitely didn't get the necessarily vote of confidence by Chad Brown first time out as a 2-year-old. I always feel like when he doesn't necessarily know what to do with them, he puts them in a turf sprint. That's why his numbers there aren't that exceptional like they are going longer on the turf with his juveniles. But the fact that he comes back after a disappointing effort in that questionable spot, which was wired that day by Miriam's Fire, and swings right back into a maiden special weight here at Saratoga, I think is a vote of confidence. And while I did not cover her first race going the 6 furlongs, definitely looks like she should handle this stretch out in distance to a mile. She's come in, she's nicely on the bridle. She looks incredibly fit and well defined, maybe a little bit on the nervous side. So far she's keeping it contained, but one I do want to watch and how she behaves out on the racetrack that I do think is an interesting spot for her. Speaking of interesting spots, you could say that about number 8, My Sharona. She's a daughter of Not This Time, and I literally think they could run on the surface of the moon and be successful. So I'm A-okay with his progeny switching to the turf. And the dam, while she was a graded stakes winner on the dirt, she's also a multiple stakes winner on the turf. There's been one sibling to win over it. Now, she came back off of a layoff, about 8-month layoff in her last race, in which she was disappointing. But I thought it was a fairly high quality field in which Delightful Claire, she ran well a couple days ago here in the Prioress, and Ivory and Ebony certainly running well to break her maiden here yesterday. And My Sharona, I've always thought that a little bit longer is better for her. So getting back out to a mile today, she looks like she should handle the turf and probably benefited from getting a start under her belt. So we'll see. Does she really truly want the turf? Yet to be determined, but I thought it was an interesting spot, Lafitte.
My Sharona, but here's the story, some drama in the final race of the season, Richie. The trainer standings, Todd Pletcher won clear of Chad Brown. Brown with 2 runners, Pletcher with 1.
Both of them just tremendous meetings from 2 top horsemen, and it all comes down to this.
The nightcap. Day 40 of the 162nd season at Saratoga. Todd Pletcher right there, seeking a 15th overall Saratoga training title. Who's it gonna be? We'll find out in 11 minutes. The last and final this summer from the Spa next.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's post time for the Whitney. The field turns for home. Fierceness is the one to catch. He has a 3-length lead. Sierra Leone down the center of the track is coming with powerful strides, and Highland Falls is in there too. But it's Sierra Leone who takes the lead from last to first. Highland Falls trying his best. Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Gun runners on top of the world.
Sovereignty has the upper hand in mid-stretch. Baeza is trying his best to cling to him, but it's Sovereignty and Junior Alvarado still on top and still with plenty left in the tank. And they're off. Sovereignty and Bracket Buster a long way back to Magnitude in third. They're in the final furlong, and we are witnessing greatness. Sovereignty pouring it on. And for the first time since 1995, we have a Kentucky Derby, Belmont, and DraftKings Travers winner as Sovereignty rolls home to win by more than 8 lengths. Congratulations to Belmont. There's your Travers.
Father and son enjoying that moment. Top 10 moments this summer at Saratoga. Number 1 is Royal Highness Richie. Sovereignty sweeps.
And rightfully so. He should be number 1. He is a superstar, an extremely talented horse. And guys, I love when horses can bring me back to the raw feelings that I had as a kid falling in love with this game. And that's what Sovereignty does to me.
He's special. I mean, special, like generational special, and use him in the same breath as the ones I grew up with, Affirmed, Secretariat, Spectacular Bid.
Yeah.
They were greats. This is a great.
There's a hesitancy, I think, for us to get too caught up in the moment, too prisoner of the moment. He makes it really difficult. We touched on this earlier. He makes it very difficult not to get out over your skis, not to get that excited at how great he just might be.
Yeah, I mean, because he just takes it to anybody that comes his way. Yeah. Paul and I were joking. I said he's posterized everyone that he's faced.
Yeah.
Fact, right?
It is fact. You know what? I'm never going to apologize, though, for the emotion that horses elicit in me. I see a horse that I think's great. That's greatness to me.
Yeah, I think he's special. I really do. And then if we see him as a 4-year-old, which would be unbelievable, we could see horses getting in the 130 buyer lane. That could be, that's how scary
no Triple
he is.
Crown. We're supposed to see him as an older horse. First things first, the Breeders' Cup Classic. In this post parade, there's Love on the Left Bank, debuted in France on synthetic.
Yeah, this horse is making first start here in the States, and for Miguel Clement, and has one good race going back to France.
Siuni Flash, French filly, now with Kenny McPeak.
This one for RT Racing Stable. Kenny's caught some upsets late in this meet.
Too Late Baby Doll, Tom's top selection.
Yeah, I think this horse has been compromised in his last few races, just by the way the whole pace scenario sets up.
Ratu Jawa is out. Say Yes to Dreams, first of 2 for Chad Brown.
And a horse with a real chance here, but needs some pace. Is a mile too short for him? That's the question on this horse.
It's a clutch performance, is the favorite. Cleopatra's Key for Bill Mott. Mott looking to sweep the late double.
Yeah, turfed and dirt last time, but actually ran better on dirt. Being out of a Galileo mare, I think it's going to represent himself well today. Or she
Leilani Liu, Blue Devil Racing, debuting homebred.
Yeah, and one of 3 that are going to debut tonight in this race. Board is chilly.
Turf debut, my Sharona.
Yeah, and a horse that does have speed, but you really don't know if that speed will translate to turf.
Other Chad Brown trained filly. There she is. Every vote counts.
Yeah, it hasn't run since last September. Was a 4-to-1 choice back then. Has a race under the belt off the layoff. Chad Brown is so good with horses off the layoff.
Wardheimer brothers, first time starting homebred, Equitas, for trainer Todd Pletcher.
A filly that's been working at Monmouth for Todd will debut here today, and if she wins, that will cement everything.
Make the rider Joel Rosario, Chasing the Storm, Wathen Racing debuting filly.
Another first-time starter, and one that the board again is not showing a lot of action on.
Divine Rose, a solid first outing without last October.
I'm surprised this horse is 12-to-1. You're getting Jose Ortiz. You know, this horse worked at Keeland all the way up to almost last week. So for her to ship this horse up here, I would think this filly's ready to roll.
Smooth Jazz, the theme, getting ready for this 11th and final. And maybe, just maybe, convince someone watching, someone listening, that it's still not too late. Still not too late. Better late than never to get involved and sign up at NyraBets.com. When you do so and use that promo code SPA200, enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now, NyraBets.com. And, of course, as always, next summer, 3 minutes to post. There's a Too Late Baby Doll, Tom's top pick here. That's her most recent Let's Revisit, early August, right here. She was the 5-2 post-time favorite, Tom, and Too Late Baby Doll got the perfect trip, She's right there, and in the end, just can't close the deal.
You know, Lafitte, you said it. She got a great trip, but not closing the deal might have a little bit to do with the distance. We're shortening up to a mile today, so she's getting 110 yards less than she got that day. And to me, that could be the difference today at a square price at 5-1.
And she hit the front end. You can see she's trying to battle, but these other two horses just kind of rolled at her late. It seems like that's kind of been the theme, is that the first horse that makes the moves has been getting picked off late here on the turf.
Yeah, not definitely true.
Paul Divine Rose, who you like? You're alive in the late pick 5, and then Maggie indicating that she does look fit for her comeback race.
Yeah, I just thought it was very interesting. You know, I chose this horse because Jose gets aboard, and like I said, you know, this horse is worked on August 23rd at Keeland. Now, you know, Cherie could have had this horse down at Keeland, could have ran this horse at Kentucky Downs, a lot of different places. Obviously, Keeland opens up in October, but I just think there were so many different plays that you could have went to. But the ship up here for closing day, I think that's a sign of forwardness, and I'll take this horse at 6-1.
Our analysts, handicappers, in agreement in this 11th and final last race of the meet. And while it's not over just yet, Maggie, reflecting on what the last almost 40 days of racing have meant to you. What stood out this meet at Saratoga?
Well, obviously the performances that we have seen from the horses, particularly the 3-year-olds, Lafitte, obviously with Scottish Lassie dominating in the CCA Oaks, as well as the performance of Nitrogen in the Alabama. But obviously we were treated to a horse that seems incredibly special by the name of Sovereignty, your Kentucky Derby, Belmont, Jim Dandy, and now Travers winner. He seems like he truly breathes different air. But of course, the most special part of Saratoga is Saratoga itself, in that this place is truly magical. From the preservation of history, you feel the history when you walk into this building, when you ride out on the track, when you go down the backside. And what makes it so special is that everybody realizes that all the fans get that it's special here. And I think I witnessed my favorite moment of the meet, Lafitte, when I saw the horses leaving the paddock, or more or less I heard when the horses left the paddock, just everybody lining Champions Way and cheering for them. What other racetrack does that happen? Because they recognize it was the last race and it was their way of saying thank you to everybody that puts on the show here, and I thank them as well. As we'll take a look here at number 1, Love on the Left Bank for Miguel Clement. Speaking of tremendous meets, Miguel just really putting on a clinic, taking over from his late father, Christophe Clement, and just a fabulous, fabulous job that he and his team have done. Now, Love on the Left Bank, I love her coming back on the turf. I love her coming back at a mile. She isn't the biggest, so that kind of physical frame suits well here. She's gotten sharper as time has gone on here leading up to this race. And 2, I've liked her workouts coming in here. She was, albeit with a 2-year-old, but a very impressive one by that Caroline Street beat, and I thought she worked very well with that one, going several works back to early August on the Oklahoma turf. Dylan Davis does pick up the ride here, as we'll check in with the horse that, honestly, this is a last-minute pick. I do like my Sharona, but there was something I kind of oversaw with Cleopatra's Key, in that she really had some trouble in her turf debut, in which she completely got her hind end knocked out from underneath of her going into the first turn by a horse who was trying to bolt, and therefore she got taken very wide. She was close to the pace. She ran well enough in the subsequent off the turf start, and furthermore, in that debut, when it was the last time I saw her, I didn't think she looked completely fit. Today, 3rd start of her career, totally fit. Definitely more of a turf horse. I think she deserves a second chance here, and there's every reason to believe that she will be forward in here, which I think should help her chances. Lafitte?
Maggie, great stuff all summer as always. I just want to say thank you to our crew, our incredible crew here, and everyone behind the scenes who makes this broadcast, this project possible. Our viewers don't get a chance to see them, but the incredibly talented and dedicated individuals that put everything into these broadcasts that really make this happen, that make this work.
Yeah,
I absolutely second
that. Everybody in the booths that makes everything happen. Our camera guy out here, Johnny,
My main
we
man.
love you.
Yep.
I got to give the paddock, my man Jackson, I got to give him a shout out. Jackson, I love you, man. He does the camera out here in the paddock. He is my go-to when it comes to coffee around here.
Now you're gonna forget people. You don't want to do that. So
Right.
listen, we're talking about everybody.
Everybody.
Awesome.
100%. You want me to name everybody, Tom?
Hey,
no, I
now,
don't.
how many mornings, guys, I'd be getting here at 6:30, and people are already in that trailer working on that day's show, and then we're leaving here after the races, and they're still in that trailer working on the next day's show. Thank everybody that makes this happen behind the scenes.
I don't want to thank Mitch Levitas. I'd rather thank Jody the most. And our producers, not Robbie, Bobby, Ricky, and Mike. It's Terrence
Fiji, Evan Schwartz, Bobby Klatt, Josh Abelson.
And,
Jody's the glue.
Bobby Klatt?
Jody's the glue that holds it all together.
That is true.
You know,
Absolutely.
I mean, in my
Together.
family, we have 6 boys. If it wasn't for my mom, we wouldn't all get together at Christmas. But
by the way,
thank
how much
goodness
would a trainer title mean to you here at Saratoga?
I don't even think like that.
Well, I'll tell you this. I was second 5 times here, and it still eats me alive.
See? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Say yes to dreams for Chad Brown, 1 behind.
Here we
Todd
go.
Pletcher also has every count votes. Equitas for Todd Pletcher. Pletcher looking on, looking to secure a 15th overall Saratoga training title. Let's do it one more time. Frank Miramati, great summer on the mic with the call, the 11th and final of the 162nd season at Saratoga.
Thanks, Lafitte. Chasing the storm. Chad Brown. If he wins it, it'll be his 8th overall, 5th straight title. Todd Pletcher looking for his 15th. It would be a tie if Chad Brown wins this right here. Fittingly, it comes to the end. They're off! And a very nice start for Say Yes to Dreams, who shows a lot more speed today. There's My Sharona on the outside, up to take the lead, and every vote counts as close up in the opening stages too. Too Late Baby Doll is on the inside of a clustered field, having some difficulty, and in between horses, Cleopatra's Key is just in front of her, now racing in the 4th position. Then comes Divine Rose, who's on the outside, moving up, 1.5 lengths in front of Leilani Liu as they swing on to the Saratoga backstretch. After a bit of steadying, Too Late Baby Doll has now settled down. She's in front of Chasing the Storm, Love on the left bank, Siuni Flash is next, and Equitas is at the back of the field. 24-1 for My Sharona. Every vote counts. 3/4 back in second. It's another 2 back to Say Yes to Dreams, who's a willing and tugging 3rd. Cleopatra's Key is a handful in between horses, and Divine Rose is just outside of her, moving up now to take that 3rd spot. In behind them, Too Late Baby Doll, Leilani Liu are right together. Love on the left bank has 8 to make up. The half went in 48-4. My Sharona turns for home. Flavian Pratt and Say Yes to Dreams coming to pounce with 1 furlong to go. My Sharona, Say Yes to Dreams past the 8th pole together. 3 lengths back on the outside, Cleopatra's Key and Too Late Baby Doll. 16th pole, My Sharona tough as nails. Say Yes to Dreams trying to let loose on the outside. Here it is, Say Yes to Dreams. Chad Brown gets there in the last jump. My Sharona made it very, very difficult. Congratulations to Chad Brown. 5 straight titles, tying with Todd Pletcher. 2 amazing horsemen hit the wire together in the finale at Saratoga.
Tie atop the trainer standings. You saw Chad Brown and kind of a stoic look. This is the 2nd time there's been a tie on closing day. A couple of years back, Linda Rice. This time, he and Todd Pletcher, 32 wins apiece for the Alan Jerkins training title at the Spa. Wow.
Incredible accomplishment by both trainers. Just the horses ran great from the start of the meet to the end of the meet. It came down to this, another exciting finish. We've been treated to great racing the entire meet. And she got a perfect trip under Flavian Pratt as well. Say Yes to Dreams. And just pipped My Sharona, who needed
fought
badly.
Well, you knew My Sharona was going to run as soon as she took to the turf course. You know what I mean? She was like, she was running, and Cleopatra's Key was a mess down the backside. When she gets it together, she's going to be a nice sword. But Flavien Prat, he won the first 3 races of this meet. He won the last one.
Takes down the last one. Good memory. Yeah. Clutch ride, Flavien Prat. Clutch performance. Say yes to dreams. You hit the pick 5, late pick 5.
Yeah, 1100. That's it.
Good job.
Yeah, that's going to work. That'll work. Chad Brown, live with Maggie.
Getting a 7th straight meet title, it's quite an accomplishment, Chad. Just year after year, the consistency that you've brought to this special place.
No, I'm very fortunate. My team's done a great job. We have the right horses. The last 2 weeks didn't really go as planned. We kind of slowed down, and Todd really heated up. But kind of reverse roles. A couple years ago, Linda got me on the last race for a tie, and this year I ended up getting him. So it's fun sportsmanship. Hats off to Pletcher and his team. I mean, they really had the better meet overall. I mean, all the grade ones they won, and their team did a fabulous job. And how red hot were they the last 10 days? So it's nice going back and forth with them. And but I'm proud of my team too. Happy to share it with them.
Absolutely, as you should be. A job well done.
Thank you.
Guys?
Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher. The 14th time in the last 15 summers at Saratoga, they have finished 1-2 in the standings. Brown referencing his team. And I'll follow that up with you in a moment, Tom, as we go right back to Maggie with Todd Pletcher and a 15th training title at Saratoga.
It's utterly remarkable. I know sharing this win, of course, for the meet title, but Todd, as Chad just said, you guys really brought it in the big races, the grade ones, the graded stakes. To reflect a bit on this special meet.
Yeah, I mean, it really was. And, you know, the 2-year-olds were running well early on. And, of course, you know, when the Spinaway and the Hopeful come up, you're hoping that they, you know, continue to improve. And so just really the last couple of weeks, everything's been falling into place and clicking. And we're just very fortunate to train some really good horses for some great clients.
I was going to say, with those 2-year-olds, you got to be thinking of the future, and it certainly looks bright.
Yeah, I mean, it's very exciting, you know, to have the Spinaway and the Hopeful winner, and, you know, they look like the type that'll continue to stretch out, so it's exciting. But, you know, proud of the whole team, did a great job, worked really hard, and, you know, glad to see it pay off.
Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, and I got to say, nobody does work harder than Todd Pletcher. He is up at the crack of dawn checking horses in all of his different barns that span this great place called Saratoga, Lafitte.
Amazing ending, amazing meet. And what these moments mean to the team, a team sport, Tom. Everybody in the stable, in the barn, part of Chad Brown and Todd Pletcher's operation.
Yeah, Todd, Chad, they're the face of the organization, but the people behind the scenes that really do the heavy lifting, the grooms, the hot walker, the exercise riders, they're what makes up the team. They're the head coaches, but they have to have a team to coach.
Tom, congratulations on a great meeting as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great spending the summer with you, gentlemen. Thank you so
too.
much for your professionalism, and to the viewers for watching all summer here on Saratoga Live. We'll see you next time as we remember and look back on the highlight on this afternoon, Ted Nafi in the Spendthrift Farms Hopeful, undefeated on the ascent, 4 Grade 1 wins. Todd Pletcher, Johnny V, just in the last few days as this crowd taking in every final moment of this summer at Saratoga. Again, thanks so much to the fans here at Saratoga and the viewers. We'll see you next time. Have a great night.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.